Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Animal Touch Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. From the start, Izuku believed he did not have a quirk. Even the doctors had informed him and his mother that he did not have a quirk. They were wrong. One day at age 1 while in the entranceway of the apartment building, Mrs. Hinjo's cat from 5B was loose. So being a good neighbor, Izuku picked up the cat and he felt a strange tingling sensation as he touched the cat. After returning it, Izuku concentrated on the strange feelings and within an instant he changed into an exact duplicate of Mrs. Hinjo's cat. Thus he learned that he did have a quirk, a very weird one. In his mind an unimpressive one. Now 5 years later, Izuku sat in his usual place within the nearby park. He had located the spot under a large oak tree years ago and found the solitude to help clear his mind. Today it was not working. An hour ago, Kakin had stated the obvious. That Deku's quirk was worthless. So what? You can turn into any animal. What are you going to do if you become a hero, turn into a dog and PSS on a criminal's leg? Kakin had said with a huge grin on his face and his two cronies laughed at the comment. Then the three left and Izuku felt devastated. He had touched several different animals over the last 5 years and he had to admit. Kakin had a point. The worst part was that when he did turn into an animal, his clothes did not change with him. That meant he had to be naked. Oh, he could change from one animal to another. But still, what type of hero could he be? Tears stung his eyes as he placed his hands over his face. Since he had seen All Might on TV, he had wanted to be a hero. Now that dream was nothing but a fantasy. Worthless, utterly worthless. Izuku muttered sadly. Discovering true power. Stepping out of the scientific research library, Momo Yaoyorozu held several check-out borrowed books. Glancing at her watch, she smiled. She had asked the chauffeur to return in 5 hours and she still had 3 more to go. So she headed to her favorite spot within the park, which was just across the way. It was a large oak tree on top of a small hill. There she could sit and study without some idiot propositioning her. Inside the library or at the picnic tables in the park, boys and young men would approach and ask her out almost constantly. She knew why, and it was not because of her interest in science. No, it was because of her well-endowed chest and her striking body to go with the 2 main reasons for their interest. Holding the books against her chest, she headed towards the secluded spot. Only a few knew of the spot under the tree, and when Momo came within a few feet of the trunk of the tree, she saw one of those that did. She had seen the green-haired boy before, and usually she just sat on the opposite side and they would ignore each other. It was sort of the code or rule of the spot. Sitting on the opposite side of where the boy was, she opened her first book. Determined to finish enough of her research to be ready to attend UA in almost a month. Then she heard a sad muttering. Worthless, utterly worthless. She could also hear sobbing. That is just what I am. The boy's voice said mournfully. It broke her heart, so she stood and moved around the tree to see the green-haired boy sobbing. Are you all right? Momo asked, and the boy jumped slightly, taking his hands away from his eyes and stared up at her. He blinked, then rubbed his eyes. Unsure what he saw was real. For what he saw was the most strikingly beautiful girl he had ever seen. I did not mean to startle you, I just heard you and I thought maybe I can help somehow, she said. Finally blinking, he inhaled sharply. I am okay. Izuku stuttered as he exhaled a ragged breath. Momo shook her head. She could tell he was not okay. There was something drastically wrong. My name is Momo Yaoyorozu, she said, holding out her hand, trying a different approach. I have seen you here before. Usually I keep to the unspoken rule of not disturbing those here, but you sounded upset. Momo added, and Izuku nodded. Yes, I have seen you here too. I am Izuku Midoriya and it is really nothing, Izuku stated, and Momo knew that was untrue. She crossed her arms in front of her chest and waited, smiling down at him. Like I said, it is not really anything. It is just my quirk is worthless, so I cannot become a hero like All Might, he finally said, and she could almost relate. Others had told her that her quirk would not be that useful as a hero. but she was determined to prove them all wrong. Especially since she got a recommendation to UA. What is your quirk? Mine is creation. I can create anything if I know the operational or molecular structure of an item. Momo informed him and he seemed to be impressed, then he frowned. All I can do is change into any animal that I have touched. Even ones that I touched years ago. Izuku told her and her eyes widened. Then she smiled broadly. Who said that your quirk is worthless? That seems like a very wonderful ability to have. Momo stated, now curious. Show me please. This actually made Izuku smile slightly, then he nodded. Before her eyes, he changed into a small black and white cat and it slipped out of his clothes that were now pilled on the ground. It stared up at her with the same green eyes that Izuku has. You see, not really impressive. Izuku said in a meowing voice that was just understandable. Momo clapped her hands together. So you can talk even as a cat. That is impressive. Momo told him as the cat purred and she giggled, putting her hand over her mouth to stop from laughing too loudly, not wanting to hurt his feelings. Finding that she was beginning to really like him, he was just the type of boy she had been looking for. Can you change into anything else than a cute little kitty cat? Next he changed into a golden retriever, then a canary and finally a large Saint Bernard dog. All normal animals. But each time she noticed that the animals all had the same emerald green eyes. Wow. So it is any animal you have touched. When he barked, growled yes, she shook her head. Can you go back to being normal? He nodded, then looked at his clothes. Could you turn around? Right, no, I am naked. Izuku said in a barking, growling voice, and Momo felt her cheeks begin to warm. Turning around, she heard a rustle of clothes being put on and then he tapped her on her shoulder. Okay, I am decent now. That is one of the drawbacks. My clothes do not stay on when I turn into an animal. Momo shook her head and smiled. I am sorry, but I think that your quirk is wonderful and whoever told you that you could not use it to be a hero is an idiot. Momo told him, then a thought came to her. Say, is it any animal that you touch? Maybe one that is extinct? She asked and he shrugged. I do not know. Izuku replied and Momo took his hand, leading him down the small hill. Below waiting was her chauffeur-driven car. Let's go see. Momo said, finding it interesting that she liked holding his hand. He was not like any of the other boys she had met. For one, he did not gawk at her and attempt to flatter her. No, he was different and she found she liked that he was different. Shinji, take us to the Central Natural Museum. She ordered the chauffeur as she basically pushed Izuku into the back seat, not releasing his hand as she climbed in after him. He was in utter shock, first when she just grabbed his hand and dragged him quickly down the hill and then as she continued to hold his hand as the luxury car drove off. He was in so much shock he could barely speak. To question her about her being driven around by a chauffeur and why they were going to a museum. I have an idea and the best way to see if it works is to experiment. She informed him as the car pulled up in front of the large building. Getting out, she still held his hand. But now she had intertwined her fingers into his. Izuku's heart was pounding hard in his chest and he felt like he was about to faint. If Kaken was around, the other boy would demean and belittle him in hopes of impressing Momo. It was how Kaken was, especially since Momo was extremely beautiful. Entering the museum, she led him towards the prehistoric exhibits. He understood. Wait, I'm not sure about this. I do not think it would even work. Izuku said as they stopped in front of the petrified bones of a dinosaur. The sign before it said it was Velociraptor mongoliensis. He read what was also on the sign. Velociraptor is a genus of dromaeosaurid theropod dinosaur that lived approximately 75 to 71 million years ago during the latter part of the Cretaceous PRD. Izuku inhaled and looked over at Momo. Try it, what have you got to lose? Momo said, gesturing towards the 7-foot skeleton of the dinosaur. With some reluctance, Izuku stepped closer and reached over the barrier ropes, touching the bones lightly and tentatively, then immediately moved back from the exhibit. She released his hand regretfully. Okay, see if you can change into it, she suggested, and with an audible exhale. He focused on changing and then with the sound of ripping cloth, he found he had changed into a velociraptor. Momo swallowed and stared at him with wide, fearful eyes. The vicious dinosaur was molted green and brown, with large menacing sharp teeth, and had all the characteristics and appearance of an actual velociraptor that she had seen in the Jurassic Park movies. Izuku, she said, her voice filled with worry that he was not him anymore. Well, it worked. Izuku hissed and Momo swallowed visibly. I guess I sold change back. He hissed and Momo nodded quickly. Problem, I am now naked. Momo smiled and looked about, making sure no one saw her, stepping behind a column and blocking herself from Izuku. She raised up her shirt and created a pair of blue knee-high shorts and a red t-shirt. Then a pair of saddles. Coming back and then put them behind one of the information desks. Nodding more like bobbing his saurian head, Izuku stepped behind the desk and reverted back to human. Putting on the clothes. Then winced. You forgot the underwear. He commented with a small smile and Momo chuckled. Sorry, but the only underwear I know how to create is girls' panties. I do not suppose you want to wear a thong? Momo asked, smiling broadly, and Izuku gave a short chuckle. No thanks, I rather go commando. Izuku replied and Momo retook his hand, interlacing her fingers into his. Momo, you do not have to hold my hand. I am not going to wander off. He said, his voice low. I know, I just like holding it. Momo said with a wry smile, giving his hand a gentle squeeze, which sent a surge of excitement coursing through him. Wondering and hoping that perhaps she did like him. They moved on to the next one, but this time Izuku refrained from changing, believing a brontosaurus was too big to change into while they were in the museum. The same for the Tyrannosaurus rex or the Triceratops and the Stegosaurus. As they were heading to an exit, a man in a white coat ran up to them out of breath. Excuse me. I am the lead professor of paleontology, Dean Henderson. The man said excitingly, moving out his wrinkled hand. I just saw you change into a Velociraptor mongoliensis in the monitor camera room. Is that your quirk? You can change into dinosaurs. He was wheezing now and his eyes seemed to be wide with delight. Izuku slowly nodded. Oh, this is outstanding. Young man, could you change into some of the others? We do not have any opportunities to actually see a real one. Momo looked past the excitable old man to see others in lab coats approaching. Not in here, sir. It may become really confined for me changing into any of the others. Izuku said to Professor Henderson. I am Izuku Midoriya and this is Momo Yaoyorozu. Pleased to meet you both and oh, of course. Henderson looked about the exhibit room and smiled. The back parking area is empty right now. Leading the way, the older man was joined by the 5 others in lab coats. 2 were carrying cameras and 1 a black satchel bag. En route, Izuku picked up a nearby sheet that was covering a console. Henderson looked at him strangely. Can I borrow this? I cannot keep having Momo Yaoyorozu keep making me clothes to wear. Izuku explained and Henderson shrugged his shoulders. Momo smiled as she held his hand, noticing that the others seemed to accept her tagging along. They must think we are a couple or something. Momo thought to herself, not really interested in denying or confirming that. Once outside, Izuku wrapped the sheet around himself and removed the sandals, shorts and t-shirt, tossing them into a pile onto a nearby bench. If I changed with those on, I would having nothing to wear when I change back to human. Izuku informed the gathered paleontologists, walking further away. So which one do you want to see first? He asked and all the white-coated men and women began to throw out names. Go for the Tyrannosaurus rex. Momo suggested and Izuku nodded. Then in a second he changed into a 20 or 30-foot T-Rex, bending down to look at the others. Some of them stepped back, not liking the large teeth in a larger mouth that were now a few feet from them. Wow! Henderson gasped as he stared up at Izuku. That is amazing, hey look. Who would think that the T-Rex was a dark green with brown streaks? He stepped closer wearily. He is not going to eat us, is he? The old man slowly gazed over at Momo. She smiled and shook her head. You are not, right Izuku? Momo asked the huge dinosaur and it turned its head towards her. It opened its large mouth. No. This is so cool. A growling loud voice said as Momo started to giggle. It was not actually funny to hear a T-Rex talk, but the way those in the white coats continued to wearily take steps backwards was. Even Henderson, who was shaking with excitement, could not stop staring at the long teeth of the Izuku T-Rex. Finally stirring up his courage, he stepped closer. Could we take a couple skin samples? All we do is rub this cloth and some of the loose scales will shed off. Henderson informed Izuku, holding up a white cloth in his shaking, nervous hand. Izuku nodded his large teeth-filled head. This motivated the others as some started to take pictures and measurements of Izuku in his T-Rex form. 10 minutes later, they had him change into another dinosaur, and then after another 10 minutes another. An hour later, after receiving a lot of gratitude from Henderson, Izuku and Momo left the museum. She held his hand once again. Do you want to ride back to the park or somewhere else? Momo asked as they approached her car. Izuku shook his head. No, that is all right, I live over that way about 4 blocks. Izuku informed her, pointing to the west. The park was further south of them and it was at least 15 blocks away. If it accepted the ride back to the park, he would have to walk home from there. Thank you so much, I never thought about if I could change into anything like dinosaurs before. He said with a huge smile on his face, wishing that he did not have to actually say goodbye to her. He liked her, and who wouldn't? She was beautiful and smart, along with really nice. He knew in reality he had no chance of being anything with her. But it was nice to have that small delusional wish. Hey, no problem, it was actually fun. Those in there were really funny to watch. Momo gestured towards the museum as she then looked back into Izuku's amazing green eyes. She exhaled. I was thinking, maybe it might be a good idea to practice changing into those dinosaurs. She suggested as she glanced over at the waiting car. You know, my house has a huge backyard, plenty of room. She could not believe she felt nervous as she spoke, then feeling a bead of sweat on her brow. No guts, no glory, she thought. Would you like to come by and practice there? Momo blurted out, and he smiled at her widely. He nodded instantly. Yes, I would like that. Izuku replied, and Momo quickly pulled out a piece of paper, writing down her phone number and address. Handing it to him, then a blank piece of paper so he could write down his phone number as well. Now as they stood there not sure what to do or say, Momo was finding it hard to just say goodbye. She liked holding his hand and she liked spending time with him. Before she lost her nerve, she jutted forward and kissed his right cheek, then released his hand and jumped in the back seat of the car. See you tomorrow then, Momo said as Izuku touched the exact spot on his cheek that she just kissed. A broad smile appeared as he stared at her. Smiling, she shut the door and the car drove off. She was also smiling. Looking out the back window, she found it endearing that he stood there with a bewildered expression on his face. She kissed me, Izuku finally said after Momo's car was out of sight. She kissed me. I wonder if that means she likes me. He stammered out, walking home in a daze, wanting to ask his mother. Stumbling into his and his mother's apartment, he sat at the kitchen table, gazing with the same bewildered expression plastered on his face. His mother, Inko Midoriya, stared at him in confusion. You seem a little pleased this evening, Inko commented as she sat down and got no reply from her son. Waving her hand in front of his face, he finally blinked. She kissed me on the cheek, Izuku whispered. He smiled broadly. Inko was now completely curious. Who kissed you on the cheek? Inko asked with a small smile, really wanting details. Momo Yaoyorozu, Izuku replied in the same dazed tone. Inko inched closer and began to ask him specific questions. Oh, she is someone that I met today at the oak tree. She is wonderful and smart and really beautiful, he replied, and Inko smiled, really wanting to meet this Momo, mainly to see how she was able to bewilder her son so easily. So are you going to see her again? Inko asked her son, and he smiled, his eyes sparkling. He nodded quickly. Yes, tomorrow at her place. Izuku held up the piece of paper. She was about to ask him more, but his phone rang and he answered it. Then he smiled, and Inko knew it was this Momo. Her son stood and went to his room to talk to her in private. Once the door closed, Inko chuckled. My son has a girlfriend, Inko said happily, standing to get dinner ready. In his room, he and Momo talked for hours. Mostly about what they had done today. Then to her delight they began to talk about each other. About who they basically were. She had not informed her parents yet that Izuku was coming tomorrow and she needed to. So after a bit, they said goodbye for now and agreed that Izuku would come to her house about noon. Going downstairs, Momo braced herself. Her father had definite ideas about what boys or young men that he wanted her to be interested in. A nobody like Izuku was not even in consideration. But she found those that her father wanted her to be with romantically were not the type that she liked. For one, all they cared about was money, that and the possibility of getting into her pants. The last one, she had to create pepper spray and threaten to spray the idiot if he tried to grope her, but again, that did not set well with her father when he informed him about it after. His belief was that Momo had overreacted. Stepping into the living room, she saw him ready the latest stock reports from the newspaper. Her mother was casually flipping through a magazine. When she entered, her mother smiled at her. "Ah, Momo, where have you been all day?" Her mother Ashimomo asked, still smiling. Momo suspected that her mother already knew all about the boy she had been with earlier. Knowing that probably Shinji had made a full report already. Her father Tachanaka looked up from the newspaper with interest. That is when Momo told them all. Her mother was thrilled, her father was another story. So basically he is a nobody from the city. What is so wrong with Tosunoki Hosky? He is a wonderful boy. His father Tanaka is one of my closest business partners. Her father stated, hoping to convince his daughter to forget some nobody and perhaps see the merit of someone with a firm financial future. Momo shook her head. There was a lot wrong with Tosunoki. The biggest problem was he was a complete a-hole. Believing like his father that the only thing a woman is supposed to do is stay home, keep the house and pump out kids. Momo wanted to be a hero, not a domestic housewife. Oh, Tachanaka, she is years away from even considering marriage or settling down. Her mother said, still smiling. This is Izuku Midoriya, sounds like a really nice boy. Of course you can have him come by tomorrow, she said with a flamboyant wave of her right hand, staring over at her husband with the same small smile. Basically daring him to contradict her. Momo's father was too smart to do that. With a grumbling nod, he flipped his newspaper and went back to reading it. Thanking her mother, Momo went back upstairs. For one, she needed to find the perfect outfit to wear tomorrow. Really wanting to look just right for when Izuku came for a visit. Flipping through her extensive wardrobe, she was finding it difficult to find the right outfit that would impress him and not be too obvious. After all, she wanted him to build a possible, well, she was not entirely sure what. But she did know she liked him and would at least want him as a friend. Perhaps a bit more as time progressed. Laying on his bed, Izuku just could not relax enough to go to sleep. All he could think about was how Momo Yaoyorozu had kissed him on his cheek. His mother had been no help, telling him that it could mean she liked him as a friend or she could like him as something else. It had been a long time for her to remember why or for what reasons a teenage girl would do certain things. Staring at the ceiling in his room, he began to go over what his mother had told him. Okay, if she hits me playfully, that means she likes me, likes me, likes me. But it could also mean that she just likes me. Another thing, if she suggests that we spend more time together, where we go do something that it is just me and her, then it might be considered a date. Though sometimes it might not be. It all depends on how she acts. Shaking his head, he was now not even sure that she even liked him. It was all confusing. The one thing he did know for certainty was girls were weird. Other thoughts came to him. She had kissed him on the cheek and told him she liked holding his hand. That had to mean something. Shaking his head, he found himself feeling really tired, and as he drifted off to sleep, he was tempted to ask any deity that would listen to help him have something with Momo. Even friendship would be okay. Awakening early, Izuku headed for the bathroom. His intention was to thoroughly wash himself. Make sure that he was completely clean. He even tried shaving, which in itself was not easy. First he had trouble with the shaving cream. Filling his hand, he did not know how much to use. So he emptied the can. With a heaping amount in his left hand, he began to spread it on his face. Accidentally putting a good amount up his nose and even some in his mouth. Sneezing white shaving cream onto the mirror, He spit out the foul-tasting cream in his mouth. After spitting several more times, he was now ready to shave. Picking up the plastic Bic disposable razor, Izuku winced as he removed the plastic cover. Running it under hot water, he carefully began to shave. Thankfully, he did not cut himself. Wondering why it seemed not to really do anything. With a shrug, he finished shaving and cleaned the razor. Then noticed that there was no blade in it. Looking down at the yellow plastic cover, he saw the metal shaving blade stuck in the plastic. He stated with slight frustration, not wanting to try again. Actually, he couldn't. He did not have any shaving cream left. Washing off the remnants of the shaving cream, he picked up a bottle of Aqua Velva shaving lotion. Pouring half the bottle in his hand. Applying it to his face. Next, he brushed his teeth and gargled mouth-washington. The last step to his grooming was applying a good amount of deodorant. Leaving the bathroom to put on a pair of blue jeans and a black long-sleeve t-shirt. His mother's suggestion. Stepping out of his bedroom, he saw his mother making breakfast. She turned towards him and then waved her hand in front of her face. "Phew! What did you do, take a bath in after shave?" Inko commented as she continued to wave her hand, trying to fan the smell away. "When it comes to aftershave and cologne, less is best," she advised, and he immediately washed his face. Then applied just a few drops. "Much better." She glanced at the clock and noticed that he had 2 more hours before he needed to catch the train. Momo's address indicated that she lived about 40 minutes away by train, 15 minutes by car, and 6 hours on foot. So it would take him about an hour and a half to get there by train. She was tempted to borrow Mrs. Orikosaka's car and drive him herself, but decided Izuku needed to have the time it would take to get there to sort of calm down. A nice long train ride would provide that. She kept breakfast light, suspecting anything heavy and Izuku would end up throwing it up sooner or later. A nervous stomach did not need something heavy like pancakes. Nope, the best thing was toast with butter and jam, along with some fruit. After breakfast, Izuku began to pace the floors and basically started to drive Inko crazy. He would pace in one direction, glance at the clock, then pace back. Turn and repeat the process. Finally, she had enough. "Why don't you go early?" Inko suggested, wanting him to leave before he paced a hole in the floor. Excitingly, he walked out of the door, heading for the train station 2 blocks away. Once arriving, he waited for the westbound train to arrive. The Yaoyorozu residence. Slapping the snooze button on her alarm clock, Momo Yaoyorozu pulled the blankets over her head. She was many things, but a morning person she was not. She could go to bed at 8 p.m. and still would have problems getting up at 8 a.m. 9 minutes later, the alarm went off. This time she produced a hammer and smashed the alarm clock, wincing as she realized what she had done. Sitting up, she ran her hand through her now disheveled hair. With a bit of reluctance, she got up, brushing the remnants of the clock into the nearby trash can, pulling another out of a drawer. "I have to stop doing that," Momo mumbled as she plugged in the clock and set the time. Yawning widely, she stretched and headed for the nearby bathroom. Staring at herself in the mirror, she frowned. "Geez, I look like I was hit by a tornado," she commented, her hair sticking up in all different directions. Removing her pajamas, she turned on the shower. It took at least 10 minutes before her hair was no longer a mess. Washing it thoroughly and adding a good amount of conditioner. Shaving her legs and trimming her area. Not that she expected to do anything with Izuku that required her to shave, but it had become a weekly routine that she did on Saturdays. Back in front of the mirror, she spent another 20 minutes on her hair. It took a lot of finesse and hair gel to get it to be the way she liked it. Once done, she moved back to the bedroom wrapped in a towel. Inside, she felt a little impatient and nervous. Izuku was coming in about 3 hours and she was really looking forward to seeing him. Really hoping that her father would behave himself. It took her 2 hours to reselect an appropriate outfit, deciding upon a pair of tight blue jean shorts that hung down to her knees and a white V-neck short-sleeve t-shirt, wanting to show off some cleavage. After all, she was given her well-endowed chest and she intended to flaunt it. When the gate bell rang, she bolted from her room, not wanting her father or mother to be the first to greet Izuku Midoriya. "Sheet, he is early," she stated, running down the 3 flights of stairs. Arriving at what the address stated on the piece of paper, Izuku stared at the impressive gate, large mansion and huge yards. Oh man. When she said a house and backyard, I did not think she meant something this big. Izuku exhaled and slowly pressed the call button, hoping that perhaps he had the wrong place, that Momo was not this wealthy. Then with a thought he began to think perhaps Momo's parents were someone that worked for the owners. So they lived here to be on call 24 hours a day. That thought vanished when Momo's voice came over the intercom telling him to come on in. Walking up the long driveway, he had an overwhelming urge just turn around and leave. Then he saw Momo Yaoyorozu and all his doubts vanished. She was smiling and waving at him as he continued to walk, reaching her at 10 minutes later. Wow, that is some driveway, Izuku commented as he bent over slightly placing his hands on his knees. It had been a good hike to finally reach her. Oh, sorry about that. I sometimes forget how far it is from the gate to the main house. Momo responded with a small shrug. If you would like, we could go inside and perhaps have some iced tea. Hoshi makes really great tea. She gestured inside and Izuku nodded. Taking his hand once again, she interlaced her fingers into his. She liked holding his hand. It gave her a small content thrill. Really liking holding his hand. Though at the moment she did feel that his palms were getting a little wet. She wanted to believe it was because he had just walked close to half a mile from the gate to the house. But she knew for a fact that he was nervous about her holding his hand. When Momo took his hand and then interlaced her fingers into his, Izuku tried not to be nervous. But he could not help it. She was just so pretty and he was having a hard time understanding why she liked to hold his hand. His mother told him that it could be she liked him and wanted to have some physical contact with him. This is some place, Izuku said nervously, as they walked through the double doors into the house. It is just home, Momo responded, leading him towards the main dining room. Then turned towards another part of the house. One of her favorite places. The main library. Inside, Izuku stared at the huge room with wide eyes. It was 3 stories and contained countless books. This is where I spend a lot of my time, she told him as she called the kitchen and ordered some iced tea along with some sandwiches. Sitting at one of the low tables, next to each other, Izuku stared sadly at some of the disturbing things in the large room. Stuffed and mounted animals hung here or there in the room. Momo saw his expression. My grandfather collected those. Personally, I have asked my father to get rid of them. But my grandfather was an avid hunter and he passed them on to my father, she explained, suspecting that since Izuku could change into any animal he had a connection with them. He did eat meat though, so as long as he did not see the animal being processed for food it did not really bother him. Do you think you could do the same with some of them that you did with the dinosaurs? She asked and Izuku decided she had been right before, so why not? Standing, he stepped over to the head of a lion. Placing his hand on it, he felt the familiar tingle. Did it work? She asked. I think so. I can try later outside, Izuku replied, stepping over to several of the others and touching each. Once done, he returned and sat down next to her. She immediately retook his hand and they began to discuss other animals that he might want to incorporate. At that moment her father and mother came in. The elder Yaoyorozu scowled as he looked at the young man sitting next to his daughter, really not liking that Momo was holding the green-haired boy's hand. Before he could voice his opinion, Ashimomo spoke before he could. Hello there, I am Ashimomo Yaoyorozu, Momo's mother, and this is Tachinaka Yaoyorozu, her father. It is so nice that you have come for a visit, Ashimomo said, then gave her husband a placid, commanding look. His scowl disappeared and a small smile appeared. Her mother shook the young man's hand and again gave her husband a placid look. Yes, it is nice to have you for a visit, Tachinaka repeated evenly, deciding later to voice his complaints. Gripping the young man's hand and shaking it, silently thinking, touch my daughter and I will tear you apart. Then before he could say anything more his wife interrupted him. He was not happy. For one, he did not like that Momo wanted to be one of those idiotic heroes. 2, he did not like that he could not voice his opinion, though he had not been able to do that since he said, I do, years ago. The last thing he did not like was that his daughter seemed to like the young man sitting next to her, and anyone could see that the young man liked her as well. "Oh Momo, he is really cute, I can see why you like him," her mother stated, teasing her daughter some, and Momo felt like hiding. "Mother, please." Momo groaned silently with despair. Sure, she liked Izuku, but she did not need her mother trying to instigate something that neither was probably ready for. She wanted time to see if he was someone she could have a normal teenage relationship with. Someone that she could hang out with, be with, and yes, be her first boyfriend. Feeling totally embarrassed, Momo hoped that Izuku would not be frightened off by her mother. Glancing over, she noticed that his face was turning a bright shade of red. Standing. He came over to practice his quirk, she said quickly, really wanting to deflect what her mother just stated. Thankfully, her father, who now brightened immensely with interest. "So what is your quirk, young man?" Tachanaka asked, and Momo exhaled in relief. Izuku also seemed to come out of his embarrassed stupor. "I can change into any animal that I touch," Izuku replied, and Momo's father smiled broadly, looking about the room at the assorted trophy animals on the wall and imagining actually seeing one of them face to face. After years of hearing hunting stories from his father, to be able to see one of them was extremely tempting. "Yesterday Momo had me touch a bunch of dinosaurs and I was able to become each of them." Both her parents smiled. "We would like to see that," Ashimomo told him, and Momo smiled as well. "Then he is going to have to borrow a robe. One of the drawbacks for him is that if he has to be naked or covered with something he can toss off when he changes, his clothes do not survive," Momo said as she went to find a robe for him to wear. Coming back a few minutes later, leading him outside to the backyard. "There is a changing room in the pool house. You can leave your clothes there and put on the robe." Standing a good 20 meters away, he changed into the different variations of dinosaurs. Then into a lion, an elephant, a tiger, and finally a hawk. "That is impressive, young man. Though I have to say it was a bit concerning when you turned into that small dinosaur with the teeth and then the big one with the even bigger teeth," Ashimomo said as she looked at the two dinosaur predators. "Both just looked deadly." "Yes, it was," Tachanaka stated, not mentioning what really made him a bit weary was when the dinosaurs and other animals spoke. He had looked over at Momo and saw that she was not concerned or weary at all. Even when the big one with the teeth looked down at her and asked her which one to turn into next. For a brief second, Tachanaka thought that the dinosaur was going to attack his daughter. Momo held up another robe, and first Izuku changed into a dog, then after she wrapped the robe around him and turned around, he changed back into a human, pulling the robe tightly around him. Momo stood close to Izuku and smiled. Before Tachanaka could impose himself, Ashimomo took his arm and aimed him towards the house. "Come on, Tachanaka, let us leave the young alone for a bit," Ashimomo ordered, then seeing her husband's expression. "You can always spy on them in the security camera room," she whispered to him, and her husband smiled broadly. Watching her parents leave, Momo smiled brightly. "That was incredible. So do you believe me now that anyone thinks you cannot be a hero is an idiot?" Momo asked, and Izuku shrugged. "How? Yes, I can turn into all those dinosaurs and other animals. But how am I going to use that?" Izuku asked back, and Momo actually laughed. She shook her head negatively. "Are you kidding? I do not know anyone that would want to face down a T-Rex or a lion. If you are one of them, then you should be able to. I do not know, smash through a wall as a triceratops or chase down someone as a cheetah," Momo told him, and Izuku smiled. "Geez, I am an idiot," Izuku stated, and Momo reached down, taking his hand once more, interlacing her fingers into his, giving his hand a gentle squeeze. At that moment, Izuku wanted to know if what her mother had said was true. Momo, your mother said I was cute and that was the reason you liked me," Izuku said barely audibly, his voice cracking, and he stuttered a bit. "Do you like me, or do you just like me?" He blurted out, and Momo stared at him, her face turning a brighter shade of red than what Izuku's was at that moment. Breathing in and out, Momo tried not to feel faint or really wanting to yell at her mother. With a small nod, Momo smiled. "Yes, Izuku, I like you. But I do not want to do anything until we know each other better. At most, would it be alright that we be really close friends and maybe hang out with each other a lot?" Momo replied and found herself talking really fast. hoping that he could understand what she was implying. He nodded and Momo felt relieved. I would like that, Izuku said, and Momo exhaled with relief. Well, I better go put my clothes on. Also, I think I might try flying home as a hawk when it is time for me to go home. Do you have a bag I can borrow to put my clothes into after I change? He asked, and Momo nodded with understanding. Of course, and that is a good idea. But how about we go hang out in the rec room for a few hours? We can watch a movie, Momo suggested, and led him towards the pool house so he could put his clothes back on. He stuffed his underwear into his back pocket, deciding to once again go commando. Later, when he would change into a hawk, he did not want Momo to touch or see his underwear, since she would have to pack his clothes into the bag that he would be carrying in his talons. Stepping out, she took him to the rec room so they could watch a movie together. Sitting down next to him on a love seat couch, deciding to do something a little forward, she took his right arm and put it around her shoulders. Then leaned heavily against him. Just making myself comfortable, she explained. Then thought to herself that Izuku was going to be her first boyfriend when the time was right, or if another girl started to show interest in him. Jealousy was a wonderful motivator. In the security room, Tachanaka had been ready to bolt from the room when he watched on the monitors when Momo led the young man over to the pool house. His first thought that the way teenage hormones were like, that Momo would go into the pool house changing room with the young man and they might do something sordid. Ashimomo had put a restraining hand on his arm, keeping him from rushing from the room in a frenzied dash. I doubt that they are going to do anything, dear. I do not think Momo is ready for something like that yet, Ashimomo said calmly, highlighting on the word yet. That word made him extremely concerned and worried. What do you mean? Are you not saying that she will soon, are you? Tachanaka asked with a bit of paranoia. Not really wanting an answer but wanted an answer. Ashimomo shook her head and laughed. Who knows, husband, you have to accept that Momo is a young woman and she could at any time she wants to. Do not worry, I have already had the talk with her, Ashimomo informed him, and Tachanaka began to breath hard. What talk? Tachanaka asked, and Ashimomo laughed harder, smiling wickedly at him. The SEC talk, of course. She knows all about it and I even gave her a box of condoms. Just in case. Ashimomo replied, and Tachanaka groaned with despair. Then watched the two teenagers on the monitor go to the rec room. When they sat down and Momo moved the boy's arm over her shoulders, leaning against him, Tachanaka wanted to go put a stop to that. But once again his wife refused to let him interfere. See, everything is fine. Oh, you better start getting used to seeing that young man around her. I think she plans on him being her first boyfriend, which means they will be together a lot. With that she stood, and Tachanaka growled angrily, now really wanting to go kick the young man out and ban him from seeing his little girl. Seeing his expression. Now you leave them alone, Tachanaka, Ashimomo ordered, putting her foot down. With a labored exhale, he nodded with acceptance. After his wife left and he was left alone. I am the owner and CEO of one of the biggest companies in the country. What I say there is basically law. Then when I come home I do not have any power at all. How is that possible? Tachanaka asked himself as he rolled his eyes. He already knew the answer. He loved his wife and would do anything to keep her happy. With an aggravated grunt, he stood to leave the monitor room, heading for the living room and his newspaper. After the movie was done, Izuku and Momo headed for the front step. Both were unsure what to do in regards of saying goodbye for now. Standing in silence, they stared at each other, hoping one or the other knew what to do. Finally, Izuku decided to say something to break the silence. I better get home. Momo, would you like to come over to my place and maybe meet my mother? Perhaps have lunch? Izuku asked, and Momo nodded. Yes, I would love that. Say about 11 a.m. Send me the address and I will give it to Shinji. Momo held the small bag in her left hand, and before Izuku could make a fool of himself by saying something wrong, he smiled and then changed into a hawk. It was a large variety, with brown and white-tipped wings. Kneeling, Momo stuffed his clothes into the bag and zipped it shut, finding it interesting and a bit curious that she had not seen any underwear in the pile of clothing. That was something she really did not want to see or touch. Placing the bag at the hawk's feet, It jumped up on the bag and gripped the handle with its talons. I will see you tomorrow then. Good night, Momo. The hawk screeched and Momo smiled at the hawk. Good night, Izuku. Oh, try to enjoy flying as a hawk. Momo suggested, and the hawk took to the air. It soared above the house, circling a couple of times, and she waved at it. Then it dipped its left wing and then flew off. Going back inside, Momo frowned. Shit, I should have kissed him goodbye. She whispered, walking up the stairs towards her room, really regretting that she had not kissed him at least on the cheek, though she really wanted to try kissing him on the lips. Taking only 15 minutes, Izuku dropped first the bag of clothes on the balcony of his and his mother's apartment. Then he landed on the railing. Before he could hop down and change back to human, his mother came out with a broom and began to hit him with it. Get out of here, Inko said angrily, swatting at the big brown hawk that was perched on the railing. Mom, stop, it is me, Izuku said in a screeching voice as his mother struck him again with the broom. Inko paused a moment, holding the broom ready to hit at the bird again. Izuku hopped down, and while he changed, he grabbed the bag and put it before his crotch. Geez, Mom, he stated, rubbing his head where she had hit him with the broom. Sorry, but you should have called and told me you were coming back as one of those, Inko said as she smiled broadly, then started to laugh. It is not funny. That broom hurt, Izuku stated, smiling, then started to laugh as well. You know, I am tempted not to tell you some good news until tomorrow. This made Inko stop laughing. Instead she frowned, wanting to know, since if he believed it was good news then she had a right to know. So he decided to tell her. If it is all right, Momo is coming by to meet you and have lunch. Oh, you should have told me before now, Inko said in dread. All I have is egg noodles and some leftovers. Turning, she headed inside, grabbing her purse. I am going to the grocery store. Do you think she will like perhaps chicken stir-fried vegetables with rice? Before he could answer, she was gone. This allowed Izuku to go inside and put some clothes on. Riding in the back of her chauffeur-driven car, Momo felt her left leg begin to bounce nervously. Now she knew how Izuku felt when he met her parents. Though she suspected, since Izuku was so nice, then his mother must be the same way. Not really paying attention, she was more focused on arriving at the apartment building than any of the other buildings or her surroundings. When the car pulled up in front of the building, "We are here, young Mississippi," Chinge, the driver, announced, getting out to open the door for her. But she beat him to it. I will call when I am ready to come home, Momo said to Chinge, and he frowned slightly. Not only was he the chauffeur, but he was also responsible for Momo Yaoyorozu's safety, and this area was not what he would classify as a safe place. Glancing about. Are you sure, Mississippi? This is not a really nice part of the city, Chinge commented, and Momo smiled. I'm sure. Thank you, Chinge, Momo replied, and he reluctantly got back in the driver's seat and drove off. Exactly at that moment, Izuku stepped out of the main entrance of the building. Hi, Izuku, she said with a huge smile, unsure of how to greet him. Then decided to keep to the norm. She reached out with her right hand and took his left hand in hers, interlacing her fingers into his. He smiled back at her. Hello, Momo. My mom has lunch almost prepared. I hope you like chicken with vegetables and rice stir-fried, Izuku said, and Momo nodded. Before he could take her inside, a blonde boy spoke loudly as he came down the street. Look at that, boys. Deku has a girlfriend. Now that is something you do not see every day, Katsuki said, laughing as his two cronies laughed as well. Getting closer, his eyes widened, looking the girl up and down with appreciation. Whoa! He heard one of the others gasp out, and he could relate to that. For what he saw, he was extremely impressed. You do know that Deku is worthless and pathetic. How about you come be with a real man? Katsuki asked with a huge sadistic smile, fully ready to beat Izuku to prove his superiority to the hot-looking girl. The girl, though, started to laugh. Now talk about pathetic. I think you and your idiots are pathetic, Momo said, not really looking at any of the three, instead gripped Izuku's hand tighter. I doubt that being a complete a-hole will work forever when it comes to impressing girls. So you might want to change tactics. As for me, I think Izuku here is more of a man than you will ever be, she commented, and before Katsuki could respond, she took Izuku inside. Are those the morons that told you that you cannot become a hero? She asked as the elevator doors closed and they briefly heard the loud a-hole outside begin to rant and rave angrily, blaming his cronies for being humiliated like that. Izuku nodded. Yes, that was Kaken and his friends. He is just like that. Izuku replied and Momo shook her head. They are complete assholes and I would not believe any of them if they told me that rain was wet. Momo stated, then smiled at him and he smiled back. Hey, next time that blonde idiot starts giving you a hard time, change into that velociraptor and maybe do that hissing growl they do. You know, like from the movies. I bet he would piss his pants. She suggested and they both started to laugh. Izuku immediately feeling better. So, is your mother going to embarrass you as much as mine did to me? She asked and Izuku stopped laughing. Oh yeah, you can bet on that. She probably will do worse to me than your mother did to you. Izuku said then frowned. While his mother was cooking, he spent the time hiding every photo album he could find, especially the ones where he was in diapers or naked when he was little. Momo smiled warmly at him, silently admiring his restraint. Anyone else would have tried to fight just to prove that he was not worthless. To her that was infantile and showed the exact wrong type of person she was attracted to. She suspected that if that Kaken had tried to hurt her, Izuku would have attacked him without hesitation. Oh, he was definitely who she wanted as her first official boyfriend. Arriving, the doors of the elevator opened and he led her to an apartment. Stepping inside, they were immediately greeted by a short older woman. Mom, this is Momo Yaoyorozu. Momo, this is my mom, Inko Midoriya. His mother smiled broadly as she reached forward to shake Momo's hand. My oh my, you are really pretty, Momo. Are you going to be his girlfriend? Oh, can call you Momo, right? Or would you prefer Yaoyorozu? Inko asked and Momo found she instantly liked the elder Midoriya. Smiling she nodded, while Izuku groaned with despair. Mom, please. Izuku said in a pleading voice. Sure, anyone could see that Momo was pretty, but generally it is not something you announce like that and also not ask if she intended to be his girlfriend. Though he would not mind. Yes, Miss Midoriya, that is all right and it is a pleasure to meet you. As for that, we are friends and I am a girl, so I suppose in one way I am his girlfriend, Momo responded, deflecting the embarrassing question perfectly, and Inko smiled, shaking her head. Please call me Inko. Oh, give it time, you two look really nice together. Deciding to stop teasing her son and Momo, Inko gestured towards the kitchen table. Lunch is ready. I hope you are hungry, Momo. Sitting at the table, she served them all a good portion of her stir-fried chicken, vegetables and rice. As they ate, Inko could not help but smile at how close the two teenagers sat next to each other. They are a couple even though they do not think they are. She thought as she watched them. Really liking Momo. After they ate, Inko suggested that Izuku show her the apartment. Just remember to keep the doors open. She commanded, taking the plates to the sink to wash them. With his face reddening, he led Momo around the apartment. So how was it last night when you flew home as a hawk? Was it fun? Momo asked and Izuku smiled at her. Yes, it was great. Well, until my mom hit me with a broom it was fun. Izuku said as he glanced over at his mother who winced slightly. He did not call and tell me he was going to do that. How was I supposed to know that he was going to land on my balcony as a big menacing hawk? Inko said from the kitchen, attempting to defend why she had hit her own son with a broom. Momo started to laugh. Oh, I wish I could have seen that. Momo stated, still laughing at the thought of Inko hitting Izuku with a broom. Yeah, it was really funny. Izuku commented and then smiled. Actually, we both got a good laugh over that. He guided Momo on. I plan on never turning into one of those really menacing animals with my mom around. I do not think she could handle seeing a velociraptor or lion right in front of her. He said to her, and Momo fully understood. Her own mother was a little startled at seeing any of those up close and personal. That is why Momo believed Izuku would make a great hero. The most effective weapon against a villain was fear. Izuku tried to rush Momo past his bedroom, but she stopped and looked in. Wow, that is a lot of All Might memorabilia. Momo said as she stared into the room, seeing almost every action figure, poster and other collectibles that had been made. Izuku immediately blushed. looking down at the floor. I really respect and admire him, Izuku said as he tried to defend why there were so many in his room. His mother pipped in from the kitchen. Look in his closet, Momo. You will see at least 3 dozen t-shirts, sweatshirts and pants with All Might on them. Inko stated, deciding not to really embarrass her son by mentioning the underwear in the drawer. Momo decided not to further embarrass him. Walking on, she stopped at the balcony, seeing the ocean just a few blocks away. Hey, can we go take a walk on the beach? Momo asked, and Izuku shrugged. Sure, why not? This being Sunday, there won't be too many people on it, Izuku said as they headed for the door. As soon as they left the apartment, Momo clasped his right hand in her left and interlaced her fingers into his. Riding the elevator down, Momo felt better holding his hand once more. In the apartment with his mother watching them, she felt a little self-conscious about any type of contact with him, not wanting his mother to have further fuel to embarrass him with. That, and she did not want Inko to think that they were a couple. Well, not yet anyhow. Once outside and in front of the apartment building, Momo noticed that the blonde boy and his cronies were waiting. Geez, they are a glutton for punishment, Momo whispered, deciding to just lead Izuku away from any confrontation. But the blonde boy was on the hunt and wanted revenge for her embarrassing him in front of his cronies. Running to intercept them. Look at his Deku and the warped slot that prefers worthless assholes over those that are way superior, Kaken stated with a large smirk. His 2 followers began to laugh. Momo was about to say something, but she felt Izuku shake beside her. Do not call her that, Kaken. Do not ever call her that. Izuku growled angrily as he glared at Katsuki Bakugo. Now tell her you apologize, he ordered, and Momo could see Izuku's expression and it impressed her. She had been right, he would take abuse but would instantly defend her. Katsuki rolled his eyes and glared back. Okay, I am sorry that you are a slut. Happy now, Deku, Katsuki stated and then laughed. What are you going to turn into, a dog and PSS on my leg? That is about all you have. The other 2 laughed hard and then both squealed with fear. Katsuki stared wide-eyed at the thing before him. Momo casually stepped aside and smiled proudly at Izuku, who was now a velociraptor. It hissed, growled at the blonde boy, and he moved back. What the F is that thing? He gasped out. Fear etched his face as it clicked its long sharp claw on the concrete. That is a velociraptor, one of the most dangerous predators from the Cretaceous PRD. Haven't you morons ever seen the movie Jurassic Park? Momo informed the blonde moron Kaken. The other 2 boys had run off. She suspected to go change their underwear. Sheik, you can turn into one of those, Katsuki said in a hushed tone, wondering what else Izuku could turn himself into. Well, I still think your quirk is worthless. Then he stormed off, pursuing his fleeing cronies. He forgot to apologize, Izuku the raptor hissed. Then it started to chuckle, and Momo found it a little disconcerting to hear it laugh. Could you go inside and get me some clothes? The raptor asked her, and Momo nodded, starting to laugh as well. You might want to change into something else. You are drawing a lot of attention, Momo suggested as she gestured to some of the others that were staring and pointing at the dinosaur from around them. Bobbing its head, Izuku changed into a black and white cat. You know, it might be easier if I just did this. She reached down and picked up the cat. It began to purr. Good kitty, she muttered, taking him back to the apartment and setting him down in his room. Then went to explain to Inko why she had just carried a cat into the apartment. A few minutes later, they returned to walk on the beach. I need to find a way to not either start out naked or shred my clothes when I change, Izuku said as they stepped onto the beach. Momo smiled and nodded. I can see that is a major problem, Momo commented. But it was funny with how that Kaken and his buddies reacted. I think those 2 idiots actually said their pants, and Kaken was not far off from doing it too, she stated, and Izuku smiled. To him it felt good to confront them. He wished though he did not have to. But when Kaken insulted Momo, that was not going to be acceptable. So he decided to take her advice and turn into a velociraptor to prove a point. Strolling along holding hands, Momo had an almost overwhelming impulse to do something that she wanted to last night. So she decided to just do it. Stepping in front of him, she took his other hand in hers. Izuku, I am about to do something. I hope that. Oh hell. She had a whole speech she wanted to say when she was about to do this. Leaning towards him, she tilted her head to the right and gently touched her lips against his. The kiss did not last long, only a brief couple of seconds. But it was enough to let him know that she did like him, like him, like him. Stepping back, she smiled at him and he smiled back. If I known that if I stood up to Kaken that it would lead to you kissing me, I would have done it the day we met. Izuku stuttered out happily. Momo shook her head and smiled even wider. No, that is just something I wanted to do. It has nothing to do with that a-hole. I like you, Izuku, and I hope we can continue to build our friendship into maybe something more. Momo said, finishing the speech she wanted to say, but at that moment just wanted to kiss him instead. He nodded enthusiastically. That is fine with me. I like you too, Momo, and I would like to build our friendship into something more. Izuku said, smiling widely. Stepping back beside him, they continued to walk. Then a thought came to her. I was just thinking, have you tried to change into any fish? Momo asked, looking out to see the fin of a shark cutting the surface of the water. He shrugged and he stared out at the open water. Then slowly shook his head. No, I think I might wait a while before I try that. Izuku replied, not sure he would want to change into some type of sea creature yet. Seeing his expression as he stared out at the ocean. Okay, I was just curious. Though I think that might be a good idea. Unless you have a need, I do not think anything like a shark would be useful right now. Momo stated, and they continued to go on their walk. Reaching the dock, they turned around and headed back. It was getting late in the afternoon and Momo had to get home soon. So taking out her phone, she called Chinj to come pick her up. I think it might be a good idea to continue to practice changing into the different animals, find a combination of a way to both attack and defend. She suggested, and Izuku nodded. That is a good idea. Izuku stated, liking having someone to bounce ideas off and making helpful suggestions. As her car arrived, she decided at most she would give him a small hug. I think we need to slow it down a bit. Do not get me wrong, I liked kissing you, Izuku. But I want to really get to know you before we do anything more or that again. Momo explained, and she noticed that he looked relieved. He hugged her back, and as she opened the car door, give me a call later and maybe we can get together and do something tomorrow. See you later, she said to him, and he smiled. Yes, see you later, Izuku responded, and then watched as the car left. When it was out of sight, he smiled broadly, returning to his and his mother's apartment. Fully ready for the inquest that he was about to endure from his mother. Spending almost every day hanging out, Momo found she liked having Izuku as a close friend. She even helped him study for the written hero examination. Soon he would have to take the next part to attend any of the schools. But she really wanted him to attend UA with her. Now in 2 weeks is the practical admittance examination. I think it would be best you go with the big dinosaurs for that. I did some research, and if you are going to do a combination type attack during the test, I would go with first being a Velociraptor, then when needed change into a T-Rex. The Velociraptor can run at cheetah speeds, and the T-Rex has the strength along with the ferocity to cause some real damage against the testing robots. She explained, and Izuku nodded. That is a good idea. I have added a couple more animals into my collection. The Amazon anaconda and the American alligator, Izuku told her, and she wrinkled her nose. What? He asked, and she continued to wrinkle her nose. He found it cute how she did that. I do not really like snakes, Momo stated firmly. In truth, she was a bit afraid of the disgusting things. They freaked her out. He laughed lightly. Okay, I promise not to turn into the 4 types of snakes I have incorporated around you, Izuku said, raising his right hand in the air. Momo smiled and exhaled. No, it is all right, I just have to remember it is you and not a real snake. So how did you get to touch those two? Momo asked, and he smiled back at her. Went to the zoo and asked one of the handlers if I could. I had to explain the reason, and after I showed him that I could change into any animal after I touched it, he let me. Say, do you want to come with me tomorrow? He is going to let me touch a couple other animals, Izuku asked, and Momo nodded. Sounds like a fun date, Momo said, then threw her hand over mouth. Aghast that she just stated that it was a date. They had not specified any of their times as dates. Then with a broad smile. Screw it. We need to just admit it. We are dating. She stated firmly. But we are not to the point that we are a couple yet. She clarified. Saying it but not meaning it. In her mind they were. At the zoo, Izuku led her first to a nearby restroom where he changed into a robe, putting all his clothes in a bag and handing them for her to carry. Then headed to the administration office at the center of the zoo. Knocking on one of the doors, a heavy-set man opened it and smiled. Welcome back. So what animals are you wanting to touch today? The man asked, then gestured at Momo. Who is this? He asked, and Izuku immediately responded. This is Momo Yaoyorozu, a friend of mine. I hope it is okay that she comes along, she just wants to watch. As for what animals, I am not sure, sir. What do you suggest? Izuku asked, and the man was not really paying attention. His eyes were locked onto the gorgeous young girl standing beside the young man. With sudden realization that he was staring at someone that was probably young enough to be his granddaughter, he looked back at the young man. I think the Siberian tiger and perhaps the black rhino to start with. The man finally said, keeping his eyes off the young woman so that he did not make her feel uncomfortable. Momo noticed the old man's stare and she just let it go. She was used to men staring at her, it was something that happened. She knew that the old man was probably thinking about what she would look like naked or some other perverse thoughts. That really did not bother her as long as he did not try to make his thoughts a reality. Gripping Izuku's hand tighter, she then noticed others were staring at her with admiration. Leading Hiwei, the man headed for an enclosure a few yards away. His name is Tony and he is about 1 year old, born in captivity, so he should be docile enough. Stepping near the bars, he held out a large piece of meat. Tony ambled over and once near the bars, Izuku touched the tiger slowly. Stepping back and with a nod to Momo, he changed into an exact copy of the tiger. Wow, that is so impressive. Thank you. Izuku growled in his tiger form. The man took a step back. You know, it is really disturbing to hear a tiger talk. The man stated, and Momo smiled. She was used to it. Before he changed back into human, he heard something that disturbed him more than it did the lead handler. We do talk. Tony said to Izuku, and for a brief second Izuku in tiger form stared at Tony with wide eyes. What, you do not believe that we have our own language, Izuku Midoriya? Well, we do. Stepping closer, Izuku stared at the tiger and shook his striped cat head, wondering if he was actually hearing Tony speak. This is just strange, and I never thought I would be able to speak to you, Tony. Izuku tried to explain so he would not sound rude, but he was totally confused on how he was able to understand Tony. Momo and the lead handler stood there listening, and all they heard was growling and a few grunts from Tony and Izuku. Izuku, are you going to change back to human? Momo asked with some concern. Turning his head, Izuku looked up at her. In a minute, this is really different. I will explain in a minute. Izuku growled in human to her, then turned his head back to Tony. My name is not Tony. I am Ji. I guess the closest translation is Gregor. The real tiger Gregor informed Izuku. Do me a favor, when you turn back into a stupid human, tell Stanley there that I really hate fish. With a small growling laugh, Gregor turned and went back to where he could lay down and take a nap. Izuku turned back into human and grabbed the nearby robe to cover himself. Momo had become used to turning around before he needed to ask. Once he was human again, he started to smile broadly. Okay, something new, and it is really cool. Izuku stated, still smiling. It seems when I am in animal form, I can talk to the animal that I am at that moment. For example, me and Gregor there just talked. Oh, by the way, sir, his name is not Tony, it is Gregor, and he really hates fish. Izuku said to the handler, who stared at him with shock. Now that is really cool. So you can talk to animals? Momo said with a huge smile. Well, only those that I am at that moment. If I turn into a lion, I would not be able to talk to, say, a gorilla. I guess they all have a form of language. Izuku informed her, and Momo chuckled, thoroughly impressed. So on to the next one, sir. I want to see if I can talk to the rhino as well. The handler was more than willing, first writing down on a pad that Tony the tiger was actually Gregor the tiger and that he hated fish. To Izuku's astonishment, He discovered he could talk to animals. Leaving the zoo and after Momo tossed the stack of phone numbers in the trash that she had collected while Izuku was in the restroom putting his clothes back on. "What are those?" Izuku asked as she frowned at the trash can. "Nothing important." Momo replied, then smiled, retaking his hand and interlacing her fingers into his once more. She hated that. She could not walk into a place without at least a dozen young men handing her slips of paper or business cards with their phone numbers on them. What really set her off was all of them saw her holding hands with Izuku. They had to see that she was with someone and they still tried. "Izuku, can I ask a favor?" she asked and he smiled at her. "Of course, anything." Izuku instantly replied, still jazzed about the fact that he could talk to animals. "When we go places together, could you introduce me as your girlfriend?" Momo asked and Izuku stopped and stared at her wide-eyed. A huge smile spread out on his face. "Izuku, I think I need to explain, you did notice when I threw that bunch of papers and business cards away, right?" He nodded. "Well, they were from a bunch of men young and old that want me to contact them. That happens almost every place I go. I am tired of it. Now I am hoping that if they think I am involved with someone, that you are my boyfriend, then they might leave me alone. It would just be for show when you introduce me. I do like you, Izuku, and I want to wait to make sure we know each other completely before we, become a couple." She stammered out, hoping he understood. But in her mind, she was angry at herself. Just admit it, you want to be his girlfriend and be a couple. She thought, then noticed Izuku nodding. "Sure, I guess that makes sense. Though it is a bit true, like you said before. You are a girl and you are my friend. So it works the other way, I am a boy and I am your friend," Izuku said, but his voice had a hint of sadness. Walking on, Momo began to think that perhaps she should just follow her thoughts. Admit that she wanted him as a boyfriend and to be a couple. Not knowing why she was making it so complicated. Arriving at the UA practical examination, Izuku walked with Momo besides him. In the bag over his shoulder was another robe. Momo did not have to take the practical exam since she had been recommended, but she wanted to come and watch him. As they neared the entrance to UA, she noticed a large group of others that had come to take the exam. What somewhat concerned her was that she could not hold his hand and try to soothe his nervousness about taking the test. The school had a zero public displays of affection policy, and that included anyone that walked through the gates. Not wanting to be targeted before actually attending, she had to resist the urge to hold his hand. That in itself caused a major problem to her. At the same time, it resolved into something wonderful. Izuku stepped closer to several of the others to introduce himself, while Momo had to remain off to one side with the other spectators. Thus a problem arose. "Hello there, I am Mina Ishido. Are you here to take the test?" Mina, a pink-skinned and haired girl with yellow eyes and horns, asked as she took his hand and shook it. From the spectator area, Momo noticed the girl smiling as she looked at Izuku. Jealousy roared in Momo's head as she glared at Izuku and then at the pink girl. Wanting to step past the dividing ropes and, well, she was not sure. But it would be violent. She strained in an attempt to hear what either was saying and imagining something that made her blood boil. "Izuku Midoriya. You are one of those that your quirk has changed your appearance and body?" Izuku asked with fascination. Mina smiled and nodded. "That is the polite way to say it, but yes. Another one is that I am a quirk mutation. One of the much nicer, nastier ones is that I am a mutated oddity. I can create acid, from a minor sulfuric to a heavy corrosive type," Mina stated and then pointed at him. "So what is your quirk?" she asked, still smiling at the cute green-haired boy. "I can change into any animal that I have touched," Izuku replied, and Mina's eyes twinkled. "That is interesting," Mina said and decided to forget introducing herself to anyone else. "So we might be classmates and maybe friends," she added with a large smile, and Izuku had to admit, even though Mina was outwardly different, she was extremely cute. Not as pretty as Momo, but a very close second. Then he felt ashamed. He did not know what Momo and he was. But he did feel like he was betraying her by being friendly with Mina and thinking that she was cute. Thankfully, it was time to take the test. Turning, he waved at Momo and entered. Inside, he immediately changed into a German Shepherd dog. casting off the robe near the entrance and sat to await the exam. "Hey, how did this dog get in here?" One of the teachers asked, who Izuku knew was Shodaiwaza. The teacher, who was widely known as Eraserhead, stepped closer, about to usher the dog out the door. "Excuse me, sir, but I am here to take the test. I am Izuku Midoriya." Izuku the dog growled and softly barked as the teacher stared down at him in shock, especially at hearing a dog actually talk. "Oh, that is right, your quirk allows you to change into animals. Okay, I hope you have a better animal to turn into. I doubt that a German Shepherd would be effective against the robots." Iwaza asked with interest. With a dog smile, Izuku decided to change into something bigger, going for the one Momo had suggested he start with, a velociraptor. The teacher took an involuntary step backwards as he stared at the menacing dinosaur that was now hunched slightly before him. Other students, including Mina, stared in slight discomfort at seeing a predator that was supposed to be extinct. "Will this do, sir?" Izuku the now velociraptor asked in a hissing, growling voice. Eraserhead nodded with discomfort upon looking at the sharp carnivorous teeth and the claws that kept tapping on the cement floor. "Very much so. Do not eat any of the other students," Iwaza ordered firmly as he walked away, glancing back to make sure that the thing had not decided to attack him. "AFING velociraptor, exactly like the one from that movie. I think I might watch his progress in the test, see what other animals he can change into." While the other teachers filed out, Mina stepped closer slowly. Say, Izuku, you are not going to eat any of us, are you?" Mina asked with a hint of apprehension. Shaking the reptile head side to side, Izuku replied, "Of course not. I may look like a velociraptor, but I am still human." Izuku the raptor growled in answer. All the other students that overheard them visibly relaxed, but still kept a weary eye on the almost 7-foot dinosaur. 5 minutes later, Izuku the velociraptor ran, his tail straight behind him and his head down for counterbalance. Momo had been right, as he zipped past some obstacles. He believed he must look just like one of those from the movie. Seeing one of the point-level robots, he rushed forward towards it and then in a blink of an eye changed into a triceratops and slammed into it with all 3 horns, basically crashing straight through the robot, coming out the other side dragging wires and parts of the now decimated robot. Each time had been different. Last time he had changed into a T-Rex and ripped the last one apart with his teeth, holding it down with one of his large clawed feet. He wondered briefly if he was being a little too vicious. Changing into a Stegosaurus, he slammed his spiked tail into another robot, hitting it with such force that it flew against a nearby building wall and crumbled into a sparking mess. He wanted the teachers to see that he could change into a multitude of animals. Noticing that it was still moving, he hit the robot 2 more times with his tail. It finally slumped and did not even twitch. Changing into a hawk, he flew high enough to trigger any of the robots out of their concealment. Soaring along, he almost collided into one of the non-point arena trap robots, slipping around its huge metal body. It tried to hit him, he simply evaded the thrashing robot and was about to just move on to find those worth points. Unfortunately, it had missed him completely. It smashed into a mock building, causing debris to fall down towards some of the other participants. He watched as a large section barely missed the girl he met earlier and it pinned her leg under a 3-foot section. She strained against the block, trying to free herself and then attempted to melt it. There was just no time. The arena trap robot was out of control and it stomped towards her. Without hesitation, Izuku flew upwards above the huge robot, then changed into a brontosaurus. Cannonball! He rumbled loudly, coming down onto the arena trap robot with all 4 feet and with all 4 tons, crushing it almost flat. Changing into a silverback gorilla, he jumped down and lifted the block off Mina's leg. "Are you all right?" Izuku asked, and Mina stood and checked her leg. "Yes, nothing seems to be broken. Thank you for saving my butt from that arena robot," Mina said, smiling broadly, now really liking Izuku Midoriya, as he changed into a tiger. "We better get back to collecting points," Izuku said, growling as a Siberian tiger. With a small nod of her head, she walked off to locate more point trap robots. While he did the same, finding another, He jumped on it as a gorilla and then while on top of it, changed into an elephant and crushed that one as well. Sliding off it as an anaconda, he changed once more back into a velociraptor. He had to make up time. Not really sure how many points he had collected. Racing down the streets, he found 4 more robots and easily destroyed them as quickly as possible. Still feeling he was being a little savage, while ripping apart another robot with his bare silverback gorilla hands. 10 minutes later, the buzzer rang indicating that the contest was over and he headed back to the entrance, changing into a small chimpanzee and putting the robe on before reverting once more to human. Another suggestion made by Momo. He felt sticky, hot and dirty. Following the others out, he noticed some were not in a good mood. He suspected that they had been unable to even collect any points. Outside, Mina rushed towards him. "Say, I really appreciate that you kept me from being hurt by that big hunk of tin," Mina said with a huge smile on her face. It would have been an instant failure if the arena trap robot had indicated that she was out of the contest. She owed him big. "Hey, how about I take you out to dinner later as a means of thanks?" she asked, and Izuku shifted uncomfortably, glancing about trying to locate Momo. She had his clothes and he felt a little exposed. As Mina moved closer and smiled coyly at him, he swallowed. He had to admit he was tempted. She was exotically cute and the way she was looking at him made his hormones pulse within him. Then he heard someone familiar clear her throat behind him. He had been so distracted he forgot to look behind him. Leaving the monitor spectator room, Momo headed for the entrance to the exam. She carried the small book bag that had Izuku's clothes, and as she stepped out the door, she saw what she dreaded most. She had seen Izuku save the pink girl from the arena trap robot, and as she approached she heard the girl ask Izuku out to dinner as thanks for saving her. "Over my dead body," Momo thought, feeling her jealousy flame into red-hot rage as she cleared her throat. She interposed herself in between the pink girl that was trying to take her Izuku away from her. "Oh, excuse me," Momo said dryly over her shoulder at the pink girl, holding the bag up against Izuku's chest. "Momo, that is a bit rude," Izuku whispered as Momo wrinkled her nose slightly. Then with a small smile, "I am sorry, let me introduce myself. I am Momo Yaoyorozu and I believe you have met Izuku Midoriya, my boyfriend," Momo stated firmly with a hint of anger in her voice. "Yes, I have. I am Mina Ishido. You know, he saved me in there from being disqualified and I was trying to thank him," Mina said, smiling widely. Momo exhaled sharply and then inhaled audibly. "Yes, I know. I am afraid he will not be able to go to dinner with you because he is taking me out later," Momo declared sharply, then glared at Izuku, daring him to contradict her. Looking back at Mina, Momo still had the overwhelming urge to put her fist into the cute pink girl's face. "Honey, I think you might want to go put your clothes on," she suggested with the same wicked smile. Izuku just shook his head. He had no idea what was going on. But he did see one thing: Momo was not in a good mood. In fact, she was enraged and he wondered if he had done something wrong. Ambling off, Momo watched him until he was out of audible range. "Listen, he is mine and I have no intention of having some other girl swoop in and take him away from me," she stated, her voice etched with enough menace that it even surprised her. "I think you have the wrong idea about me. Yes, I think he is cute and I did want to thank him for saving me in there. But I would never be the type that steals boys from other girls," Mina quickly explained, and Momo visibly relaxed. "I am sorry, I guess I overreacted. He's my first boyfriend. In truth, I had been a little confused if he and I were a couple or not. But I do like him a lot and I guess I want to be in a relationship with him," Momo said, finding herself liking Mina, knowing if they end up attending UA together they could become friends. "It is understandable. Because of my exotic appearance, girls always think I am going to take their boyfriends away from them. Or boys think of me as some type of easy F-. Mina stated, and Momo fully understood. Even here at the UA, she had collected about a dozen business cards from other spectators while in the monitor room. She held them up so Mina could see them. "We have more in common than that we both like Izuku. I seem to collect a lot of these," Momo said, tossing the cards and papers into a nearby trash can, smiling nicely at Mina. How about this, as a means of me apologizing for being such a beach and a way you can thank Izuku? You come with us to dinner. We both could use another friend. She asked and Mina brightened instantly. I would like that. Mina answered, smiling widely at Momo. Talking a bit more as they waited for Izuku to return. He was in the locker room, thoroughly confused. For one, he wondered if he and Momo was for real his girlfriend. She had asked him a week ago to introduce her to others as his girlfriend. But that was just a means to keep others from hitting on her. Well, that is what she told him. Now outside it seemed that she was angry about something and he was not sure what it was. Or if he did something wrong that had caused her to be angry at him. Slipping on his shirt and putting the robe into the bag, he was reluctant to leave the locker room to find out. Peeking outside from the locker room, he hesitated, then walked towards the two girls. It is about time, Izuku. Come on, we all are going out to dinner to celebrate and as a means for Mina to thank you. Momo said, smiling, and once outside the UA, she grabbed his hand, interlacing her fingers into his. Mina walked on the other side of Momo. Not wanting it to look like she was trying to walk besides Izuku. She had some friends from the other school, but she knew it was better to have as many as she could. Especially if they all got to go to UA. Once at a diner, Mina headed to the bathroom to wash her hands. Once the pink girl closed the door, Momo leaned closer to Izuku. Okay, I am done being confusing or lying to you anymore. We are a couple and you are my boyfriend. Plain and simple, know this, not another farce to dissuade others from hitting on me. I really like you, Izuku, and I want to be your real girlfriend. She stated firmly, and then to prove it, she leaned closer and tilted her head to the left, pressing her lips onto his. This time it was not a few-second kiss, not like the other 3 times. No, she kissed him until they both were breathing hard through their noses. Parting slightly, she placed her forehead against his. Is that all right, that I am officially your girlfriend? She asked, hoping that she was just assuming that he did want to be. She had not given him a chance to say anything. Izuku smiled at her. Perfectly all right. I have wanted to be ever since I met you. Izuku stated, not really sure what being her boyfriend meant. For both of them this was all new and a bit confusing. Suspecting that he would have to either ask his mother or look it up on the internet. When Mina returned, he had to go do that same. Wash the dirt and oil from the robots off his arms and face. I'll be right back, he said, standing and heading for the bathroom. Mina smiled broadly at Momo. I saw you two kissing. That did not look like something either of you did before. Well, not that long, Mina said as she sat down, and Momo blushed slightly. No, at most we kissed only for a few seconds. I actually have to thank you. If I had not become jealous, then who knows when I would to be with him. Momo told her truthfully. For the past month, she had been a little confused on what she and Izuku were. She liked him as a friend and ever since meeting him wanted him to be more than just a friend. Well, if we are telling the truth, if you two ever break up, would it be all right if I go after him? Mina asked, and Momo laughed, shaking her head. Do not count on us breaking up anytime soon. I may be confused, but I do know that I do want him as my boyfriend for a long time. Momo looked up and Izuku had returned. No longer with the oil and dirt on his face and hands. Sitting next to Momo, she retook his hand, put it over her shoulders, and leaned heavily against him. They spent the next 2 hours talking, and for the new couple they believed they found a friend. As did Mina. Exchanging phone numbers, Momo and Izuku left Mina at the train station, while Momo called Shinji to come pick them up. It was still early, about 6 p.m., and she decided that she wanted to spend a few more hours with her now official boyfriend at his apartment. Waiting, she smiled at him. It takes about a week for the school to contact those that they want to attend. I know they will inform you, but there is a problem. We might not be in the same class. I am slated to be in 1A, you could end up being in 1B. She informed him, and he shrugged. As long as I get to attend, that will be fine. I guess at most we can see each other after school and on weekends, Izuku stated, and Momo winced slightly. She did not want to just see him after school and on weekends. She wanted him in the same class, mainly to keep an eye on him. If someone like Mina found him attractive, then there would be others that think the same thing. She needed to protect what she knew was hers, namely him. 1 week later, Momo sat on the couch as Izuku fumbled with the envelope from UA. Inko stood nervously behind the kitchen counter, also waiting for him to open the sealed envelope. Feeling a bit impatient, Momo created a letter opener and moved it towards him. "Open that thing already," she commanded as he took the metal opener and slipped it under the edge. Cutting it open. Inside was a DVD disc. Placing it into the player, he pushed the play button and all three watched eagerly as All Might appeared on the screen. All Momo listened for was if her boyfriend was going to attend and what class he would be in. Izuku may admire All Might, but she found him to be long-winded and boring. "I made it. I am going to attend UA." Izuku gasped as he smiled broadly. Though he had not heard yet what class he was going to be in. Momo took the remote and fast-forwarded it past a long in-depth speech and stopped it as All Might pointed to a board that had Class IA and 1B stenciled on it. Staring intently at the screen, she felt her pulse race. Izuku and Inko also stared at the screen. "Come on. Say it." "Class 1A. Momo whispered, wishing that All Might would come to a point and then tell Izuku that he was in Class 1A. The suspense was killing her. Finally, the big hero/teacher gestured under Class 1A. She exhaled sharply and in relief. Grabbing Izuku and not caring if his mother saw, she kissed him. Then they heard the bad news. Another teacher appeared and both recognized him as Shodai Waza. Turning their attention back to the screen, they listened intently. "There is 2 subjects that needs to be discussed prior you attending. I believe I need to inform you that a couple of the evaluators of the test found that you were a little savage while confronting the trap robots. It is hoped that such behavior will be restrained when dealing with live opponents." Eraserhead stated, and then his expression turned even more sour. "It has also come to the school's attention that you have a romantic relationship with another potential student. Please review the no public displays of affection policies and rules while on school campus grounds. These will be strictly enforced. Though these rules and policies are only enforced on campus grounds." The teacher had to specify because legally they could not enforce any such rules outside school property. Any student would have a field day in a lawsuit if the school attempted to dictate what a student could or could not do when not at school. "Congratulations on being selected to attend UA," he said, finishing. The screen went black for a second and then to the menu screen. Looking into the envelope, Izuku pulled out printed sheets and on them was the complete rules and policies for interpersonal relationships. He held it up so Momo could see it. "What do they think you two are going to do while at school?" "Start making out in class," Inko stated with a small smile. She really liked Momo and in a weird way hoped that the two would last through school and perhaps a year or so later. She could almost envision seeing dark-haired babies with green eyes visiting their grandmother. "I think they just want to make sure we are not going to do something that embarrasses the school," Momo said, though she found it a little unnerving that the school knew about them being boyfriend and girlfriend. She doubted that her parents told them. For one, her father was in complete denial and her mother was like Inko, believing that they were such a cute couple. Mina Ishido would not tell. She knew that. The only explanation was the school administration had conducted a thorough check on all attending students, which meant they had observed them for a short period of time, interviewed anyone they could find and researched them intensely. In some ways it felt like an invasion of privacy. "It will be alright, like I said when there was a chance I got into 1B instead of 1A. We can do things after school and on weekends. I doubt they can restrict us from going to lunch together or sitting next to each other in class. We just cannot hold hands or do anything," Izuku stated, and Momo winced. She liked doing the anything, which included the kissing and hugging. Before declaring that they were an official couple, they basically hung out and spent a lot of time together. So them being affectionate was the only real change to their relationship, which confused them both thoroughly, wondering if there was more to being boyfriend and girlfriend. Oh, they both knew there was, but neither wanted to even think about SEC yet. "So how about lunch?" Inko asked with a wry smile. "Any chance on stir-fried chicken with vegetables and rice?" Momo asked with a glint in her eyes. She may have a gourmet chef, but Inko Midoriya was a really good cook and her specialty was chicken with vegetables and rice. The elder Midoriya smiled widely. "If that is what you want. Of course I have already started it." Since it seems you really like it, Momo. Inko stated, and Momo smiled with delight. Standing to help Inko, who waved her off. Nope, all that is left is to combine it and it is done. She stated, reaching above the counter to get 3 plates. As they ate, they talked about how wonderful it was going to be to attend UA and eventually become heroes. Entering the A1 homeroom class, All Might announced his arrival in his customary fashion, declaring, "I am here." He stated, smiling broadly at the first-year students. This being his first time teaching, he tried to remember what he was supposed to do. Instruct the next generation on how to be heroes. Instructing the young teenagers to change into their uniforms, he went to wait for them to arrive at the designated area. Feeling a tad nervous on how he was going to actually teach them. In the girls' locker room, Momo pulled out her hero uniform. Wincing slightly on how scantily it was. "Something wrong, Momo?" Mina asked as she held up her own. The acid quirker had wanted something that matched her complexion, and after looking at the tight uniform she knew that this was not it. "Oh, nothing really drastic, other than I have seen HKs in the red light district wear more than this," Momo stated, slipping into the revealing uniform. "Sheet, if I am not careful my BRSTS will pop right out of this. That, and anyone who wants can get a good look at my butt," she stated, complaining at how it barely covered her. Now she would not mind if Izuku saw her in this, but not the others. Especially that diminutive pervert Minoru Mineta. Oh, she had heard about him, well, more like warnings from the internet. Following the others out of the locker room, she noticed several leering stares from the boys and one of concern from her boyfriend. Slipping into the ultra-tight uniform, Izuku wondered how the seemingly flimsy light blue material would react and either stretch or reduce when he changed into an animal. Some of the new ones he had incorporated for his use were much larger than the Brontosaurus. One in particular, the Megalodon. Professor Henderson was able to find an old tooth of the huge predator, and since the DNA was still in it, Izuku could now change into the 50-foot, over 1-ton supersized shark. The problem Izuku saw was that he could only use it if the water was at least deep enough for him to swim. So unless it was a drastic situation involving deep water, he decided not to even try. Another one was a dinosaur that he had never heard of, but it was another apex predator class. The Sciates Microrum, with its forearms and long snout filled with sharp, deadly teeth. Momo showed him one, or a decent representation of one, again from the 3rd Jurassic Park movie. It was at least twice the size of the T-Rex and it weighed twice the weight. 40 tons of pure savage power. Changing into it, Izuku wondered why it had a sail-shaped fan on its back, but decided not to ask Henderson or he would get a 3-hour lecture all about it. Thus another problem presented itself. With this one, unless there was a lot of room, this dinosaur was just too big. Much like the Brontosaurus, the size made it difficult to move in crowded areas. So Izuku decided that he would mainly keep to the 3 that seemed the most effective. The raptor, Triceratops, and the Stegosaurus. They were all small enough and powerful enough to be used almost anywhere, along with the multitude of animals that were actually still around. Most weekends he and Momo went to the zoo and he spent some of that time conversing with most of them, finding it interesting that with some the older the animal was the more intelligent it was. Much like people in that regard. Heading out following the others from the class to the exercise area, he stopped and stared wide-eyed. Momo was wearing something that made him stare along with every boy in the class. He was somewhat concerned that in that outfit she would draw more attention to her. She already drew a lot of attention, and how limited her uniform was would definitely draw more. "Wow," Minoru Mineta said, slightly drooling as he stared at Momo. Smiling broadly, Minoru looked her up and down and then repeated the process. Stepping closer to the shorter boy, Izuku bent down. "I ever catch you trying anything perverted with Momo and I will change into a Tyrannosaurus Rex and eat you," Izuku whispered menacingly, and Minoru looked up at him. Then shivered slightly, not liking the look Izuku was giving him. The little pervert nodded and walked away. Izuku shook his head and smiled. It had been an empty threat, but he did not like the way Minoru was looking at Momo. Knowing that at some point Minoru would try anyhow to see Momo naked or any of the other girls in the class. The teachers were well aware of Minoru's perverted past and were hoping to somehow curb his indecent behavior. Momo informed Izuku she had the perfect solution and it involved castration. Of course that was after the first time she caught the little pervert trying to look up her and Mina's school uniform skirts with a small mirror. Momo stepped closer and shrugged, which stretched her uniform, really highlighting her sizable chest. "Well, you look interesting," Izuku commented with a frown. "I look like a HKR in this." Momo said, her voice low so no one could hear her but Izuku. "Though they might have designed this so I can fully access my quirk," she added, then looked at him and wrinkled her nose. "Yours seem a little tight. I hope it actually stretches or you are going to be in trouble." "I take it no underwear?" she asked, and his face reddened and she had her answer. Then they saw Mina fidgeting with her costume. "Something wrong, Mina?" Momo asked, and Mina grimaced. "The colors on this thing is really outrageous. Thankfully the front is not as open as yours is, Momo. But it still lets everyone see my cleavage, and it also is so tight that I am worried that I may show a camel toe," Mina replied, her face turning a light lilac as she gestured downward. "Tell me something, Momo. Some of the boys' costumes are perfectly conventional. Why is it that for us girls, it is either perfectly functional like Kyoka's or it is so trashy that we look serious?" Mina glanced over at Izuku, wondering if he knew, but his face was a bright red. Shoto Todoroki overheard and he had the answer. "SEC sells. For the costume creators, they believe that the sexier you look, the more attention you will receive. Look at Midnight in the past or present and Milady. Both have a very large fan base that only are fans due to that those two dress inappropriately as possible," Shoto stated, and then walked over near the others. Momo looked down at herself and shook her head. "Well, I still do not like it." Momo leaned closer towards Mina. "I had planned for the only one that would ever see this much of me is Izuku," she whispered to her friend, and then smiled at Izuku, and he was unsure how to react to how Momo was smiling at him. It was not her normal smile, this one had a bit of mischievousness in it. Inside the mock building, Izuku changed into a Siberian tiger, deciding not to even try for anything larger. For one, the hallways were too confining and he may have to move quickly. Walking wearily besides him was Achiko Uraraka. "So have any idea how to win this?" she asked, her voice a shaking, not entirely used to being this close to a tiger, especially one that talks. "You find the bomb, I will keep Kaken and Tenya Ida occupied," Izuku said in a growling voice, and she was more than happy to do just that. Turning down one of the other hallways, glancing back to make sure that he was not following her. Turning down another hallway, Izuku spotted the breaker box, baring his teeth in a smile. He changed into a silverback gorilla and ripped the box off the wall. The lights all blinked and went out. Reverting back into a tiger, he silently crept down the now dark hallway, hunting for Kaken and Ida. "What happened?" Achiko's voice asked from the earwig in Izuku's cat ear. "I destroyed the lights. I will give me an advantage over them," Izuku replied, then began to use his tiger instincts to locate the two. He could actually smell Kaken, and he could just make out where Ida was talking to himself, along with hearing Achiko creeping silently towards where she suspected the bomb and Ida to be. Now all Izuku had to do is keep Kaken from closing in on her from behind. To do that, he would have to make his angry one-time friend even angrier. After a few minutes, Izuku did not have to smell where Kaken was. He could hear him. "What the happened to the lights? I can't see shit. And crap," the angry voice said loudly. Then Izuku heard a small explosion. "Die ubsrd." Then another larger explosion, and Izuku smiled broadly. Already his one-time friend was getting angrier. It would not take much to fan the flames of that hostility to a point that the other would not be able to fully control himself. Changing into a normal cat, he slipped down the hallway, not making a sound. Nearing the irate Kaken, who was blasting anything that made a sound. Spinning around, he unleashed a blast at a sound of dripping water from a nearby pipe. For a brief second the hallway lit up and then returned to darkness. Moving closer, Izuku changed into a dark-colored German Shepherd. With a dog smile, he stepped up besides Kaken and lifted his leg, urinating on it. Then before Kaken could react, he changed into a cheetah and ran. "What the F dash?" Kaken bellowed, feeling the wet against his leg, then with utter rage. "Motherfucker! You pissed on my leg. He screamed, firing 3 continuous blasts after the now departing Izuku. Running after Izuku, still screaming in uncontrollable anger. Right outside the room with the bomb, Orkako heard the explosions and slightly worried about her partner. Though it was all part of the plan, he would get Katsuki Bakugo to chase him, and during that, she would try to touch the bomb, indicating their win. The problem with that was Tenya Ida made no move to leave the room. Even after the now furious Katsuki demanded Ida to join him in the search for Izuku. She was so focused on possible ways to get into the room and complete the task, she did not notice when a black and white cat joined her. Okay, got him mad. The small cat meowed and Orkako could not help but lightly pet him. Don't let Momo see you do that, she is the jealous type. Izuku meowed and she removed her hand. So what do we do now? Tenya Ida is not going to leave the room. Orkako whispered and Izuku stepped in front of her. This is going to sound mean, but I want you to pick me up and throw me at him. Izuku ordered and Orkako stared down at him. No way. I'm not going to throw a kitty cat. That is just that it is animal abuse. Orkako whispered, shaking her head negatively. Izuku chuckled in a meowing way and stared up at her. Orkako, I am not a real cat, so it is not abuse. Do not worry, I won't stay a cat very long. Now after you throw me, get to the bomb. Izuku told her and Orkako reluctantly picked up the small cat. She did not like the idea of doing something so cruel to such a cute kitty cat. Then with a grimace she tossed the cat with all of her strength. As it soared towards Ida, it hissed and then changed into a 15 to 18-foot anaconda. For a few seconds Orkako stared at the sudden transformation in curiosity, and as Ida squealed with shock, it brought her out of her daze. Touching herself, she floated and then pushed herself towards the fake bomb. Meanwhile, Izuku the large snake wrapped himself around Ida. Got you! Izuku hissed, his tongue slithering out near Ida's helmet. Orkako grabbed the bomb and hugged it to her. Then smiled down at Izuku the large snake. Heroes win! All Might's voice bellowed through the speakers within the mock building. Down the hallways the three could hear Katsuki screaming in rage, saying some really bad curse words that I the writer am reluctant to even write. Outside, Katsuki headed over to a nearby water hose, washing the dog urine off his leg. He glared at Izuku, but a small smirk arose on one side of his face. The side no one could see. Funny death. Very funny. He thought with a bit of envy, thinking back to when he had teased Deku. What are you going to do, change into a dog and PSS on a villain's leg? He suppressed a laugh and continued to wash the urine off. How did you get Kaken to get so out of control? I mean, he was already angry, but you sent him into a psychotic rage. Momo asked, and Izuku smiled at her broadly, glancing around to make sure no one else could hear him. I changed into a dog and sat on his leg. Izuku whispered, and Momo threw her hands over her mouth, laughing hysterically as she tried to muffle the release of laughter. Knowing if any of the others overheard her, they would want to know what was so funny. Izuku! Momo said, wanting to scold him, but at the same time applaud what he had done. No wonder he looks like he wants to kill you. She commented, then finally able to control herself, she had an overwhelming urge to kiss her boyfriend. This is, I want to kiss you so badly right now. If I do, we both get into trouble. She whispered, making a mental note to kiss him as soon as they leave the campus. When it was her turn, she was a little peeved that one she would be portraying a villain, and then really annoyed she ended up paired with Minoru Mineta. Suspecting that the little pervert would at some point ogle and gawk at her, but BT and probably everything else. Even after Izuku's fake warning about eating him. During she caught him 3 times checking her out with drool running down his chin. FNG pervert. She grumbled. Leaving the UA campus, Momo jumped into Izuku's arms and kissed him hard. She had promised herself she would do that the second they were off school grounds, and she generally tried to keep her promises. Mina waited patiently for the couple to be done. They had all decided to go to a new fast food restaurant that had just opened nearby. Something called a Dairy Queen. It was not that far, so they walked. Momo held Izuku's hand with her fingers firmly interlaced with his. It felt good to hold his hand, but she also wanted another night like last night, where she got to sleep cuddled up with him, with her head pillowed on him and his arms around her. Though she knew that would have to wait until the right opportunity. She doubted his mother would allow them to do that again anytime soon. So what do you two think of All Might teaching us? Mina asked as she wrinkled her nose slightly. Well, he seems to know what he is doing. Though I expected a little more knowledge about his fighting styles and tactics. Momo replied. All of the class was probably thinking the same thing. Since All Might was the #1 hero of the world, they were expecting with all his experience that he would teach them differently. Perhaps pass on some of his hero experiences. I am just thrilled to have him as a teacher. Izuku replied, and Momo gave off a short chuckle. Izuku is a serious fanboy. I bet within a week, he is going to ask All Might for an autograph. Momo explained with a huge mocking smile, and Mina giggled. She then decided not to tease him too much, since she was still regretting what she had said to him yesterday. She pulled him closer and kissed him on the cheek. I was just teasing you a little. I like that you are a fanboy. It gives you character, and I think it is cute. Just like I think you are cute. She smiled at him and he smiled back at her. Oh, will you two stop the lovey-dovey stuff? I still have not found a decent boy in school to date yet. Mina said with a small frown. Which was not entirely true, she had narrowed it down to 3 boys. Shoto Todoroki, Mizo Shoji and Hanto Shiro. She had considered for a short time, Tenya Ida. But after he got elected class rep, he seemed to take the role way too seriously. Ah, there it is, Dairy Queen. Mina gestured at the new place with a huge smile. Unforeseen simulation joint. Once again in their hero uniforms, Class 1A walked towards the huge dome. Momo had read all there was to know about this place and really looked forward to actually training here. Gazing fondly at the big blue doors, she smiled. You seem a little happy today. Izuku commented as he adjusted his tight uniform around his collar. He was still not used to wearing something that was nothing more than a second skin. At that point, Momo began to tell him all about the interior of the dome, including the 6 primary zones. What really enthused her was having 13 conducting the training. Much like Izuku's admiration for All Might. Momo had it for 13. I thought All Might was going to be here. Shoto Todoroki commented off to one side and Izuku began to look around. That was what Mr. Iwaza had told them back in homeroom. Stepping towards the main entrance, the doors opened and for the first time the students were able to see the interior of the training dome in person. It was immense, at least twice the size of an American football stadium. The plan was simple and with the support of those disillusioned and dissatisfied with the status quo. Tamura Shigaraki knew that this time they would destroy the symbol of peace. All Might. Kurogiri was ready, as were the 47 others along with the Nomo. All that was left was for him to give the word and Kurogiri would transport them all into the training unforeseen simulation joint and then All Might would finally die. With a small smile, he looked over at his shadowy flowing comrade. It is time. Tamura announced and took a step into the darkness. Without warning, Izuku felt himself fall down into the fake lagoon. Some type of shadow engulfed him and some of the others and then they were no longer at the entrance. As he hit the water, he instantly knew that none of his sea-type animals would work. The water was fresh, not seawater. Noticing the approaching villains, Izuku changed into a 12-foot alligator and with a swish of his tail was outdistancing the villains. Swimming towards the 2 others from the class that were in the water as well, he slammed his hard snout into one of the villains, knocking the man away from Tsuyu Ajui and Minoru Mineta. Get on. Izuku growled and with some hesitation Tsu tossed Minoru onto the alligator's back and then joined the smaller boy. She was breathing hard, trying to control her frog-like nature and its natural fear of predators. But she knew that it was Izuku Midoriya, so she controlled that fear. With another swish of his powerful alligator tail, he swam swiftly for the fake yacht that sat in the middle of the pool. Grabbing Minoru, she jumped and glanced back at Izuku, who changed into a silverback gorilla and climbed up the side of the ship. Once safely on the deck, he changed back to human. Anyone have any idea what is going on? He asked them and both shrugged. Looking out at the other training zones, he hoped Momo was not in danger. Wanting to change into a hawk or a pterodactyl and make sure she was safe. But that would mean abandoning Tsuyu and Minoru to those villains gathered within the water around them. Not a clue. Where did all these villains come from? Tsuyu asked, and Izuku had no idea. Keeping her back to the fake boulders, Momo pulled a long metal bar out of her chest and then made another to hand to Kyoka. Denki was throwing small charges of electricity at the dozen or so villains that had them basically surrounded. Brandishing the bar threateningly, her immediate concern was for Izuku. She knew that her boyfriend would not back down from any of these villains and probably right now was in some serious trouble. Not that her own predicament was not dangerous, but she suspected the worst that could happen to her, and Kyoka was something she really did not want to think about. Denki was another matter. He would probably be seriously hurt if they failed to defend themselves. From the looks that she and Kyoka were receiving from the villains, she knew exactly what they wanted to do to her and the young girl standing next to her. They intend to RP us? Kyoka asked, her voice tight with fear. Momo exhaled and nodded. Yes. But I for one am not going down without a fight. I expect to cripple at least half of them before they get me. How about you? Momo replied, and Kyoka gave her a small smile. That works for me. You cripple one half, I will castrate the other half. Kyoka said firmly, ready to defend herself against those that would do the worst thing possible to a young woman that did not want it. Denki had retreated next to them, not hearing anything that they had just said. So what do we do? Denki asked, and Momo answered him with a vindictive smile. We kick their buttes so badly that they wish they never came here. Momo stated as she held the bar up higher. With a plan formed, Izuku stood at the rail. Once I change into a brontosaurus, you need to jump away as high as you can. I will try to catch you if need be as a pterodactyl. He did not tell them that he doubted that he could fly very far carrying both of them, even as something as big as a pterodactyl. He discovered that the prehistoric avian dinosaur did not actually fly, but glided. But he did not want to discourage either of them, especially since it looked like Minoru Mineta was about to piss his pants. With a nod, he jumped, expanding into a full-size 4-ton brontosaurus. Impacting into the water, it displaced and pushed the villains away. Then, with a thought, Izuku changed into a hawk and flew up to soar next to Tsuyu as she jumped high into the air. Changing into a pterodactyl, he grabbed them and tried to glide towards the safety of land. Minoru came out of his daze and began to throw his sticky ball down at the villains, adhering most of them together. Before crashing into the sandy beach, Izuku changed into his human self and all three hit the ground somewhat easily. He had considered changing into something to cushion the impact, but decided that if he did he might end up crushing Tsuyu or Minoru. Standing, he brushed the sand off him. Are you two all right? He asked, and Tsuyu nodded. Good, let's get back to the entrance. The first thing Izuku wanted to do more than anything else was to locate Momo and make sure she was all right. But from what he could tell, it was more important for him or one of the others to get out and raise the alarm. Ignoring the pathetic pleas of Minoru Mineta to find a place and hide, it was decided to head for the main entrance. I think we all should stay low and not draw attention to ourselves, Tsuyu suggested, knowing that Izuku could change into various flying creatures, but that would draw the attention and probably some type of fire from the villains. I guess that is a good idea, Izuku said evenly, changing instead into a tiger. With the two others in tow, they made their way towards the entrance, and as they neared the sound of a serious battle. Slinking closer, Tsuyu and Minoru slipped into the water so they could get closer. Changing into the alligator again, he joined them, seeing Mr. Iwaza taking on some type of monster. What do we do? Tsuyu asked as she watched the hideous creature pounding on Eraserhead, breaking their teacher's bones. Izuku tensed and glared at the scene. Before anyone could stop him, he began to expand, and now as a T-Rex he roared, stomping towards the creature, slamming his broad head into the monster, knocking it back. At first, Tamura Shigaraki stared in shock at the sudden appearance of an actual dinosaur plowing into his Nomu, knocking the ultimate cure for the death of All Might. With a vindictive smile, he shook his head. Nothing could stand up to Nomu, not even All Might. Nomu, get rid of that thing, Tamura ordered, and with a mighty shove Nomu pushed the dinosaur away. It landed several meters away, and to Tamura's astonishment it changed into a rhino and slammed again into Nomu. Ah, now I understand, it is that one that can take on the form of any animal. The leader of the League of Villains said calmly. Running at full rhino speed into the dark monster, Izuku knew that this thing was a lot stronger than anything he could change into. Even the huge apex predator dinosaur was not powerful enough to keep the thing at bay for very long. Jumping back before the thing called Nomu could hit him, Izuku changed into a cheetah, evading the blow easily. Sliding back and then felt someone behind him. Time to die, wannabe hero. A voice said, looking over his shoulder. Izuku saw the one with the hand-like mask on his face. With a small smile, Izuku changed into something devastating. Lifting the new animal's tail, he let loose with all it could muster. Then changed into a regular cat and ran, spinning and reverting into a raptor. Glad that the predator dinosaur had a different olfactory gland. Because the smell was overwhelming. Several others began coughing and placed their hands over their noses and mouths, backing away from their leader. When the small animal lifted its tail, Tamura had no idea what the creature intended to do. After all, it was not something he recognized. Opening his mouth to gloat, he was suddenly slid with some type of sprayed liquid from the small black and white animal. The smell overwhelmed him, and as some of the foul liquid got into his mouth, he gagged. Ripping his mask off, he squeezed his eyes shut. Bending over, he vomited, trying to get the taste out of his mouth. Laughter erupted around him, and he knew it was not just the would-be heroes but those that came with him. "Shut up. If I discover who is laughing at me, I will kill you," he bellowed, then inhaled and wished he hadn't. Again he puked, and this time it came out of his nose. "And you kill the one that dared do this to me," Tamura screamed, then coughed again. Unable to breathe as he tried to get the horrible smell off his face and out of his mouth. Standing several meters away, Izuku could not help but chuckle. Keeping a weary eye on the Nomu creature, he remained as a velociraptor. Knowing his best chance was to evade the monster until someone arrived that could actually face it. Hoping that All Might would arrive soon. Across the way, Momo concentrated on creating a mesh material many times thicker as a means of protecting her and Kyoka. A plan had been formed, and as soon as it erupted out of her back, shredding the top of her uniform, Denki unleashed his electrified quirk power. Under the mesh, her and Kyoka were safe from the explosion of electricity as it stunned all those around them. "Hey, your BRCS are out," Kyoka said in shock, drawing the mesh in front of Momo so that Denki could not see Momo's naked chest. "It is all right, I will create a replacement," Momo countered, pulling out a matching top of her uniform. Tempted instead to create a t-shirt so she was not so exposed. Unfortunately, the surge of electricity not only caused Denki to short out his brain, but one of the villains had somehow evaded the effects, grabbing Denki Kaminari by the throat. "Nice try," the villain said, smiling broadly. "Now you have a choice, let me kill this one or surrender." He leered at Momo. "Then you and me beaches are going to have some real fun." Swallowing back her dread, Momo tried to think of a way to not only save Denki but to keep from having the sadistic villain from raping her and Kyoka. Nothing came to mind. Jumping to one side to evade a blow, Izuku soon discovered that the Nomu was fast along with being strong. As the blow smashed into the ground near him, he changed into a stegosaurus and slammed his spiked tail into the creature, impaling it with 3 of his spikes. Flinging the Nomu away, Izuku watched as the holes closed and the creature was back on its feet. The only animal Izuku could think of that might stand a chance against Nomu could not do anything on dry land. The water was also out since it was not seawater. As Nomu stalked towards him, Izuku tried to think of a plan. Nothing came to mind. "I am here," a loud voice said from behind him. Turning slightly, Izuku exhaled in relief. All Might had arrived. "Phew, what smells so badly?" All Might said, waving his hand in front of his face as he landed nearby. Changing into a hawk, Izuku flew out of the way, not wanting to get in between All Might and the creature Nomu. Watching the fight, which turned into a full-fledged brawl, Izuku began to think that he needed to continue finding different variations of animals. He had thought that he had found enough, now he knew he had not. especially when faced with different scenarios where having a variation of animals would be advisable. When the other teachers arrived, the fight was essentially over. Unfortunately, the leader, who now smelled so badly that no one wanted to get within 10 feet of him, escaped through the shadowy quirker that had transported the villains into the dome. Flying down, he changed back into his normal human self. Shoto and Katsuki stepped closer, waving their hands in front of their faces, trying to fan away the awful smell that still seemed to remain. "What the F is that smell?" Katsuki asked, putting his hand over his nose and mouth. "That would be skunk oil, Kaken. I nailed their leader with it," Izuku announced, glancing about. The teachers were effectively getting the villains that were still on their feet to surrender. "If we ever face each other again, Deku, do not ever do that to me. If you do, I will kill you," Katsuki stated. Then, as he walked away, he began to lightly chuckle, believing it to be hysterical that the a-hole leader of the League of Villains got sprayed by a skunk. Izuku continued to glance about. He needed to ensure that Momo was safe and sound. Seeing her walking towards him with Kyoka and almost dragging Denki along, Izuku exhaled in relief. "Are you all right?" They both said at the same time. Both smiled and nodded, not caring if he got in trouble or if she did. Izuku wrapped his arms around Momo and hugged her tightly to him. "Izuku, we shouldn't. It is against the rules," Momo whispered to him, not really caring about the rules at that moment. "The rules?" Izuku whispered back, and Momo giggled. Some of the teachers gave them disapproving looks but decided that right now it was not pressing enough to be a stickler for the rules. What was more important was how so many villains were able to get onto UA campus grounds and attack not only the teachers Iwaza and 13, but the students. Arriving the next day for class, all were somewhat amazed that Mr. Iwaza was there. Suppressing a yawn, Momo glanced over at Izuku. They had spent most of the night talking on video chat over the computer. She had not told him about what could have happened if the villains had somehow captured her and Kyoka. Not wanting him to become worried and overly protective. Not really paying attention at first, her focus returned on Iwaza when he mentioned the sports festival. Perking up, she smiled over at Izuku, who was smiling as well. "After class. A whole week to prepare and train," Momo stated with a huge smile. "Do you want to come to my house and train there with me?" she asked Izuku, and he nodded. "How about you, Mina? There is plenty of room, and there is also a fully equipped gymnasium." Mina pondered that a moment. "Are you sure? I would think that you two would want some alone time together. If you know what I mean," Mina asked, and Momo shook her head. "Not during the day. I expect that we all need to train and get ready. Oh, I am planning on spending a lot of alone time with him after training. I was thinking of starting about 9 a.m. every day. Sound good to you?" Momo asked, and both nodded. "Good. See you tomorrow, Mina. Izuku and I have to go to his place for dinner with his mother." She was tempted to ask Mina to come along, but decided that this was supposed to be a date, and after dinner she wanted to take a nice walk on the beach with him. "Okay, see you both then." Mina left, not even upset that she had not been invited to go to dinner at Izuku's, knowing that for them it was a date and an opportunity to spend some quality time together. Training. Riding on the train took a good 40 minutes to get to a station near Momo's address. As she walked, Mina looked at the various other mansions that lined the street, not noticing when Izuku walked up to join her. "It is at the end of the street," Izuku announced, partially startling her. "Geez, these houses are huge," Mina commented, then glanced over at Izuku. He looked at his watch and winced. "Crap. Okay, time to cheat," Izuku stated, changing into a dark brown horse. "Get on," he whinnied, and on of her eyebrows raised in confusion. "The main gate is right there, but the house is a good distance from the gate. At the pace we are walking, it would take us a good hour to arrive. Momo hates it when I am late," he stated. With a broad smile, she hopped up on his back, and he cantered along at a good pace. She gripped the long hair on the back of the horse's neck. "Take it easy, please. I never been on a horse before," Mina said as she gripped the hair tightly in her hands. Even if she was a little nervous, she smiled broadly as he trotted along. Taking about 5 minutes to reach the gate, he touched the call button with his long nose. "Momo, it's us," Izuku whinnied, and the gate opened. Trotting through he made for the house, and Mina now understood what he meant about a far distance. It was at least half a mile or more to the front of the house. At normal foot speed it would take at least half an hour to reach it, and they only had about 15 minutes before it was 9 a.m. 10 minutes later he trotted up to the front step. Momo was waiting with her arms crossed in front of her chest. She looked up at Mina and at the horse, knowing it was Izuku. Don't be jealous, Momo. Izuku figured that unless he do this we would be late. Mina quickly stated, jumping down, and then grimaced. Reaching back she began to rub her butt and her thighs. I'll be thankful you never did that, my butt is killing me, she said, biting her bottom lip as she tried to caress the aches away. Momo started to giggle. I was feeling a little upset that you just rode my boyfriend. But I guess you getting saddle sore is the best punishment I could think of, Momo said, now smiling. Then pointed her right index finger at Izuku as he turned back into human. No more horsing around, she stated, and Izuku stared at her in shock. I know that was a horrible pun, but I mean it, no more of that ever, she declared sternly. Okay, let's get to work. The first thing I want to do is go to the room of death and incorporate every animal there. I need more variety in the ones I change into, Izuku said, and Momo nodded with understanding. Later, for a date, they were heading to a marine aquarium. Tomorrow night the zoo. After he left, Momo guided Mina to the gymnasium. They both wanted to get in a good workout. Changing into tight workout clothes including a sports top, Mina headed for one of the exercise bikes and Momo got on the treadmill. Jogging at a nice brisk pace on the treadmill, Momo looked over at Mina. Mina, I was not really upset or even jealous that you were riding on Izuku when he was a horse. It was just so he knows that I care enough to be jealous or upset. I like the idea that he knows that I am the jealous type, Momo explained as she increased the speed. Mina was still having a bit of trouble, her butt still hurt from being on Izuku's back. Knowing now why people did not ride a horse bareback but use saddles. Oh, like when Orkako Uraraka told you that she unintentionally petted Izuku when he was a cat during that mock training in the building? You told her that it was all right, even though Izuku told Orkako you were the jealous type, Mina asked, and Momo shrugged. Exactly. Though I do get jealous. I have no intention of having anyone take him away from me. Sorry, but that includes you. Actually, to tell the truth, you are the only one that really concerns me, Momo replied, and Mina looked at her in confusion. But I told you that I would not do that. But the second you two break up, I plan on consoling him, Mina admitted, and Momo chuckled. That is not the reason I am concerned. The fact is that if we ever do break up, I doubt that any of us could be friends anymore if you did get with him. I am the vindictive type also and would be extremely angry that you basically slipped in and took my place in his heart, Momo admitted, and then noticed Izuku coming into the large open room. Let's table this discussion when he is not around. I do not want him to know about it, she suggested, and Mina fully understood. For one, it would make him really uncomfortable to learn that the two were talking about if he and Momo ever broke up. So were you able to fully incorporate all the animals in the library? She asked, and he nodded. Yes. From the American red-tailed fox to the African leopard. You know your grandfather was a psychotic murderer, Izuku commented, hoping he did not offend Momo, but he was a little dismayed about how many of the poor animals had been killed, stuffed, and mounted as trophies. Going over to a corner, he sat down and began to consider how to utilize each one. While Momo and Mina talked about other things, mostly about the upcoming sports festival. On the beach, Momo watched as Izuku changed into various sea creatures. Pulling a set of binoculars from her stomach, she smiled with delight as he changed into a dolphin, and once out deep enough she did not need the binoculars. He changed into a huge megalodon shark. Several people nearby pointed and gasped, some freaking out. It is okay. That is just my boyfriend. His quirk allows him to change into various animals, she explained to a police officer that was about to contact the shore patrol. Coming towards land, Izuku shrunk down to a great white shark and then into a stingray. As he neared shore, a large sea lion. Waddling onto shore, he returned to human. Stepping closer, she smiled at him. That was great. Leaning closer, You freaked out some of those around here changing into that megadon. The police officer walked over. Son, I suggest that you do not ever become that big shark again in public. It really startled a lot of bystanders. The cop suggested, and Izuku quickly apologized. Once everything returned to normal, he and Momo strolled down the beach, holding hands. Izuku, do you think that your mother would allow me to stay over tonight? Momo asked. She was tired and wanted to feel him hold her through the night. Izuku wrinkled his nose and exhaled. You want my mother to call yours and tell her you are staying over? I do not think she would really want to do that. Izuku admitted, but knowing Momo, he suspected she had a plan to get around having to ask Inko's permission. It would not take much for her to just snuggle against him and probably fall asleep. Both were feeling the rigors of a very long day. Shall we head back and instead watch some TV? Momo asked, and the two strolled towards his apartment building. Once in the living room, Momo began her devious little plan to stay the night. Placing his right arm around her, she snuggled against him with her feet and legs on the couch. Placing her head comfortably on his chest, she slipped her own left arm around behind him and her right in front. Inko Midoriya, who was sitting on a nearby chair, looked over and smiled, thinking it extremely cute that Izuku and Momo seemed to think they were trying to pull something devious on her. Before the news came on, she was fast asleep, smiling contentedly as she slept. Izuku, after several minutes, looked down and exhaled. Mom, she fell asleep. Izuku said just loud enough for his mother to hear him. Inko shook her head and rolled her eyes. I suspected she would. Tomorrow tell her next time ask permission and not try something so underhanded. I would have let her stay the night, Izuku. So there was no need to be so devious. Inko stated, sternly glaring at him as well. Seeing Momo wrinkle her nose. Pretending to sleep won't work, dear, and I know you heard me. Standing, she chuckled. If you two promise to behave, I will call her mother and tell her that you fell asleep on the couch again. Also, I will allow you two to sleep in his bed instead of the couch. As long as the door stays open and there is no hanky-panky at all. Momo opened her eyes and smiled. Sorry, Inko, I just need to stay the night with him. We both promise no misbehaving at all. Right, Izuku? Momo stated, and Izuku nodded with agreement. I fully understand, Momo. Truth be told, I like having you here. Okay, then go on and go to bed. I will call your mother in a bit. Inko waved them off and went to her own bedroom, keeping the door open, and since it basically looked into his room, they knew she would be keeping a moderately close eye on them throughout the night. Scrubbing furiously, Tamura Shigaraki stood under the flow of water. This was his third shower ever since coming back. At the same time, he was gargling bottle after bottle of mouthwash in a vain attempt to get the taste out of his mouth. Pouring another handful of soap into his hand, he scrubbed himself again. The son of a beach. I ever get my hands on him, he will die. He stated, ducking under the water, and then stepped out. So, Kurojiri, do I still smell? He asked his shadowy comrade. All he could smell was that god-awful odor. The shadow nodded. Sheet. Ducking back into the water spray. I looked it up. It says to fully remove the skunk oil it is advisable to use tomato juice. Kurojiri said, handing Tamura a can of tomato juice. Deciding not to tell the younger man that the skunk oil was actually urine. He doubted that his young comrade could handle hearing that, especially since some of it got in his mouth. Taking the juice, Tamura poured it over him. Wincing at the combined smell of skunk and now tomato. I am going to kill that kid. I swear I will. Just because of the indignity he caused me. Tamura gestured over to the internet. On YouTube, a video was paused. The uploaded video showed a black and white skunk spraying him. What really upset him was that one of his own recruits that had followed him into the dome took the video and uploaded it. That was the height of embarrassment, that someone that was supposed to be supporting the ideals of killing All Might would turn on him like that. Oh, that one dies too. He stated, scrubbing again and hoping that the smell would finally be gone. Kurojiri handed him another can of tomato juice, and again Tamura went into a psychotic rant about killing that shape-shifting BSRD, the one that uploaded the video, and All Might. With her head pillowed on his chest, her left arm drooped over him and her left leg over his. Momo smiled. Izuku had his right arm over her shoulders as he held her tightly against and on him. She once again had borrowed a set of his pajamas, not telling him that she had foregone underwear completely. She had hoped to fall asleep as quickly as he did, but she was a little restless tonight. Indecent thoughts plagued her mind as she looked up at him. Those thoughts made her feel extremely warmed down at her womanhood, and she knew why. She was aroused sexually. She wondered if they were ready for that yet. Oh, she wanted to. It was hard not to consider since she did love him. In some ways she wanted to do it just to prove that she loved him and that he loved her. But she worried that they might not be ready to do it yet. Prior girlfriends that she knew since kindergarten had told her that they had recently had SEC and that it was really not a big deal. Though those were the same, that their biggest concern now was which outfit to wear to school. She did not want SEC to change their relationship, and that could happen. One or both could find that after having SEC, they decide that their relationship was no longer feasible. Momo doubted Izuku would think that, but it was still a concern. She continued to ponder whether it was time or not. You should be sleeping. That is what you stayed the night for, wasn't it? Izuku mumbled tiredly as Momo pulled him closer. Yes, I was just thinking. Momo whispered back at him, not wanting Inko to overhear them. What are you thinking about? Izuku asked in a whisper, and Momo felt her cheeks begin to redden. If and when that we have section, Momo stated, and Izuku stiffened, gazing down at her with a shocked expression plastered on his face. What? Izuku asked a little louder than he intended, looking towards the door to make sure he did not awaken his mother. Izuku, I was thinking that eventually I would like to have section. I am not saying tonight or even soon. But we both know that at some point we both will want to have section. It is all part of being in a romantic, loving and caring relationship with someone. Momo whispered, explaining why she had been awake. Great, now I can't sleep. Izuku mumbled, faking that he was upset. So, I suppose we should talk about this. Let's go out on the balcony so that my mother never hears us talking about this. Momo nodded and slowly got up. Izuku joined her and they went out onto the balcony to talk. Leaning back against the outer wall, the night air was cool and crisp, which finally awoke Izuku to a point where he fully could concentrate. It was a bit of a shock to hear that Momo was thinking that soon they would have section. He had almost completely missed what she said in her explanations. Now awake, he instantly focused on what she had said. I want to know something first. You said, it is all part of being in a romantic, loving and caring relationship with someone. I remember that, especially for a brief moment there, I was too shocked to fully understand that. But now I do. Are you saying that you love me? Izuku asked, and Momo winced. She had thought that he would not remember her saying that. Swallowing, she stared down at the floor of the small 10-foot balcony and nodded. Yes, I love you. Happy now? Momo snapped out, biting her bottom lip. She then looked up at him. The light was not bright enough for her to fully see him, but she could make out his huge smile. He collected her into his arms and held her tightly to him. Say something, you moron. She protested, glaring at him. He smiled and chuckled lightly. Well, I am waiting. She started to get angry and a bit paranoid, worried that he did not feel the same way for her. So do you love me too, or what? She was ready to throw him off the balcony if he did not say something soon. Of course I love you, Momo. I have loved you back when we first went to the zoo together. Why do you think it hurt me so badly when you told me you hated me? In my mind I knew you were having a hard time due to Dotwell, you know. But when you said you hated me, it broke my heart. Izuku said, and Momo leaned closer, pressing her lips against his, pulling him tighter to her. Oh, she could so easily have SEC with him right that moment. But they both were not fully ready to do that yet, especially with his mother ready to catch them doing just that. No, they would have to wait until the right opportunity presented itself. She thought that, but her body was not thinking that as she pressed herself against him and felt her hips gyrate back and forth against his pelvis. It would be so easy. She silently whispered. So easy. Momo repeated. We have to stop. Momo declared, placing her hand on his chest and moving back a few inches. Izuku stared at her with confusion. They had kissed like that so many times, and now she was basically pushing him away. He wondered why. We have to, or Won't have the willpower to not have it right now. She whispered, hoping he understood, breathing in and out in ragged breaths. With you telling me you love me and that I love you, I could so easily want to do it. Momo explained, her heart pounding in her chest, and Izuku fully understood. Then we better get back in bed. I suspect my mother will be checking on us soon. Izuku said, and Momo nodded, then swallowed. You go ahead. I need to take a shower first. Momo stated firmly, noticing his look of curiosity. A very cold shower, she added, heading to the bathroom to hopefully cool her hormones and her arousal. Knowing that it would take her a few minutes, Izuku laid down and pulled out several sheets of tissue from the box that was on his nightstand. He knew how Momo felt. His own arousal was now tent-poling from his pajama pants. Reaching down, he had to manually satisfy the yearnings he had. It did not take long, with the knowledge that she wanted to and the fact that she was just in the bathroom naked. He easily completed his task within 2 minutes. Throwing the used tissues into the trash, he leaned back and sighed with relief. He had to do this several times since meeting and dating Momo. Otherwise he could accidentally roll over, and that could really hurt. In the bathroom, standing under the cold water, Momo sputtered. She wondered if other girls felt this way when they were with someone romantically. She bet they did. Thankfully the icy water was cooling her heated arousal. Otherwise she would not care if Inko caught them. Oh, she wanted to so badly. But it was not the time yet. Her idea was the best place would be somewhere at her home. There were so many places that they could slip away to and not worry about being seen on the video surveillance cameras or caught by her parents. Ducking under the water one last time, she closed her eyes and tried to think of other things other than relenting and having section. For a time nothing came to mind. With a sigh, she finally felt more control of herself. Toweling off, she put the pajamas back on and rejoined Izuku in bed. The week went quickly, and Momo, Izuku and Mina believed that they were fully prepared for the sports festival. For Momo, she was thankful that it had been only that one night that she almost lost control. Izuku was extremely sympathetic, which did not really help her keep her mind of it, since it made her even more attracted to him and love him more. Effing hormones, she muttered, laying back on her bed. With this being Friday night, the three of them had decided to take the weekend off from training. Momo was tempted to have Izuku stay over by sneaking him in after her parents went to bed. Then reconsidered, believing that it would not be a good idea. Not the way she was feeling. So after Mina left, Momo and Izuku spent the time just wandering around the grounds. They made plans to see each other the next day. Glancing at her alarm clock, she exhaled sharply. It was almost midnight and she was supposed to be at Izuku's apartment in about 9 hours. Sitting up, she picked up her phone and began to search for a way to get herself to relax. Maybe get her mind off what she really wanted to do. Exercise. Drink warm milk. Count sheep. Like that ever works. Watch TV. Nothing on this late at night. Exhaling, she continued to go down the list and stopped on something she would never consider. It seemed to be something too deviant. Her finger hovered over the suggestion. Biting her bottom lip, she tapped it, watching the small video inside. Oh, what the hell? Replaying the video, she kept close attention on what the woman was doing. Putting the phone down, she moved her right hand down and slipped her fingers between her legs inside her pajama shorts. She was a little leery about doing something so wrong. Touching herself, she was pleasantly surprised. It did feel nice. Closing her eyes, she concentrated on the feelings, and after a few moments, her body stiffened and she let out a soft Pulling her hand against her, she could tell something was about to happen, and with a louder she let out a satisfied sigh. Removing her hand, she leaned back and smiled. So that is what it feels like to striptease, Momo whispered, feeling a lot better. Undecided if she would ever do that again. Hopefully she thought she would not have to, because sooner or later it would not be necessary. More relaxed than she was before, and after a few moments she fell asleep with a small satisfied smile on her face. Awakening with the same content feelings, Momo looked over at the clock. It was just after 7 a.m., going to the bathroom to get ready. She felt energized. Staring into the mirror, she debated on whether to do her hair the usual way. It took about 20 minutes and half a bottle of hair gel to make it stand up the way she liked it. Brushing it out, she decided to just go as is. While brushing, she thought of how quickly she had fallen for Izuku and vice versa. Yes, it had been almost 2 months, but it amazed her how fast it had been. In the movies, there was always someone that fell for someone else and claimed it was love at first sight. She never really agreed with that. It was basically impossible to become emotionally attracted to someone after just meeting them. But that was what happened. After hearing and seeing him behind the tree at the park, she immediately liked him. It did not take long for her to really like him and then decide that he was the one she wanted. Or it could be just her teenage hormones working in overdrive. Regardless, at this point she did not care. Izuku Midoriya was special to her and she loved him. That was all that mattered. Skipping down the stairs, she decided to skip breakfast and have it at his. She liked his mother too. A whole week and still he could smell that smell. Tamura Shigeroki winced as he tried to get rid of it. At least he no longer tasted it in his mouth. That was something at least. Kurogiri suggested that it might be psychological and that he really did not smell it anymore. He wanted to believe it, but he just could not. The humiliation was the worst part of what had happened. The FNG video of him getting sprayed had reached over 5 million hits. Favorited by that many who now laughed at him. His master had told him that eventually it would be forgotten and it could be used to motivate others to join them. So far that had not been the case. The ones he wanted to join snickered at him and referenced the video. Tamura had been tempted to kill them for mentioning it, but he needed them. All Might needs to die, but not as much as that FNG kid. Tamura whispered mostly to himself. The one that had posted the video had been found and Kurogiri was in the process of bringing him to face the music. This somewhat pleased Tamura somewhat, as he once again scrubbed himself almost raw, valiantly trying to get the smell off him. An hour later he put on his clothes and went to wait for Kurogiri, and when the shadow appeared it cast a man before Tamura. Well, if it is not Hunji Toranki, otherwise known as Whipper. Welcome to the League of Villains headquarters, Tamura said with a sadistic smile. The older man looked up into the red psychotic eyes of Tamura Shigeroki and shuddered. Listen, I am sorry. I never thought it would be so popular. Hunji quickly stammered out. He swallowed back the dread he felt, never expecting that Tamura would find him. After the incident at the dome, he and a few others were able to escape capture. Now he wished he had not. The younger man leaned down to look at him. Oh, so you admit posting that video of me being humiliated? Tamura stated, no longer smiling. You made me look like a total fool. For that I should have had Kurogiri kill you in the quickest way possible. Standing, he smacked Hunji across the temple in rage. You effing jackass, do you know now no one takes me serious? Without respect I am nothing more than a joke. He ranted. Oh, he was going to kill Hunji, but it would be as painful as possible. It would also be recorded and posted. So it would be known, you make him look like a fool and you die. Reaching down, he grabbed the other man's arm just above the elbow, touching him with all 5 fingers. At first Hunji stared at him with curiosity, and after a few seconds, his eyes widened in fear and pain. Kurogiri, start the recording, Tamura ordered, smiling widely as Hunji began to scream. After his arm fell off at the elbow, Hunji prayed it was over. Then Tamura clasped his other arm. Please, no more. Please, I am begging you, Hunji said between bellows of pain, squeezing his eyes shut to try to block out the pain, block out the smell of disintegrating flesh that seemed to waft up into his nose. Hearing another thud as his left arm dropped to the floor. Flopping back, Hunji could not move. The pain and agony was so intense that he could hardly breathe. Tears poured down his cheeks, and when Tamura clasped his hand on his right knee, he began to pray for it to be over. Grabbing Hunji by the throat, Tamura smiled broadly. Within seconds Hunji was dead, his head now joining the pile of limbs on the floor. Stepping back, he began to laugh hysterically. Post that on YouTube. Oh, add a little text that I plan on doing this to that shape-shifting little BSRD and All Might, Tamura ordered, and Kurogiri shook his shadowy head above his shirt and tie. That might not be a good idea. If you do plan on killing that kid, it might not be a good idea to advertise it. Kurogiri suggested and Tamura had to agree. If the heroes knew they might start protecting the little bastard and Tomoro had no intention of putting himself in danger. Kurogiri knew that his young comrade was basically a coward. Unless Tamura Shigaraki had the upper hand, he never placed himself into any type of dangerous confrontations. Yes, that would be foolish. Okay, just post it as is. Let those that mock me see what happens to them if they think they can humiliate me. Tamura stated, heading once more for the bathroom. He could still smell it and he needed to scrub it off. Leaving her house, Momo was stopped briefly by her mother. "Momo, can I talk to you for a minute?" Ashimomo, her mother asked, leading her into the nearby den and closing the door. "I wanted you to know if you want to spend the night at the Midoriyas, you do not need to ask permission. Also, if you want to bring him here for the same reason, then you can." Momo stared at her mother in shock. Her mother held up her right hand. "Now I am not granting you permission to. She paused for a second and glanced back at the door, then back at her. "To have section," she whispered. "Far from it. I just believe you are old enough to make your own choices. Now we are not going to tell your father about this. I doubt he could handle it," she added with a wry smile. Momo could not help but continue to stare at her mother in shock. When her mother reopened the door, it brought her out of her daze. "Thank you, Mom," Momo finally replied, and her mother smiled broadly at her. "I like Izuku, he is good to you and I suspect he would do anything for you," Ashimomo said as she ushered her out the door. "Get going or you are going to be late," she added, closing the door behind Momo. Standing outside for a moment, Momo could not fully believe that her mother was giving permission for her to either spend the night at Izuku's or bring him here to spend the night with her. Though her mother was not giving them permission to fool around. She guessed that would cross the line. Getting into the chauffeur-driven car, she could not wait to tell Izuku and his mother Inko. Deciding tonight would be a good night to spend with her boyfriend. Worried somewhat that she would have the same problem again. It was not time yet for them to do it, not yet. On Sunday morning, Momo hugged Izuku tighter to her. Both talked late into the night about Monday and the sports festival. Unfortunately, they could not prepare for everything. From what they knew, there were 3 events to determine the first, second, and third place winners. The problem was no one knew what the events were. They could be any of the 23 events that could be randomly selected. Mainly the festival for the participants was to show their ability to adapt to different scenarios. The door was shut to his mother's room. Inko Midoriya had come to the realization that if Izuku and Momo were going to have section, there was not much she could do to stop them. Teenagers will find a way, she had muttered to herself as she closed the door the night before. She had the talk with Izuku and made sure he had a box of condoms. He had been a little embarrassed when she handed the box to him, but promised to use them. That basically was all she could do. Getting out of bed in the morning, she was relieved that the two did not seem to have relented yet to their urges. Heading to the kitchen, she started breakfast. The sports festival, the first event. Waiting with a rest, Izuku felt butterflies churn around in his stomach. As midnight announced that the even was going to be a race, he began to consider what animals to use. The rules stipulated that he could not just fly the distance as one of the birds that he could use. So it came down to selecting some that had the stamina and endurance to run around the arena. A cheetah was only good for short distances, the raptor was the same. With a wry smile, he decided upon a horse, a Morgan to be precise. They were the type that could run at a good pace for about 12 miles. But he would be ready to have others in mind for any different situations that might arise. He doubted it would be just a simple race. At a good horse full gallop, Izuku was able to slip by the huge trap robots. The problem he had was now he was worn out. So he had to continue on at an easy gait, which allowed Shoto Todoroki and Katsuki Bakugo to catch up and pass him. Changing into a rabbit, Izuku was able to make up the distance. At the next obstacle, he switched to a chimpanzee and crossed hand over hand to the other side. Shoto and Katsuki were far out ahead now. Crap, I overdid it with the robots. Izuku gasped for breath, reverting back to human to rest a moment. Looking over to see others approaching, he realized could not stay. Changing into a greyhound dog, he walked along needing to at least come in third. This whole festival was about proving yourself, and he needed to do just that. At the last obstacle in the race, he paused, trying to think of something that could make it across the minefield and not set any of them off. The ground was sandy, so the choice was easy. Slithering now as a diamond-back rattlesnake, he crossed the expanse without touching off any of the mines. But the pace was slow, and Shoto and Katsuki were far ahead of him. What is light enough not to set off the mines, but fast enough to get across quicker? Going through the entire list he had access to, he winced. He hated turning into any type of insects of spiders. Mainly due to that, he hated the creepy crawling things with a passion. Swallowing back his disgust, he changed into a camel spider. Now he was able to move faster and still not set off the mines. At the edge of the field, he saw with his multitude of eyes that Katsuki and Shoto were neck and neck to the finish line. Changing into his human form, he shivered. Yuck, 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 he said as he closed his eyes, trying to forget the sensation of being something so disgusting to him. Finally able to think straight, he changed once again into the greyhound and ran towards the finish line to come in third, with Katsuki Bakugo in first and Shoto in second. Going off to one side, he waited, hoping that Momo made it, which she did with Minoru Mineta secretly on her back. Able to take a short break, Izuku leaned against a nearby wall. He was still having trouble with the thought of turning into that spider. Noticing him standing off to one side, Momo joined him, staring at him with concern. "Are you all right?" she asked, and he gave her a half smile. "No, not really. I had to change into a camel spider," Izuku replied, still not liking the sensation of doing that. Momo smiled and shook her head. She knew all about Izuku's dislike of insects and especially spiders. She almost had to force him to go to an entomology lab so he could incorporate different insects into something he could use, forcing him to touch the different variations of spiders and insects. "Told you they would come in handy," Momo said in a gloating tone. Then noticed his expression and she had to laugh. "Oh, come on, Izuku, you know I hate snakes, but I do not turn into a wuss when you do change into one. So it should be the same for you." She hated to tease him that way, but he needed to keep his mind on the sports festival and not the discomfort he felt about changing into a simple, ugly but disgusting spider. "I am never doing that again," Izuku stated firmly, wishing he could somehow remove the insects and spiders from his ability to use them. So far it seemed that there was no limit and no way to remove any of them. "Well, come on. They are about to announce the next event." Momo took his hand and gave it a reassuring squeeze. Then before anyone could see, she released it and they walked together to wait for midnight to announce what the next event would be. The chariot contest. With Momo at his side, Izuku and after Mina had joined them. The three began to consider who else they asked to join their team. He had already picked the perfect animal to use for the event. Now all they needed was one more to ensure that they did win. "Deku," Katsuki said from one side, walking up to him and Momo. "I am not asking you. I am telling you, I am going to be on your team," he declared, and Izuku stared at the explosive Quirker with shock. "Wait, you want to be on our team, Kaken?" Izuku asked, still reeling, glancing over at Momo and Mina to confirm he had heard Katsuki correctly. The two girls both stared wide-eyed and nodded. "Yes, you idiot. Look, Deku, you probably have an idea on what beast to use in this. I suspect it is one that will make it almost impossible for anyone to get too close. With the acid chick and me to drive them away from your butt. That leaves your girl there to sit on you and keep the headband safe, while trying to grab one of the others," Katsuki stated firmly. "Would this have to do with that your band is worth a lot of points since you came in first?" Momo asked, and Katsuki glared over at her, then nodded. "Yes, it does. Now I am not going to lose, so get it through your heads, I am joining your team." Katsuki smirked and looked back at Izuku. "So what animal are you going to change into, Deku?" he more like demanded than asked. With a small smile, Izuku leaned forward and placed his palms onto the arena ground, growing in size dramatically and spouting a long tail for balance. It actually only took seconds, and now standing before them was a full-size triceratops. Katsuki stared at Izuku, the horned dinosaur. Effing awesome, he said with a short laugh. Momo, it is your turn, Izuku said in a low grunting voice. Momo stepped closer and began to walk around the dinosaur that was about the size of an elephant. With an audible exhale, she began to create a few necessary additions. One being something to keep Mina and Katsuki from falling off. With help they strapped the two seats just behind his back legs. Walking towards the front, she made a saddle to be used on top of him. Now done, the three mounted. This is FNG. Awesome, Katsuki repeated as he experimented with how he was seated. He had full ability to protect the side from anyone that might try to get close there. On the other side, Mina had the same ability. One problem I need to make you all aware of. In this form I am not that fast. I can probably run about 2 miles per hour for short distances, Izuku told them in a low grunting voice. Who cares, you are FNG tank right now, Deku, Katsuki said loudly. Let's kick some serious butt. Charging forward, Izuku thrashed his Triceratops head back and forth, while Katsuki and Mina kept the others at bay from the sides. All of the others were targeting them, trying to get close enough to grab the headband off Momo's head. This is not working, Izuku grunted as he forced back Shoto Todoroki's team, which consisted of Tenya Ida, Eijiro Kirishima and some girl Izuku had never met before. But she had an impressive figure almost as nice as Momo's. On the other side, Mizo Shoji had Tsuyu Azui and Minoru Mineta concealed within his appendages. Tsuyu's tongue kept lashing out from nowhere, attempting to grab the headband. Go for something bigger and meaner, Momo suggested as she used one of the shields she created to block Tsuyu's long tongue. Hang on everyone, Izuku grunted and he began to expand. His front legs retracted and his head grew bigger. Sharp teeth replaced the stubs of flat teeth. With a roar, he became a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Hearing someone cheer off to the right, "It is about time you did that," a voice declared, and another group of 4 rushed forward. Izuku did not feel but saw an unknown student from Class 1B reached out and touch his flank. The group then retreated and the blonde boy started laughing. With your quirk I can now change into a T-Rex too and then get your headband, the boy announced, and then after several moments he frowned. What the F dash? Why can't I turn into anything? He demanded, barely noticing when Shoto took his headband, while Izuku batted another group away with his long tail. Time ran out and Izuku slumped on the ground, breathing hard and sweating. He had to keep on the move to avoid all of those that wanted the maximum point headband that was worn by Momo. But with the help of Mina and even Katsuki they had been able to retain it. Now it was time for an extended break before the next event. Are you okay? Momo asked as she helped him up. He nodded. I could really use a shower and a drink. Thanks for helping me up, Izuku replied, breathing hard and letting Momo guide him over to the nearby water cooler. His arms and legs shook. Hey, I got to take care of my boyfriend, don't I? Momo stated, handing him a cup of water. For those that ran around the arena, it taxed their physical endurance. Even in his animal form, Izuku had to do most of the work. Looking about, she noticed a single person stalk up towards Midnight on the podium. Midnight, I call foul. Nito Minoma yelled up at her. That one there cheated. I want him and his team disqualified, he declared as he pointed at Izuku. This caught the attention of everyone in the arena, including the spectators. How did Izuku Midoriya cheat, Nito Minoma? Midnight asked, and the blonde sneered. My quirk allows me to copy anyone that I have any contact with. I touched him and was unable to change into any animals, Nito said as he gestured with his hands wildly. So he must have cheated, there is no other possible explanation. With an audible exhale, Izuku weakly walked up to the podium and stood beside the irate student from Class 1B. I can answer that, ma'am, Izuku said, and Midnight smiled down at him. Please do, Midnight instructed him, and Izuku shrugged. It is simple, he may have copied my quirk, but he had not touched any animals after he did, so he had none to change into. My quirk needs to incorporate the DNA of an animal before I can change into it, Izuku stated, and the other students stared at him with a blank expression on his face, clearly not understanding. If he had touched me again, Then perhaps he might have been able to change into a T-Rex. I do not know, it depends on how his quirk actually works. He leaned closer. Next time, jackass, make sure you know about someone's quirk before you try to copy it. Izuku whispered to Nito, who glared at him menacingly. I declare there is no foul. Midnight announced and Nito stalked off in anger. Still convinced that Izuku had cheated somehow. Really not liking that others were pointing and laughing at him, including some from his own class. Momo suggested that Izuku take a shower and then join her in the food court. Going to the food court, she found Mina, Toru, Achiko, Kyoka and Tsuyu all sitting at a table looking concerned about something. Hey, what's wrong? She asked and Mina frowned up at her. We just found out that we are supposed to put on cheer squad uniforms and conduct a cheer. None of us knew about that. Mina stated with alarm. We do not have the uniforms and all of us are worried that we could get into trouble. She explained and Momo smiled. I can make them. Let's go to the locker room. Momo said and the 5 others smiled up at her happily. Leading the way, she paused a second. Hey Shoto, could you tell Izuku that I will back in a little while? She asked him and he nodded. Inside the locker room, she created the 6 cheerleader uniforms to match those from the actual cheerleaders. Removing her school uniform, the others followed suit, and soon they were all dressed in cheerleader uniforms. This is great. You know, I always wanted to be a cheerleader in school. But I never made the cut. Toru said happily, admiring herself in the mirror. Not me. It might have been different at your school, but at mine the cheerleaders at my school were nothing but spoiled beaches. Achiko commented, thinking back and remembering how those that were cheerleaders strutted around the school, acting like nothing more than HKs. Okay, I guess we should get this over with. She added with an audible exhale. Not too pleased about how the uniform looked on her. Kyoka did not look too pleased either. I agree, I want this over with as soon as possible. Kyoka said tight-lipped. The uniforms on the others really highlighted their assets, while on her it just showed that she had small BRST and butt. She felt plain compared to Momo, Mina, Turo, Orkiko and even Tsu. They all were poking out in the right areas. Heading out of the locker room, none of them noticed Minoru Mineta and Denki Kaminari chuckling while gawking at the 6 girls from their class. I should have told them that Mr. Iwaza wanted them to be in bikinis. Minoru said with a huge wolfish smile. Denki shook his head. I doubt that they would have fallen for that. Come on, I want to be out there if they start to flaunt themselves about like real cheerleaders. Denki said, gesturing towards the arena. Walking into the food court, Izuku felt better. While showering, he began to chastise himself for not keeping his own stamina and endurance up, relying too much on being able to change into animals. Never realizing that the animals he could change into worked off his own strengths and weaknesses. So after this he would start physical training, wanting to be stronger and be able to use that to make his animal forms better. Glancing about, he found it strange that Momo was not waiting for him. Not noticing Shoto walk up to him. Oh, Momo Yaoyorozu asked me to tell you she will be back in a little while. She and the other girls went to the locker room for some reason. Then into the arena wearing cheerleader uniforms. Shoto told him and walked towards the arena. Just in time to see Mina flop onto the ground, tossing her pom-poms aside. I fell for one of Mineta's and Kaminari's stupid perverse stunts. Mina stated in despair. Utterly humiliated over what had happened. She felt even worse since she had convinced the others to participate, not knowing that Mineta and Denki had fooled her into believing that Mr. Iwaza wanted them to dress as cheerleaders and rally some spirit for Class 1A. Off to one side, Mineta and Denki smiled broadly, enjoying seeing the girls in the tight cheerleader uniforms that highlighted all of the girls' bodies spectacularly. Walking off back towards the locker room, Momo did not look too pleased at being tricked. Approaching Izuku, she winced. Poor Mina. She feels responsible for us making fools out of ourselves. Momo said, her own cheeks turning a bright red. After a few moments, Mina stood and followed. Her face a bright lilac color. Izuku would usually be set at Mineta and Kaminari for making a fool out of Momo and the rest of the girls. But he had to admit Momo looked really nice dressed as a cheerleader. Why are you smiling? I thought you would be angry enough to kill those 2 for doing this? Momo asked, and Izuku shrugged. I should be, but you look really great. Izuku admitted, and Momo smiled. Oh, you think I look good dressed like cheerleader? Momo leaned closer so no one could overhear her. Maybe I will keep this and model it just for you sometime. She whispered. Shoto had moved over besides Mina and was talking to her softly. Neither Momo or Izuku could overhear, but they believed he was trying to provide Mina with some encouragement. I think Mina has found herself someone. If all works out, we might have a couple to go on dates with. She whispered and smiled broadly. Izuku decided to at least visibly chastise Minoru and Denki, glaring over at the two, who were still gawking at the girls, whispering back and forth about different perverse details, up to the point that Minoru saw Izuku glaring at him. Oh shit, I forgot. Denki, you need to take the blame for this. Tell everyone it was your idea. Mineta said to his friend in near panic. Denki looked down at Minoru. But it was your idea. All I did was help, so it sounded convincing. Denki stated. He was confused. He thought Minoru would announce to everyone that it was his idea and want full credit for having the girls dress in cheerleader uniforms. You do not understand. Izuku Midoriya said he would turn into one of those dinosaurs and eat me if I ever did anything perverse with Momo Yaoyorozu. He never warned you, so he can't do that to you. Minoru said in panic. He actually did not plan for Momo to be a part of this. That is why he tricked Mina. Now his whole scheme had backfired and he was afraid that Izuku would seek some type of revenge. Why should I take the fall on this alone? Denki asked in fear that Izuku would do something to punish them for humiliating Momo Yaoyorozu. Izuku knew his displeased glare was enough for now. Later he would take both Minoru and Denki aside, tell them not to ever do something like that again. Well, I better go put some clothes on. Momo stated, tossing her pom-poms into a nearby trash can. We have some time left before the next event, so I will meet you at the food court. Oh, order me something, I am starving, she said, walking away. Noticing that Mina was no longer feeling so devastated. Instead, she was seated next to Shoto, talking softly. The last event. Unfortunately, Momo lost to Fumikare Tokoyami. Now it was Izuku's turn. Standing across from Shoto Todoroki, mentally going through what animals he could use against someone that could use ice and fire. At the moment midnight told them to begin, Izuku changed into a woolly mammoth, hoping that the well-insulated behemoth could somehow counteract Shoto's ice. Fully ready to switch to something agile to avoid Shoto's fire. When Shoto sent a wall of ice toward him, Izuku simply lowered his head and crashed through it, stomping towards Shoto in hopes of driving him off the platform. Unfortunately, he could not veer to follow Shoto as the other jumped aside. The mammoth had physical power, but could not maneuver too easily. Sliding to a stop, Izuku changed into a Siberian tiger and lunged at Shoto. Again, the other was able to avoid him, while sending up another wall of ice. This confused Izuku, since Shoto had not used his fire. If he did not soon, Izuku knew that he could eventually defeat him. At some point, Shoto would not be able to avoid one of his attacks. With a roar, he jumped high into the air, descending upon the other, changing into a python. Again, Shoto avoided him, but this time just barely. Shoto, you need to ussy your fire if you have any hope of beating me, Izuku said, hissing as he landed, slithering around and changing into a raptor, tapping his long claws on the platform. Shoto shook his head. No, I am not using my father's power, Shoto declared, throwing another wave of ice at the menacing preparatory dinosaur that easy jumped over the ice and began to stalk towards him, hiss growling. It is not Endeavors's power, it is yours, the raptor growled, and Shoto again shook his head. Forget your father, be yourself. Momo in the A1 student seats frowned as she shook her head, wondering why Izuku just did not end this, win the challenge and stop toying with Shoto. Instead, he was trying to convince Shoto Todoroki to go at him all out. In a minor way, she was slightly annoyed, but she was more proud of her boyfriend. Watching as Izuku the raptor leaped towards Shoto, and he used a barrier of ice to block the incoming lunge. He was running out of time, no longer able to fully use his quirk. Not prepared for Izuku to change into a polar bear and smash the ice with one of its huge paws. I am sorry, Shoto, But if you are not going to use your full power, then I have to end this and win. The big huge white bear growled and Shoto had no choice. With his left hand he sent a wave of fire, knocking the polar bear back. With a howl of pain, Izuku switched to an ankylosaurus hoping that its armored skin could provide him with some protection from the flames. I am sorry Izuku, but you are right. I also need to win this. Shoto stated firmly, firing another blast of flames that slammed into the armored dinosaur, engulfing it in flames and knocking it back. Izuku closed his green dinosaur eyes and tried not to feel the intense heat that was surrounding him. Even with heavy armored scales he felt the pain. The barrage of fire blasted him off the platform and slammed him into the wall. Sliding down, he reverted to human. Most of his school uniform had been burned away and Shoto could see red burns on Izuku's arms and chest. Grimacing, he quickly moved to make sure that his friend was not seriously hurt. Midnight had joined him and Momo was not far behind. He will be alright. Recovery Girl can heal most of those. Midnight said as she motioned for the stretcher droids to come take Izuku to medical. Momo glared at Shoto evilly. He told me to go all out. Shoto said in a low, barely audible voice, feeling a little ashamed for burning Izuku at all. Following the stretcher, Momo had small tears roll down her cheeks, her face etched with concern. Not allowed to follow him into the room, where Recovery Girl began to heal some of the more serious burns, applying first aid cream and bandages to the minor ones. Almost an hour later, Recovery Girl granted Momo entrance. Standing over him, she winced. Both his arms were wrapped in bandages and he had a couple on his face. I hope you are happy with yourself? Momo asked as she glared down at him with displeasure. What possessed you to antagonize Shoto Todoroki enough for him to use his fire side of his quirk? She demanded angrily. I wanted him to go full out, give it all. Izuku replied, trying to smile up at her, but one of the bandages tapped to his face did not let him. Recovery Girl said I would be fine by Wednesday if I rest. He added, hoping to lessen Momo's anger somewhat. It did not work. She had planned on them having a private celebration tonight and now she had to delay her plans. Though it did give her an opportunity to ask her mother about something she was not sure of. Neither of them knew that Katsuki Bakugo won first place in the sports festival. Well, it was stupid, idiotic, and... Before Momo say more, she noticed that he had passed out. Frowning, she leaned down and kissed him lightly on the lips. You know, you really screwed up what I wanted to do later tonight. She whispered, feeling slightly annoyed that her sleeping boyfriend was going to be incapacitated for a couple of days. With an audible exhale, she first checked with Recovery Girl about him and then left. She needed to talk to her mother. Returning home, Momo was not exactly happy that Izuku had been injured. It would delay her plans. She wanted tonight to be the night that they did it. But now with him injured, that was impossible. Her exact plan was to talk to her mother and find out how to do it and then sleep over tonight. Now she could not do the second part until he was physically able. Finding her mother sitting in the den with her father. Mom, can we talk again privately? Momo asked her mother, and the elder woman stood from her chair, leaving her father confused and curious at the same time. Going up to Momo's room, she shut the door. Mom, I want to have a see with Izuku. She blurted out. Her mother stared at her and exhaled. I would suggest that you wait until you are older. But I doubt that you are going to. Ashimomo stated, knowing that if Momo has decided to do something, there was not much to be said to talk her out of it. Actually, she was surprised that they had not yet. Okay, I am guessing there is a problem. Momo nodded and bit her bottom lip nervously. I know the general idea on how, I do not know how to get him to. Momo tried to word it right. She had looked it up on the internet and from what she could tell it seemed simple enough. The problem was both she and Izuku were sort of new to that. Before her mother could answer, there was a knock on the door and it opened. Her father Tachanaka stepped in. What are you two talking about? Tachanaka asked as he looked from Momo to his wife Ashimomo. It is none of your concern, Tachanaka. Ashimomo replied, then gestured for him to leave. Instead he shook his head. Whatever happens in this house is my concern and I want to know what you are talking about. Tachanaka said sternly and Ashimomo stepped closer. If you do not leave this second, I will tell you exactly what we are talking about, and trust me, you really do not want to know. Ashimomo declared, and Tachanaka stared at her a moment. He knew that could entail a number of things, including young woman issues, such as the time of the month discussion or something more dire than that. Section. With a subtle nod, he almost ran out the door and shut it behind him. Heading back to the den, Ashimomo looked down at her daughter and began to tell Momo what she needed to know. Being able to return home, Izuku felt like sheet. His whole body felt stiff and sore. Of course, that might have been the fact that he had slept almost 14 hours straight, and the only reason he woke up was that he had to pee so bad that it felt like his back teeth were floating. After hugging his mother and confirming that he was all right, he headed for his own bed. Recovery girl insisted that he rest for at least another day. First, though, he texted Momo to tell her that he was home. Izuku knew that sooner or later she would come over to really yell at him. Receiving a reply, informing him that she would come visit tomorrow and that he needed to get some rest. With a smile, he laid down, surprised when he fell asleep. Arriving at the apartment building the next day, Momo knew that Izuku would be in no shape for anything physical. Not for at least a week. The school, in its infinite wisdom, decided to give the students 2 days off to recuperate, and on Thursday they would be given the opportunity to come up with their hero names. After that, the real fun begins, being assigned to different agencies as interns. Once inside, she immediately started to repeat her protests over him being injured so badly. Hero names and the arrival. Sitting at her desk, Momo was not too happy. She only got to see Izuku for a couple of hours the day before due to that he was still extremely weak and tired. Now as she gazed over at him, he still looked just as tired. Healing from his fight with Shoto had taken a lot out of him. So once again there was a delay on them having section. That is what really annoyed her. When Mr. Iwaza entered, he immediately received all attention from the students. I have an announcement. There is going to be another student joining this class. Yes, normally for a new student to come to this class, one of you would be transferred to class 1B. This is not the case this time. With that, he nodded towards the door and a blonde girl stepped inside. Every boy stared at her wide-eyed, even Izuku, which thoroughly set off Momo. Put your eyes back in their sockets. Momo whispered to Izuku, who blinked and looked over at his now angry girlfriend. Sorry, Momo. Izuku quickly stuttered out. The extremely beautiful blonde girl moved to the front of the class and Mr. Iwaza continued. This is Melissa Shields, and as most of you might have noticed, she is from the United States. Iwaza stated. All right, Miss Shields, you will find an extra desk and chair in the closet. Place it anywhere that you find room. He gestured with his head to the closet in the corner, and Melissa followed his instructions. Noticing a very short boy with ball on his head smiling broadly and pointing to a spot next to him. Something about the way the boy leered at her made her nervous. Then her eyes fell onto a nice-looking boy with green hair seated towards the back. With a small smile, she placed the desk beside him, which to her surprise drew a hardened look from the dark-haired, well-endowed girl on the other side of him. Now that is done, it is time to choose your hero names. Midnight will be coming to judge whether they are acceptable or not. He then left and the class waited for Midnight to arrive. Trying not to be jealous, Momo exhaled roughly. All the places, and she sits right next to Izuku. She said to herself as she stared at the new girl. Oh, of course she has to be extremely pretty and built like a supermodel. She added in her thoughts as she glared at Izuku to make sure he behaved himself. Melissa turned towards Izuku. Hello, I am Melissa, and you are? Melissa asked, and Izuku smiled. I am Izuku Midoriya, and this is Momo Yaoyorozu. Izuku replied and gestured over at Momo. His girlfriend. Momo stated immediately, making sure that Melissa knew exactly who she was and what she was to Izuku. Melissa smiled sweetly over at her. I suspected as much. Actually, my uncle told me that you two are a couple, and that is why I sat here. Melissa said, and that drew both Momo's and Izuku's attention. Who is your uncle? Izuku asked before Momo could. All Might. Well, he is not my real uncle. More like an adoptive uncle. Melissa explained, not telling them that she also just inherited one for all and was brought here to learn how to control it completely. Everyone in the class stared at her with complete interest. The others were paying close attention at Melissa's last statement about her being All Might's adoptive niece. Everyone wanted details. I hate to point this out, but you seem a little old to be in this class, Momo said, and Melissa chuckled. Well, the truth is I already graduated high school 2 months ago. I am here just for the training to be a hero, Melissa replied, and she knew that everyone was wondering just how old she was. So with a smile, I just turned 18 last month. So I guess I am at least 2 years older than some of you in this class. Normally, it was unheard of for someone to go back to school that had already graduated one of the normal high schools. But All Might only recently decided to pass one for all on to her, mainly due to that he could find no one else that he felt would embody the very essence of the power. Though Melissa suspected that he was reluctant because he did not want to actually give up being known as the #1 hero and symbol of peace. Passing on one for all eventually meant he would have to retire. Momo and Izuku wanted to know more, but at that moment Midnight came into the room. It was time to select hero names. Walking up to the front of the class, Izuku held his idea for his hero name. He had actually come up with 3 others, but this one was exactly what he believed was perfect. Holding it before him. So what name have you come up with? Midnight asked, and Izuku smiled. Manimal, Izuku announced, and Midnight nodded. That is perfect. It has a good sound to it and definitely lets everyone know what you are, Midnight said, then gestured for the next student to step up. After everyone had selected their names, except Melissa. She would need time to think of a name that suited her. Okay, I have the lists of agencies for your internships, she stated, starting to hand them out. Each of them were somewhat pleased on what agency that they applied to. Except Momo was hoping that Izuku would be at the same agency as she was going to. But she doubted that Iwabumi would want him as an intern for the week. Glancing at his, she frowned. He was going to the Oki Mariner agency. Later she discovered that Tsuyu Azui was also attending Oki Mariner. That worked for her, since she could ask her friend to keep an eye on him for her. Believing that Izuku tended to get into trouble a lot. Walking down the hallway, Melissa found herself liking Izuku. His personality and the fact that he was cute made it easy for her to like him. But she also knew that if she tried to do anything, Momo Yaoyorozu would probably be extremely sad. As Melissa headed towards the Department of Support Labs, she refocused her thoughts on the immediate problem. Every time she tried to use one for all, it hurt and caused a great deal of pain. She needed to create something to reduce the stress of using one for all, especially in her arms and legs. She was somewhat surprised to find Izuku and Momo waiting outside the door. What are you two doing here? She asked, and Izuku pointed to a bluish-colored suit. Mei Hatsum and Powerloader asked me to stop by. Something about it. New hero suit that I can use in my animal forms, Izuku replied, and then glanced over at Momo. We have dinner plans for tonight, so it is just easier that Momo tags along, he added, and Momo wrinkled her nose at Melissa. Not too pleased about the way Melissa asked why they were here. I watched the sports festival and I noticed that your school uniforms seem to not work that great. Does that one work more efficiently? Melissa asked, and Izuku shook his head. It is a lot better. This one can stretch to accommodate some of the bigger and smaller animals that I can change into. The school uniform has a limit, like when I changed into that snake or that spider. I almost lost my uniform. I stretched it to its limit when I changed into a Tyrannosaurus Rex, Izuku explained, and held up the hero uniform. They told me that they have designed a new one that should work no matter what I turn into, along with a surprise modification. Momo was losing her patience. I have to wonder, why are you here? Momo asked, interrupting Izuku and his disclosures about his uniforms. Still not trusting the pretty blonde girl. Believing that this Melissa had designs on her Izuku, Melissa exhaled. Well, I have a problem with my quirk and I need to try to find my own solution. I suspect that in there they might have the materials I need to design something to help, Melissa replied, determined to find her own solution. After all, her father was a brilliant scientist and she learned from him. What type of problem? Izuku asked curiously. Melissa shook her head. I would rather really go into that too much. Let's just say when I use my quirk it hurts. Melissa stated she was thankful when the door opened and Power Loader stepped out. "Ah, good Izuku Midoriya, you are right on time. Mei Hatsum believes she has found a way for your uniform to be more effective," Power Loader said, gesturing to the excitable girl within. She was busy fiddling with some type of gadget, then she saw Izuku. Tossing the device away, she dug through a pile of other equipment and held up a white uniform. Tossing it towards Izuku. "Put this on. I need to test it to make sure it works," Mei ordered, waiting for Izuku to do as she had instructed. Power Loader pointed towards a nearby room and Izuku went to do as he was told. Meanwhile, Melissa pulled Power Loader aside and whispered to him. He was somewhat reluctant, then nodded. Stepping out of the room, Izuku had the white skin-tight uniform on. This one has a camouflage option. It will analyze whatever you change into and revert its coloring to match whatever you may change into. Also, it should instantly mold to whatever form you take. "Give it a try," she informed him, and Izuku changed into something simple. A German Shepherd dog. Within a blink of an eye, his white uniform that had stretched downward to cover the brown and black dog then matched itself seconds later to the colors of the dog, and now it looked like a dog no longer wearing clothes. "Hey, that is excellent," Momo commented as Mei pulled out a scanner and began to touch the different controls, while Izuku changed back into himself. "No, it should have done it a lot quicker. Almost instantaneous, not 5.3 seconds. Mei moved closer and knelt, with her face a few inches from Izuku's crotch. She began to poke at what seemed to be a belt buckle. Opening it, she pulled out a probe and began to poke at it, moving herself back and forth. Momo from the one side almost swore it looked like the pink-haired girl was doing oishi on Izuku. She suppressed a laugh. Maybe it might be better if he is not wearing the suit while you do that," Momo stated, smiling broadly at what it looked like. Mei looked over at Momo. "No, I am almost done," Mei said in response, making a final adjustment. "Okay, let's try that again. Go for something with scales," she ordered, and Izuku changed into a raptor. The white uniform shimmied for a second and then matched the coloring and patterns of the brownish-green-gray hide of the raptor. "Excellent, it works." Standing, she poked at her pad again. "Eventually, I believe I can design a uniform that will change into whatever you do." Walking over to a computer to input her readings. "You know, I could fix your uniform also," she said to Momo. "What do you mean, fix it?" Momo asked, and Mei smiled at her. "You know, fix it so that you do not look like an exotic dancer," Mei commented, and Momo blushed. She had thought the same thing when she first wore it, believing that someone like Mineta Minoru from Hero Support had designed it so that they could see her half naked, wondering why they had not made it like Midnight's, where she could pull away portions of her uniform aside so she could utilize her quirk. "Could you? I mean, I do not really like having that much of myself exposed," Momo asked, and Mei pointed to the computer screen. A much better uniform was displayed that would cover Momo a lot better. A longer skirt that would not allow others to see her but and a closed front of her top. "What do you think?" "It would take me a week to make it, that is if I can get approval," Mei said as Momo nodded. "Okay, and thanks," Momo told her and looked over at Izuku, worried that perhaps he liked her other uniform, being able to ogle her assets like the other boys and older men. Though she doubted that. He did not love her for her body, but because of who she was. Though she did not mind if he ogled her. "If we are done, me and Izuku have plans for tonight." Leaving, the couple headed out the gate where Momo could finally hold his hand. Down the street they entered the diner and Momo sat next to him, barely saying anything with her mind on other things. "You have been awful quiet tonight. Did I do something wrong?" Izuku asked finally as a waitress brought them their dinner. Momo smiled and shook her head. "No, I was just thinking about next week. I actually was hoping that we would go to the same agency to intern," Momo said as she hefted up her first cheeseburger. 3 more were waiting on her plate, along with a double order of French fries. "I do not see how. I expected to be placed with one of the agencies that I could use my abilities to change into animals. Like Oki Mariner," Izuku stated, and Momo exhaled and nodded. It made perfect sense. Then with a wry smile, "Can I stay over tonight? I really need to have you in bed with me," Momo asked, changing the subject. Izuku nodded and she felt much better. Smiling, she picked up her second cheeseburger and ate happily. Tonight would be the night. Leaving, they headed for his mother's apartment. Momo could tell that Izuku was tired. So if they headed to bed early, then she could probably perk him up some. That is, if he was ready to go all the way. She believed he was. What teenage boy would turn down a willing teenage girl? In his room, she borrowed a set of pajamas and went into the bathroom to change. Tempted to just strip in front of him to see his reaction. But she was too nervous that he might not be able to handle it. Her hands shook as she undressed and decided to only wear the top of the pajamas, leaving the pants and foregoing underwear completely. Taking a deep breath, she opened the bathroom door and felt like screaming. Izuku was fast asleep. Stepping closer, she stared down at him and could not believe what bad luck she was having. Stepping back into the bathroom, she slipped on her panties, knowing that there was no possible way it was going to happen tonight. Returning, she slipped into bed beside him and put her arms around him. Then placed her head on his shoulder. "I guess I will have to wait," she whispered, and felt his arms encircle her. Hugging her tightly, glancing up, she saw that he was still asleep. Moving slightly, she lightly kissed him and then went back to her original position. Determined that they would have SEC sooner or later. It was just a matter of time. Week of the interns. Arriving at the Iwabami agency, Momo headed for the main office. Once there, she was directed where to go to change into her uniform. Somewhat surprised to see Itsuka Kendo was also there. After some idle chit-chat, they headed for Iwabami's office. Both felt somewhat nervous about spending an entire week with the pro-heroine, until they found out that the only reason they had been selected was because they both were what the heroine believed to be attractive young ladies. Izuku and Tsuyu decided to go together by meeting up at the train station and then going to the docks. Izuku had spent most of the trip thinking and considering what sea animals and marine life forms he could change into. Top of the list was the megalodon shark. Though he was also thinking about Tenya Ida and what happened to his brother. The hero killer had attacked Tenya's brother, and now he was a little concerned about his classmate. The two were greeted by Sirius and she guided them aboard the ship, telling them about what it meant to be part of Selkie's crew. The first day consisted of swabbing the deck and other chores that consisted of manual labor. Izuku thought it funny that Tsuyu actually enjoyed the work. On the third day, Izuku called in sick. Not that he was ill, but he wanted to keep an eye on Tenya Ida. Something was drastically wrong with him, and Izuku was now really concerned. Following his classmate as a great horned owl, he landed on one of the taller buildings and gazed down at Tenya. When Tenya left manual when the hero was distracted, and Izuku stayed with him, believing it strange that the class rep would do something against the rules. As Tenya entered a dark alley, Izuku flew overhead. Until turning a corner, Izuku stopped and almost did a nose dive into a building. There down below was the hero killer Stain, and he was about to plunge his sword into a pro-hero that seemed to be immobilized. Landing on the roof of the nearest building, Izuku changed into himself and pulled out his phone, sending a text to all of those in his class, telling them that he just saw the hero killer, and before he could type where he was, Tenya attacked the hero killer. The fight did not last long, and Izuku could tell that somehow the hero killer had also immobilized Tenya. With an exhale, "Sheet, now I am about to do something just as stupid." Izuku jumped off the building and changed into a hawk, soaring downward towards the killer, and at the last second, he changed again into a tiger. Roaring, he lunged towards the killer with teeth and claws. The killer evaded the attack, and Izuku landed into a small jog on all four legs, turning towards the hero killer. "Back off!" Izuku growled, and Stain's eyes widened in surprise. Changing back into human, Izuku touched Tenya's neck and felt a steady pulse. Another child wishes to prove themselves a hero. "Leave, boy, or you may face the same destiny as these two must," Stain said as he brandished his sword. Izuku quickly assessed the situation. He could not change into any large animals due to the confining alley. Nothing larger than a rhino. This would limit what he could use to fight with. In a blink of an eye, Stain lunged and Izuku quickly backstepped, changing into a regular cat, slipping out of reach of the sword, and then grew into a raptor. With a hiss, he bit at Stain and almost clamped down on the killer's left arm. In truth, Izuku was glad he missed. He really did not want to taste human blood, and that was what would happen if his teeth had bitten into the killer's flesh. Stain jumped back and slashed with his sword, and Izuku was ready, changing into an armored ankylosaurus. The sword ricocheted off the spikes on his back. Izuku wished he could move around and try to hit him with his tail, but the alley prevented him. Instead, while Stain was off balance, Izuku changed into a polar bear and slashed at the killer. Two of his bear claws raked Stain's right shoulder. Unfortunately, Izuku was not prepared for the killer to also score a cut on his left forearm. Growling in anger more than pain, Izuku lumbered back. "Midoriya, get out of here. Stain must pay for what he did to my brother," Tenya said from the alley ground. Still unable to move. "Shut up, Ida. I need to keep my attention on him," Izuku the polar bear growled, breathing hard as he tried to think of somehow to get the upper hand. Stain moved his sword towards his mouth. "This has been entertaining, boy, and you have proven that you are worthy of the title of hero. But I must complete my sacred mission, to eradicate those that sully the name of hero and profit for what they claim to be." Stain then smiled evilly and liked the blood. Izuku stared at him with confusion, then felt his body stiffen somewhat for a few seconds and then nothing. Stain stepped towards him smiling until Izuku changed again into a raptor and lunged at him. The killer barely moved in time as one of the long claws on Izuku's raptor foot missed him by only a centimeter. "Now that is something that never happened before," he stated with a wider smile. Before he could say more, flame almost engulfed him. Shoto Todoroki had arrived. The battle with Stain had been fierce, and all three of the students from UA were injured. Cuts and stab wounds were apparent on all of them. Leaning against a wall, Izuku gasped for breath, while Shoto tied the killer with some nylon rope he found in one of the trash cans. They were all in shock over what Stain had said, that only true heroes fight for not glory or profit. That is the reason he needed to punish those that believe that they are heroes. Even Native, the pro-hero who finally could move, was somewhat in shock at how demented Stain was. Nursing his right arm, Izuku winced. "Momo is going to kill me for getting hurt again," he whispered, and then allowed Native to help him walk down the alley. It was somewhat funny that Native was the only one not injured. Pro-heroes began to arrive, and what confused everyone was when Stain saved Izuku from one of the gnomes. The hospital. Lying in one of the 3 beds, Izuku was not looking forward to who was about to come in. They had been already disciplined by the police commissioner, who informed them that what occurred did not officially happen. Now he waited for the other shoe to drop, and the shoe was not his mother. But he was expecting to hear about the same thing from her as he would from Momo. "I wonder if I close my eyes and you two tell Yaoyorozu that I am in a coma," Izuku suggested, and both Shoto and Tenya shook their heads in unison. "So what? She can yell at us instead." "Not a chance, my friend," Shoto declared as the door opened. Both Shoto and Tenya immediately bolted to the bathroom, not wanting to be in the line of fire. "Cowards," Izuku mumbled, then smiled as Momo entered. "I can explain," he said, holding up his left hand. His right was bandaged and in a sling. Momo looked down at him angrily. "Make it good, and remember, I already have heard the official bullshit," Momo stated, glaring down at Izuku. The green-haired changeling swallowed and thought about stretching the truth a little, then decided that it would be best to lie and have her get even more angry. Babbling away, Izuku went through the whole escapade. She stood there with her arms crossed over her chest and tapped her right foot on the floor, listening as he kept talking, trying to explain how he ended up getting injured again. When he finished, she shook her head. "You are a effing idiot. What possessed you to try to take on that hero killer?" "Oh, I can understand why Tenya Ida did it. He was upset and angry about what happened to his brother. Then you drag Shoto Todoroki in on your insanity. But you should have some common sense." She finished talking, and Izuku had been surprised that she had not really yelled at him, knowing that she was too angry to yell. "I am sorry, Momo," Izuku said sheepishly, and did not say he would not do it again. What they were training to become, it was bound to happen again, especially when they became official heroes. Momo sat on the bed and took his left hand in her right hand. You're sorry, well you should be. Do you realize how worried I was? I love you, Izuku, and I want to have some kind of future with you. So please stop being such an idiot. Momo pleaded sadly, and Izuku closed his eyes and nodded. Leaning towards her, he kissed her and she melted against him. Then with utter frustration she exhaled. In the shape you are in right now, all we can do is lightly kiss. So how long until these bandages come off? She asked. About a week and I should be back to normal. Most of my injuries are superficial. Small cuts. Izuku stated as he held up his right arm. This one though might take 2 weeks. Stain cut me good on my arm. He added, and Momo winced. Immediately thinking that here was another delay for them to have section. Wondering now if there was some higher deity that was trying to keep them from being physically NTMT. Glancing at the clock she winced again. Sheet, they only allowed me 10 minutes to visit. I can come back tomorrow when you are being discharged. Then we are going to have a long discussion about your suicidal behavior. Momo said as she kissed him once more, then smiled. Oh, by the way, tell Todoroki that Mina plans on yelling at him the next time she sees him. I guess they are dating and she is as sad as I am. With that she stood and walked to the door. Blowing him a kiss, she left. In the morning Momo and his mother met him downstairs. His mother was shaking with anger as she hugged her son. She knew that Momo had already yelled at him about being such an idiot. Riding back in Momo's chauffeur-driven car. She did not say anything. Inko Midoriya wanted to let him have it in the privacy of their home. Momo sat on the other side of Izuku, holding his hand tightly in hers. She had already decided that she was going to spend the night. Though she would have to get up early to make it to her internship at Iwabami across town. Once at the apartment building she removed her small suitcase from the trunk and sent Chinj home. I am spending a couple nights here. Momo stated firmly, and Inko shrugged. She had expected Momo to want to stay over. Inko was ready to start her lecture, then decided that it would be like beating a dead horse. Not worth the effort, since she believed that Momo had already yelled at him and it was probably better than what she could come up with. Arising in the morning, Izuku weakly went with Momo down to the street. He was not able to continue his internship due to his injuries. Well, that was the official line that the doctors had told him. As Momo got in the back seat of the car, he smiled. Have fun today, he said to her, and Momo rolled her eyes. Yeah, it has been a real blast so far. Momo replied sarcastically. Her and Itsuka Kendo were more like groupies or aides than that of interns. Spending a good portion of their time going from one photo shoot to another or being background for Iwabami as she pandered to her fans. It was somewhat demeaning to stand off to one side as fans and reporters took numerous pictures of Iwabami and them. Especially since she was still wearing the revealing uniform. She had not mentioned to Izuku about her being in a commercial for some type of hairspray. Are you going to be all right not completing your internship? She asked, and Izuku shrugged. Captain Selkie agrees with the doctors. I am in no shape to continue. Not with this. Izuku said, holding up his right arm. It no longer needed to be in a sling, but it was still bandaged. Momo leaned closer and put her arms around his neck. Turning her head slightly, she kissed him. Right up to the time that Chinj drove the car up behind her on the street. Parting, she smiled. When I come back, we will go out. Maybe go to a movie. Momo told him, and he nodded. With all that has happened, they had been too busy to actually go out and spend alone time together. Sounds good. See you later. Izuku leaned forward, placing his mouth a few centimeters from her right ear. I love you, Momo. He whispered, and she smiled and whispered the sentiment back at him. With a final small kiss, she got into the car and Chinj drove towards the Iwabami agency building. Momo closed her eyes. Last night was another time that there was no way they could do anything. She was getting a little frustrated. She never thought it would be this difficult to get Izuku to screw her already. Arriving at the building, she exhaled and after a few moments entered. Returning to his room, Izuku laid down. He still felt a little tired and knew a nap would feel good. Closing his eyes, he fell asleep almost instantly. Spending the day basically following around Iwabami from one engagement to another, Momo shook her head and believed that the pro hero had gone off the deep end. Even on what she called patrols, The two teenagers felt like nothing more than her encourage. After leaving another time of Iwabumi poising for her fans, Momo tossed the papers and business cards she had collected. Some were for the pro hero, but most were for her. Itsuka also tossed away a few. This Esigus, do those idiots realize that we are at least half their ages? Itsuka said with disdain. She had made the mistake of reading some of the notes and was a little upset about how explicit the messages were. I do not think they really care. To them we are nothing but this and these. Momo replied, gesturing down at her area and then at her BRTs. Then noticing that Iwabumi would read each note and smile at the one that gave it to her. As if she was pleased that so many men wanted to do sordid things to her. To Momo it was sickening, and she began to wonder if her future would be like Iwabumi's. Where men would fantasize and imagine getting in between her legs. Of course some were basically doing that now. After another 20 minutes of pandering to the masses, they proceeded to follow Iwabumi on the so-called patrol. Which ended up just being another opportunity for the pro hero to smile, sign autographs and flaunt herself as the fans took numerous pictures of her. All Momo wanted to do was have this ridiculous internship to be over. Friday evening and Saturday morning. Since Momo had spent the last 3 nights at Izuku's, she now had to return home. Otherwise her father might actually notice that she had not slept in her own bed for the past 3 nights. Thankfully he was clueless, mainly due to her mother running interference. As she laid down on her king-sized bed, she grimaced. It would not be the same without Izuku sleeping next to her, holding her in his arms. In fact, it felt lonely without him. But thankfully the teddy bear he had given her was an exceptional temporary substitute. Awakening in the morning, she slammed her alarm clock once again. It was so much nicer when either Izuku or his mother woke her, rather than some irritating blaring buzzing sound that increased in volume the longer it was ignored. Placing the teddy bear onto her nightstand where a note was written. Do not touch this teddy bear under penalty of death. She was worried that one of the maids might take it and wash it, fearing that it might not survive that type of cleaning. Momo left the note and told the maids not to touch the bear. Getting out of bed, she headed for the bathroom. Right after taking her morning constitutional and a shower, she dressed and headed for Izuku's. Across the city on Friday night, Izuku laid in bed staring at the ceiling. In 9 days was the final exams, but that was not what was bothering him. In exactly 2 weeks from tomorrow was Momo's 16th birthday. What worried him was, what do you get a girl that can either create or buy anything she might want? His mother told him whatever he got her, she would love it. That was hardly any conciliation. Inside one of his All Might collectibles was her birthday gift. It had cost him almost 1/3 of his savings to buy it, and he was concerned that it was not good enough for her. He could almost imagine what her parents and her high society friends have gotten for her, and compared to that his gift was pathetic. What made it worse was her father was having a celebration at the Ambassador Hotel's main ballroom, and he had been invited. Maybe I will get lucky, and during the challenge phase of the exams, I will get injured and won't be able to go. Izuku whispered and slowly closed his eyes, drifting off to sleep. In the morning, he was not surprised to find Momo laying down next to him. She had arrived 2 hours ago, and instead of waking him up, she just joined him. The next week was spent mostly studying for the midterm. Izuku decided not to study with Momo, and she agreed. Believing if they studied together they would not actually study, and since Momo invited several others over for a group study session it made sense. Within the next days, the entire class completed the final exams and the practical portion, which was for the students to face the teachers instead of robots. In the practical, Melissa Shields participated and was teamed with Katsuki Bakugo, while Izuku was teamed with Rikido Sato and they faced MT Lady. Yu Takayama MT Lady was asked to take on Izuku Midoriya and Rikido Sato. Mainly the idea was to see if Izuku could handle a situation where he was facing someone that could basically counter any animal that he can change into. Momo and Shoto defeated Mr. Iwaza. Now it was Izuku's turn. The challenge. Standing outside the main doors, Izuku paced back and forth, being somewhat confused. Originally he was paired with Katsuki Bakugo and he was supposed to face All Might. But at the last minute they changed his opponent and his partner. He had spent the time attempting to think of the perfect animals to fight All Might and now only had a vague idea of what to use against someone that could grow to almost 68 feet tall. This SCKS Midoriya. I and Ijiro Kirishima had a strategy all worked out to take on Cementos. How the hell are we going to get by her, or put those cuffs on her, or even beat her? Rikido said, complaining as he waited beside Izuku. I know what you mean. I was supposed to be facing All Might. Let me think a minute. Izuku stated, sitting down and considering his options, mumbling as he went over them. Let's see, fighting her would be a disaster. Nothing I can change into is big enough or strong enough to subdue her. The cuffs are out completely. So what is left? Then Izuku began to smile broadly. I have an idea. First, how fast can you run? He asked his partner, and Rikido smiled as well. Izuku laid out a plan that had a better than average chance of succeeding. Inside, Rikido held a packet of sugar waiting for Izuku to give him the go-ahead. Before them stood the blonde MT lady, blocking the entire street with her huge size. Come on boys, let's party. Lady said coyly as she winked one of her gigantic purple eyes at Izuku and Rikido. She had been briefed about both of their quirks, and she knew that Izuku Midoriya's best and only option was to change into the largest dinosaur he could. Then try to overpower her. As she waited, Izuku nodded over at Rikido and with a strong exhale, changed into a cheetah. Running full tilt towards the gigantic woman, this took her by surprise as Izuku ran between her feet. You was a little sluggish due mostly to the weights on her wrists and ankles. Lunging at the small predator cat, she missed as he then changed into a peregrine falcon, zipping past her outstretched hands. Now! Izuku squawked and Rikido gulped down the sugar. Soaring and darting around Empty Lady's head, she swatted at the extremely fast bird of prey, trying to capture it. Meanwhile, Rikido ran as fast as the sugar rush would let him. The plan was simple. While Izuku kept MT Lady occupied, he would run to the exit. They both counted on her trying to stop Rikido, so when she turned around to grab at him, Izuku flew straight up and above her. Then taking a deep breath, he began to grow and not into something she was expecting. Her attention returned to Izuku as he finished his transformation into a 6-foot and over 6-ton megalodon shark, landing on top of her, forcing the almost equally sized pro-hero down onto her knees. Izuku could not keep that form for long. For one, he could not hold his breath that long, and since he was not in deep-sea water, he could not breath. Lady hoisted the huge predator upwards and was about to toss it when within her hands it changed into an scale-armored ankylosaurus. Yelping from the discomfort of touching the sharp back of the dinosaur, she pulled her hands away and Izuku changed again into the peregrine falcon, soaring away from her and began to zip around her head. All this actually only took 15 seconds and Rikido was about halfway towards the exit. Sneaky and well thought out. I will give you that. But I was asked to test you to your limits, and that is exactly what I am going to do. Yu Takayama stated with a small smile on her gigantic face. Turning, she moved towards Rikido. So Izuku did the only thing he could think of to annoy her enough to return her attention back to him. Sitting towards her extremely CC, but he changed into a mountain anaconda and landed on top of her cheeks. Then twisted around so his long bottom half and his tail were several meters away from her, but smack! Slapping his tail and a good 10 feet of his snake body against her butt. Squealing, Empty Lady reached back with both hands towards where she had just been basically spanked. Izuku changed back into the peregrine falcon and flew off. If a falcon could blush, it would be beet red at that moment. With her right hand she rubbed her offended right cheek and felt her own face begin to redden. That young man was uncalled for, she said with a small smirk. Do something like that again and I will tell your girlfriend on you, she added, but both of them suspected that Momo was watching from the monitor room. Returning her attention to Izuku. Heroes win, was announced as Lady exhaled sharply, reducing in size and continued to rub her sore butt. Stepping out of the challenge simulation, Izuku dared not stay to even apologize to MT Lady. What he had done was extremely embarrassing and he felt the impulse to change into a woodchuck and slip into a hole somewhere. Glancing over, he saw Momo approaching. Okay, how much trouble am I in? Izuku asked and Momo shook her head smiling. Then she started to laugh. None. Just do not make a habit of spanking any more pretty girls. Momo stated, continuing to laugh. Birthday? Slouching in his room, Izuku looked down at his only suit. A dark blue pants and jacket, along with a white long-sleeve shirt and a silver striped tie. In his pocket was his birthday gift to Momo. In actuality, he really did not want to attend. In half an hour, she was coming to pick him up. Standing, he lightly spritzed himself with cologne and went to wait for her in the living room. "Oh, you look great, Izuku." Inko, his mother, said, holding her cell phone. She was waiting for Momo so she could take a lot of pictures. Since the UA did not have any formal dances, this was her only opportunity to take some pictures. A minute later, the door buzzer rang and Inko opened the door to see Momo in her formal gown. At first, Izuku could only stare at her in her light blue gown. It was sleeveless and was held up by two fine strings that hung in back of her neck. The gown's front hung low to her ankles and the front highlighted her cleavage perfectly. Her hair was hanging down her back, not like her usual hairdo. All in all, Izuku could not take his eyes off her. She was absolutely beautiful. "Momo, you look incredible." "Izuku, stop staring and get over here and tell her she looks nice," his mother ordered, and Izuku shook his head and finally stood. "Yes, you look great, Momo." Izuku stammered out, now feeling a little underdressed even though he was in a suit and tie. Momo smiled. "You look nice too, Izuku. Shall we go? Shinji is waiting downstairs," Momo stated, and Inko immediately started snapping pictures as Izuku took Momo's hand and the two quickly left. At the party or celebration, the ballroom was packed with people. Family, friends, and colleagues of the Yaoyorozus were everywhere, and if Izuku felt subconscious before, he was really feeling out of place now. Momo was immediately herded by several young girls her age over to one side, leaving Izuku to stand mostly in a corner by himself. If it was not that Momo was having such a great time, Izuku would have slipped out and left. As she chatted with four of her peers, Izuku sipped at a cup of punch. "So you are that boy that Momo Yaoyorozu prefers over any of us?" a tall dark-haired young man said as four others descended upon him. At first glance, Izuku could tell he did not like any of the five young men that now had him basically cornered. "Yes, my name is Izuku. Midoriya," Izuku said, introducing himself, attempting to be civil for Momo's benefit. The lead boy laughed and gestured towards Izuku. "To think Momo likes this commoner," the others said, laughing shortly, and was joined by the other four. Each one looked down at Izuku, and at that moment Izuku felt embarrassed to be even in the same room as Momo. Not to mention being in love with her and having her as his girlfriend. He is not even in her league. "I think Tashishobi that she is just using this peasant to infuriate her father," one of the others said to their front man who had originally approached him. Now Tashishobi shook his head and grunted with a chuckle. "That could be it. You know, well, whatever your name is, perhaps you should just leave and let Momo be with someone that is her equal," Tashishobi said with an evil grin. The others began to laugh, and Izuku decided that they were right. He had no business being here. Stepping over to the table that held the gifts, he found his little wrapped box among the extravagant gifts and headed for the door, holding back the tears that he did not want anyone to see. Being cornered by four of her one-time exclusive middle school peers, Momo attempted to look for Izuku, wanting to be with him instead of these stuck-up and spoiled high-society beaches. "So, Momo, I have to know, why did you bring that low-class person here?" Misty Darling asked her. The three others stared at her with interest. "Is it that you are attempting to make Tashishobi or Tosunoki jealous?" the red-haired girl inquired. "Yes, that must be it. Why else would she want to associate with that type of commoner?" Hoshi Tashihashi injected as two of the others began to giggle. Momo closed her eyes and fought back the impulse to smack them both, refusing to tell them that Izuku was the greatest and best boyfriend she ever hoped to have. If they were that clueless, let them have some idiot like Tashishobi or Tosunoki. Glancing around again, she could not find Izuku. Then to her dismay, Tashishobi ambled over. "Good evening, ladies, and oh, happy birthday, Momo," Tashishobi said as he smiled at her, first looking down at her cleavage and smiled broadly. You look stunning, Momo. He continued to smile at her. Thank you, Tashishobi. Momo replied, not really smiling in return. Still searching for Izuku. She began to feel concerned. Has anyone seen Izuku Midoriya? She asked, trying to see over and around the crowds of people in the ballroom. Tashishobi started to laugh. Oh, that dullard. He had the common sense and decency to leave. Tashishobi stated with pride. Good, he did not belong here in the first place. I do not understand why you invited him in the first place, Momo. I almost pity him, since he believes you actually care about him. Hoshi said, shaking her dark hair back and forth. Momo had enough. I invited him, because he is my boyfriend and I love him. In truth, he is better than any 10 of you put together. Now if you will excuse me. With that, Momo stepped from among the small circle of assholes and made her way towards the exit. Wanting to find Izuku. Behind her she heard them mumble and make some rude comments. But she did not listen or care. Weaving through the crowds of attendees, she left and she noticed that her mother saw her leave. Outside, Izuku sat on a bench. It was another hour before the train came at the train station a mile away. So he had time. Holding in his hands was the small gift-wrapped present he had gotten for Momo. Now the tears did stream down his cheeks. He was tempted to just strip, leave his clothes and turn into an owl or hawk. Then go home. He barely heard someone approach. There you are. Momo's voice said as she sat down next to him on the bench and lightly bumped him with her shoulders. Why did you leave without telling me? She asked, seeing the wetness on his face. I do not belong in there and I really do not belong with you. Your friends made that perfectly clear. Izuku said in a low voice. Several times he chalked up on the words. Momo leaned closer and took his right arm, putting it around her shoulders. Bullshit. Momo stated firmly. And those assholes are not my friends. You are, and so are those in our class. More than that, you do belong with me because I love you and you do love me, right? She asked and he nodded. Then in truth, I wanted a small gathering to celebrate my birthday. You, my parents and our friends. Oh, and if your mother was not in the hospital getting her deviated sinuses operated on. The elder Midoriya had left for the hospital right after they did for the party. If she had not, Momo would have invited Inko too. Not any of those people. Every one of them was invited by my father. She snuggled closer and reached up with her left hand to turn his face towards her. Leaning closer, she kissed him. In that kiss, all doubts and concerns vanished for Izuku. Momo parted slightly and looked down. Is that for me? She asked, pointing at the multicolored gift. He nodded. Yes, but it is pathetic compared to your other gifts. Izuku replied and she took it. Unwrapping it, she opened the small box and saw a silver heart-shaped locket. With gentle care, she opened the locket and gazed at the small picture inside. It was of them, smiling at each other. Mina took that picture a few months ago. He told her and she instantly remembered. It was one of the times that they hung out together and Mina was complaining about that there was no boys in the class worth becoming involved with. Momo smiled warmly as she stared at the small picture. I know it is pathetic and cheap. He stated and Momo shook her head. No, to me it is priceless. Momo put the thin silver chain on and closed the locket. I will never take this off and I love it. Leaning again towards him, she kissed him passionately. 10 minutes later, she leaned heavily against him. Maybe we should go back in. Izuku suggested. You are missing your birthday party. Momo shook her head. Nope, I am not subjecting you to those assholes again. Let's go back to your place, so I can spend the rest of my birthday with just you. Momo stated, standing and pulling him up with her. Gesturing towards the train station. We will take the train. Holding his hand with her fingers intertwined into his. I think there is some cake in the frig. One of my mother's Facebook friends sent her a recipe. It is some type of chocolate frosted angel food cake. Izuku told her and she smiled. Sounds good to me. Got any candles? If not, I can make some. Asked and Izuku chuckled. Regardless, I am spending the night with you. She declared, and as they walked, she made the decision. Tonight the two of them were going to do more than sleep after they went to bed. This was the night and time. Looking down at her small pocketbook, she smirked. Inside was the box of condoms her mother gave to her a few months back, and Momo planned on using them real soon. That would be the perfect end of her birthday. In his absolute glory, Katsuki Yaoyorozu made the rounds, thanking his partners, business associates, and possible investors for attending his daughter's 16th birthday party. He enjoyed using social events as a means to approach and make contacts, talking about the ideas he had for merging or investing in certain avenues for almost 2 hours. He knew exactly how long to milk the conversations, and as he stepped towards the DJ microphone, he had decided to deviate from business to the reason most of them had attended. "Can I have everyone's attention, please?" he said over the speakers. "I, my wife Ashimomo, and my daughter Momo wish to thank you all for attending this gathering to celebrate my daughter's 16th birthday. Now I believe it is time to have her blow out the candles and say a few words. Momo, could you step forward?" he said, and he began to look around the crowd, searching for Momo. When she did not immediately step forward, "Come Momo, do not be shy," Tachanaka added, beginning to feel a little nervous as the guest glanced about searching for the birthday girl. After 5 minutes, Ashimomo moved beside him and tapped him on the shoulder. He leaned closer. "She left 2 hours ago," Ashi stated, and Tachanaka stared at her in shock. "What do you mean she left? Where did she go and why?" Tachanaka asked a little too loudly, and the microphone projected his questions perfectly. Ashi shrugged and gestured towards the guests. "Well, it seems that some of your guests decided to insult Izuku and he left. Momo decided to go with him, and I really cannot blame her," Ashi stated, frowning at the small group of young men and ladies that were milling about. None of them even looked ashamed for driving Izuku to depart. Tachanaka was in too much shock to say anything as he slowly sat down. "I would hamper a guess that Momo rather spend her birthday with Izuku than with any of these people," she added with a huge smile. Extremely proud of her daughter, but also a little concerned. Something like this might convince Momo that it was time to be a little more NTMT with her boyfriend. Across the city at the same time, Momo sat with her feet on the couch, tucked somewhat under her. She was wearing borrowed shorts and a t-shirt that she actually just took out of Izuku's closet, foregoing underwear completely and deciding to go without. The gown hung on a hanger by the door. Next to her sat Izuku, and he had his right arm around her. She was finally happy. This was actually what she wanted for her birthday. Not that huge gathering of people she did not even know. "So when does your mother come back from the hospital?" Momo asked as Izuku yawned. It had been a long day and he was feeling a little tired. "Monday morning." She was not exactly pleased about going in tonight, but the doctor only does surgery at night for some reason, Izuku replied, and Momo smiled broadly, instantly thinking that this was perfect. Exhaling sharply, she swallowed. It was now or never. Izuku, today is my birthday and I want something else from you," Momo said, trying to broach the subject just the right way, not wanting him to flatly say anything about waiting or something stupid like that. "Anything, Momo. What do you want?" "More cake," Izuku asked, ready to get up to get another slice of the chocolate cake for her. Momo shook her head. "No, that is not what I want," Momo replied, deciding to just say it. "Izuku, I want to have a tea with you tonight," she blurted out, and he stared at her in shock. His face began to redden and he began to stutter. "What?" Izuku coughed out, and Momo smiled, getting up and straddled his lap, peering down into his eyes. Izuku, I want to have a tea and I want to have it tonight," Momo clarified as she leaned down and kissed him, slipping her tongue into his mouth. After a few minutes she stood again and took his hand, leading him into his bedroom, pausing only for a second to pick up her small pocketbook. In the morning, Momo gazed at Izuku fondly. Last night had been one of the greatest moments she believed she ever had. Even getting into UA paled to what happened last night and several times after midnight. She could remember every time, and even though the first was not as glorious as she suspected, mainly because, like her mother told her, there was a little pain. After that it felt incredible. With a huge smile she looked over at the trash can, wrappers and used condoms were piled within. At some point either she or Izuku would have to get rid of the evidence. Not wanting his mother to discover them. "You should be sleeping," Izuku mumbled as he slowly opened his eyes, then chuckled. "Your hair is a mess," he commented, and she wrinkled her nose. "Tends to happen when I do not wash the hair gel out," Momo explained, running her hand through her now disheveled hair. She could feel that it was basically all over the place. "I am too energized to sleep. Last night was so wonderful that I do not even feel tired." Last night they had started by both undressing and allowing the other to just look at each other's naked bodies. For Momo it was the first time she had seen a PP, up close and personal. She had to silently remark that unlike the ones on the videos she had used for research, Izuku was somewhat bigger, while he also looked her over wide-eyed. He swallowed several times, and after they both got a good look, they started touching each other, exploring each other's bodies. At first they both were nervous and their hands shook while their hands roamed over certain parts. Then it was time, and like she had learned from her mother and the videos, it hurt at the beginning, and unfortunately their first time was over rather quickly. The second was better, and by the time they finished the fourth time, it felt incredible and she wanted it again. "Well, we both need to get some sleep. We cannot spend the day in bed. Especially since at noon we are meeting up with Mina, Shoto, Toru, Mizo and Hanto at the mall," Izuku stated tiredly, and Momo pulled herself closer to him. What she wanted to do was do it again. She had discovered that she really liked SEC with him. Knowing that he was the only one that she wanted to have SEC with. Oh, she knew some of those from the party last night, like Hoshi. Hoshi, since she was 12, has had several SXL partners. More than the Momo or Hoshi could count, which included a 25-year-old man. It was no wonder that none of the high society assholes wanted her. She was a slut. Just like the others. They looked down on those that were not high society, but had SEC with almost anyone at a drop of a hat. That was one of the reasons Momo did not get along with them. She wanted to only be with someone she loved, and he loved her. Not someone that basically would forget your name after taking her to bed. That is a good 4 hours from now. I guess we should get some rest. Momo closed her eyes, and after a few moments of snuggling with Izuku she fell asleep. The mall. Arriving, Izuku and Momo tightly held hands. The general idea of meeting at the mall was to buy things that they might need while at the Pussycat camp. None of them actually knew what to expect. When they met with the others, the small group immediately separated and began to shop. For Momo and the rest of the girls, the mall was like their second home. She for one spent at least once a week in this haven, which she would at times bring Izuku along. He, like most men, hated the mall. Walking along together, she was tempted to drag him into one of the men clothing shops and change his entire wardrobe. Then she realized that she would only be making him appear to be what she actually hated. Those that looked down on those that were not high society. No, she loved him the way he was and had no intention of ever changing him, inwardly or outwardly. Stepping into a Victoria's Secrets, she allowed Izuku to remain outside. As she entered, he went to sit on a nearby bench. Off to one side, Tamura Shigaraki stared menacingly at the green-haired boy, who had not noticed him yet. Tamura seethed with anger. He had recognized the boy instantly. The one that had humiliated him in the training dome by changing into a skunk and spraying him. Even now, subconsciously, he could still taste and smell that pungent odor. Tamura was tempted to move up behind the cause of his humiliation and kill the boy, much like he did to the one that had dared place his moment of disgrace on YouTube. With a shuddering breath, he decided instead to use the boy as a messenger to All Might. Stepping closer, he slipped in behind the boy and grabbed his throat. "Do not move or I may have to kill you." "Oh, and I really want to kill you," Tamura whispered as he sat down next to the green-haired youth. "Especially due to what you did to me." The boy glared at him, and Tamura could see that the boy was considering doing something rash. "All I have to do is touch you with my last finger and you will die. Then perhaps I will do the same to that very attractive girlfriend of yours." Tamura smiled evilly, not telling the boy that he would not kill her right off. First he would play with her, then kill her. "Touch her and I will kill you," Izuku said sternly, having a hard time skiing in air as the maniac squeezed his throat tightly. Tamura exhaled and then shook his head. No, I am not here to kill you or her. In fact, even though I hate you for what you have done to me, it has reaffirmed my desires to destroy All Might and everything he stands for. Tamura stated, loosening his grip. It took considerable willpower not to just end the boy's life and allow that to be the message to All Might. In truth, I should thank you for defeating Stain. Yes, I know it was you and those other two, not that egocentric endeavor. Stain's followers are now flocking to me to lead them against the so-called heroes. At that moment Momo approached. Stay back. Izuku ordered her, and she stared at Izuku and the other with him. Fear and dread etched her features as she recognized the one holding his hand on her boyfriend's throat. What do you want? He asked Tamura, and the other chuckled. It is simple, I want you to tell All Might and those that are like him. The League of Villains are not as weak as they believe, and soon we will prove that. Tamura stood and leered at Momo. You should be with us and not try to be a hero like the others. You and I could really become close. He said to Momo, who barely heard him. Her concern was Izuku, not some attempt at recruitment. Now I will be off. I suggest you do not try to stop or follow me. There are a considerable number of innocents that could be harmed if you did try. Releasing his hand from around Izuku's throat and then stared in shock as the boy changed into a 3 or 4 foot snake. Sliding out of his clothes and moved towards Tamura, and he could hear a rattling sound from its tail. The unknown snake coiled around itself, and Tamura stared at it in confusion. What have you changed into? He asked. This is a North American rattlesnake. Extremely poisonous. The snake hissed, and Tamura's eyes widened. He began to laugh. Oh, so you are going to kill me that way, are you? I probably could still grab you with my hands afterwards. So what is it going to be, boy? We kill each other. Tamura continued to laugh as he slowly walked away, and Izuku the snake was extremely tempted to bite the psychopath. He had chosen the rattlesnake instead of something even more deadly, mainly due to the ease it would take to make antivenom. A cobra, viper, or even the black mamba, and Tamura would not live long enough for any type of medical aid. Izuku was ready to stop Tamura, but really did not want to kill him. That was not what a hero did. Don't, Izuku. Let him go. Momo ordered, knowing what Izuku was thinking. That it was worth the risk to take out the maniac even if it meant him dying as well. With another hiss, Izuku slivered into his clothes and changed back into himself, adjusting his clothes around himself, while Momo called Mr. Iwaza on her phone. 5 hours later, and after a very long debriefing, Momo and Izuku left the police station. They both had been questioned repeatedly about the incident. On the street just outside, Shinji waited inside the car. Momo's father demanded that she return home, especially since he was still somewhat upset about her disappearing from her birthday party. Call me later, okay? Momo stated as she leaned closer and kissed Izuku. She had spent the entire 5 hours holding his hand tightly in hers. She knew that at any time that maniac could have killed Izuku. That frightened her, the possibility of losing him that way. Okay. Izuku replied. They had made plans on getting together on Sunday. As she walked away, she turned, hugged, and kissed him again. Not really wanting to go home, but once again back to his place for another night of intimacy. Then with a slow exhale she headed for the car. Once home she was met by her mother and father. It had taken Momo several hours to convince Tachinaka that there was no point in confronting Momo about leaving the party that their daughter did not even want. Now though was another matter that Ashi wanted to rectify. Momo, there is something that is bothering me and your father. You have been with Izuku for almost a year, and you have spent a number of meals at his place and have met his mother. I believe it is time that you extend us the same courtesy. Ashi stated, and Momo wrinkled her nose. What do you want, mother? Momo asked, and Ashi immediately responded. It is easy, dear. We want him to come to lunch tomorrow. I would also like to meet his mother at some point, but since she is in the hospital until Monday, I can wait on that. Her mother declared. I would also like to have a private word with this Izuku Midoriya. Her father interjected sternly, and that did make Momo nervous. She would have to make sure that Izuku did not tell either of her parents that they had section. Even if her mother suspects that they did. I will ask him when I call him, Momo said, and that seemed to satisfy both of her parents. Stepping up the stairs to her room, she pulled out her cell phone and called Izuku. Lunch at the Yaoyorozu's. Since his mother was still in the hospital recovering from her surgery, Izuku decided to just fly there as a falcon, carrying a mall bag with clothes. He loved to fly, especially on a nice clear day. It was fun, even though it was a bit of a hassle having to put clothes on after he arrived. He had considered wearing his hero uniform so he did not have to be completely naked, but he then would have to take the uniform home from school, which for now was not allowed. It did not take long for him to arrive, and once he flew into Momo's room, he dropped the bag of clothes on the floor. Changing back into human, Momo was waiting, and she smiled broadly while he grabbed his clothes from the bag and started to dress. You do not have to be in such a hurry to put your clothes back on, Momo stated as she casually looked him over. I like seeing you naked. Izuku chuckled. Pervert, Izuku said as he pulled on his clothes. After he was fully clothed, he stepped closer and kissed her hello. While within his arms and him in hers, she glanced over at her bed, extremely tempted to just lock the door and spend the afternoon with him in that bed. She had a new supply of condoms in her nightstand and would not mind using a couple of them. Then with a resigned sigh, well, my parents are waiting. I want to warn you again. My father wants to have a private word with you. Be wary, I do not think he likes the idea that I love you and want you as my boyfriend, Momo said, taking his hand and led him out of her room. At the bottom of the stairs, she had a sudden impulse to just guide him out the front door and claim that Izuku could not make it for lunch, but then decided it was best to get this over with. She really did not want her father to have any real contact with Izuku, mainly due to that she knew her father would never really accept that she was involved with someone way below what he considered her social standing. So to forestall any problems, she kept Izuku away, coming up with several dozen excuses why he could not be in the situation that they were in today. Opening the dining room door, Momo reluctantly walked into the large room. Her parents were waiting. Izuku, welcome. I hope you like American Southern fried chicken, Ashi said as she gestured towards a silver tray where it was loaded down with chicken legs and thighs. Off to one side of the table was mashed potatoes, green beans, and biscuits. Once in a while we like to try some of the more infamous dishes from other nations. Izuku stared at the strange assortment of food and shrugged. He actually never had fried chicken or mashed potatoes. Seeing his expression, do not worry, Izuku, I have had it several times before and it is quite good, Momo reassured him as they stepped over to two chairs. Momo immediately went to the one that would place her between her father and Izuku. Izuku pulled the chair out for her and she beamed at him with delight. Thank you, she said, even though she considered it to be an outmoded concept that a man pulled a chair out for a woman. Momo liked it. Sitting, he pushed her chair inwards and then sat next to her. Let us get down to it. I personally do not like that Momo is spending so much time with you, her father Tachanaka stated, using some tongs to pick up some chicken, especially when she leaves her own birthday party. Do you realize how much of an inconvenience that was to me? He asked, and Ashimomo shook her head. Now Tachi, you promised, and I believe the blame for that fiasco lays squarely on your shoulders, Ashimomo, her mother said sternly, but smiled at her husband, then over at Izuku and Momo. Now I for one believe that Momo and Izuku make a very cute couple. Tachanaka winced and shook his head. I do not. For one, he is not good enough for her, Tachanaka said firmly, and Izuku spoke before Momo could interject her opinion. I am not good enough for her. I wake up every morning wondering how it is possible for me to be with her. She is so beautiful and so intelligent that I am flabbergasted that she even likes me. Izuku was going to say love instead of like, but he knew her father would probably have a coronary. Well, I'm glad you agree. Still, I'm not pleased that she will not seek someone that is closer to her level. But I have been told that Momo is capable enough to make her own decisions. Tachanaka exhaled and noticed the look he was getting from Ashimomo. Let us eat, and after I still want to have a private word with you, Izuku Midoriya. With that said, they all began to eat, and Izuku found that he did like fried chicken and mashed potatoes. Guiding Izuku to his home office, Tachanaka closed and locked the door. Momo stood outside biting her bottom lip. Once inside, Momo's father gestured towards a chair opposite his behind his desk. "Sit," he ordered the young man, moving behind his desk and sat down in the larger chair. "I want to have a little discussion with you." Then he raised his hand. "Correction, I want to speak and you will listen. Like I said before, I personally do not like you and my daughter being together. Now I am hoping that you are nothing but a phase, someone that she eventually will leave and seek out someone closer to her station." The elder Yaoyorozu leaned closer on his desk and smiled. "To that end I wish to offer you this to motivate you to end your relationship with her." Sliding a small piece of paper towards Izuku. It was a check and had a large sum written on it. Izuku looked at the amount, then started to laugh, picking up the check and crumbling it into a small ball, tossing it into a trash can. "No thank you, sir. You do not have enough money to bribe me into ending what I have with Momo," Izuku stated firmly, and Tachi pulled out another check out of his drawer, writing another number on it, double what he had offered before. 6 numbers now could be seen, starting with a 1. He slid that check towards Izuku and again it was tossed into the trash can. With a large smile, Tachi tore out one more check and placed it before Izuku. "Write down any number and I will endorse it. Then all you have to do is end your relationship with Momo and you will be rich. Think what this money will do for your mother," Tachi added as he continued to smile, especially when Izuku picked up a pen. Then put a huge X across the check. "All this would do is break your daughter's heart. If I accepted this and broke up with her, that is all it would do. Now neither of us know if we are going to stay together from one week to the next. It is all new to both of us," Izuku informed Tachinaka, picking up the last check and tore it into little pieces. He stood. "I love Momo and personally I rather die than hurt her in any way." Walking to the door, he unlocked it and left. Outside the room, he put his arms around Momo and hugged her, not really seeing Momo's mother step inside the office. She closed the door and smiled broadly at Tachinaka. "Told you he would not accept it," Ashimomo stated, glancing at the confetti and the crumbled checks in the trash can. "She loves him and he loves her. It may not last, but for now it is best to let them be together," she added, and Tachinaka exhaled then began to chuckle. "You know, dear wife, I actually have come to like that young man, and if Momo wants him then he must be a good one," Tachi stated, leaning back in his chair, still somewhat amazed that the boy did not take the money and left his daughter. Any of those that were Momo's equal would have taken the money and Momo would never see them again. That did impress him. Leading Izuku away from her father's office, Momo had an intense desire to be alone with him. It was so intense she was having a hard time thinking of anything else. With the assumption of showing him the huge house, she pushed him into a nearby linen closet on the 2nd floor and kissed him roughly. "I need you," she gasped as she basically jumped and wrapped her legs around his waist. Izuku had to brace her against a nearby wall within the small confines of the closet. Since she did not have the foresight of bringing along a condom, she created one and pulled it out of her arm, holding it out to him. "Here in the closet?" Izuku asked in near shock that Momo would want to do it in such a confined space. She nodded, moving her hips against him and rubbing herself on him. "Yes. Now," Momo said in a soft husky voice, not wanting to take the time to take him to her room, reaching down to unzip his pants, while hiking up her knee-high skirt. Not wanting to wait any longer, reluctantly he took the condom from her and with some difficulty put it on. She moved her panties aside so he would have immediate access. She was then forced to either lock her lips onto his, bite his shoulder, or place her hand over her mouth to muffle her sounds of enjoyment. 27 minutes later, he slumped against the wall heavily, setting Momo down. She held onto him tightly and they both were panting for breath. "That was just what I needed, and we definitely need to do it again in any closets. This was fun," Momo gasped as she essayed in air, smiling broadly at him. "You know, at the Pussycat camp we cannot do this, right?" Izuku told her, and Momo grimaced. He was right, they could not. Since it was a school-sanctioned excursion, the same rules applied, which meant they could not even hold hands. Sneaking off to have SEC definitely was out. There was a possibility they could sneak a kiss and hug once in a while, but that would be a rare event. A whole week where we cannot do anything. It will be a great training, but otherwise it is going to thoroughly suck. Momo replied, wondering if she could get Izuku to spend the night. Though that might not be a good idea. Instead of sleeping, she would want to spend a good portion of the night doing exactly what they just did. When her phone buzzed, she looked at it. Mina had texted her and wanted to talk, saying it was important. Mina. She told Izuku. Oh, how is she doing now that her romance with Shoto has ended? Izuku asked, and Momo shook her head. The romance had not even lasted a week, this time. The two had gotten together, broken up, and then got back together. Mina was too free-spirited and Shoto was too regimented. Also, there was a rumor floating around that he had a huge crush on Melissa. Momo knew it would not work out, and now she had to worry that Mina's interest in Izuku might return. Bad. I think this time it is for good. Why can't Shoto not be so serious all the time? Momo asked and already suspected the answer. Shoto Todoroki was trying to distance himself from his father. Waiting another minute or so, Momo moved over to the door of the closet and listened. Making sure no one was outside the door, confirming that no one was there. They kissed and then quickly exited, heading once more down the hallway towards her room. It was best that Izuku left before she was tempted to say F it and have him remain the night. He still needed to pack for the trip. Of course, she had packed completely on Friday and repacked again earlier this morning. The camp. That is not going to happen. Iwaza announced as he glared at Momo and Izuku. Miss Yaoyorozu, please sit in another seat if you will. With a small snarl, Momo stood and went to sit next to Mina. She had wanted to at least sit next to her boyfriend on the bus ride to the camp. But Iwaza decided that he was not going to take any chances that the two might do something on the way. He had already laid down the riot act about no fraternization while on this training at the camp. Sitting down himself, the driver closed the doors and they were on the way. Mina smiled over at Momo. It is only a week, Momo. Mina whispered, and Momo wrinkled her nose, frowning. Yes, a week where I cannot even touch him. This is going to royally suck. Momo whispered back as she stared at Iwaza with utter disdain. What really bothered her was Toru Hagakure had moved to sit next to Izuku. She leaned closer and whispered so no one could hear her. Why is it that every girl in our class has the hots for my boyfriend? She asked Mina and subtly looked at the others on the bus. First Kyokujiro, then Tsuyu Azui, over and back at Achiko Uraraka, and finally Melissa Shields. Knowing all of them were interested in Izuku Midoriya. Which really upset Momo. Well, you know the reason I like him and would not mind if you two broke up. I think for them it is what they cannot have which makes him so desirable. Though it also could be that he is such a great guy. The perfect boyfriend material. Mina whispered back and Momo felt her jealousy rise. This was going to be a long, long week. When the bus arrived on the cliff, they all piled out. Momo immediately made her way to stand next to Izuku and smirked at Iwaza, fairly daring him to say something. Instead, the homeroom teacher introduced Mandalay. Falling down the cliff, Momo glanced about. When a large object appeared then disappeared, she suspected it was Izuku trying to first change into something to stop the landslide of dirt and debris, and then decided it was not worth the risk of accidentally landing on someone as a large animal. Landing in the dirt, she stood and searched first for Izuku and then the others. I have to piss so bad that I cannot hold it much longer. Mineta announced as he ran from the dirt towards the nearest tree. Are you all right? Izuku asked from behind her, and Momo turned around. She started to laugh as she stared at him. He was covered head to toe in dirt. What is so funny? He inquired, feeling a little hurt that she was laughing at him. Momo shook her head. You are coated with dirt. Momo said between laughs, and Izuku smiled broadly. So are you. Izuku stated, and Momo pulled a small mirror out of her stomach. Then stared at the reflection in horror. Her face and hair was peppered with dirt, and she looked absolutely terrible. At that moment, Pixie Bob's dirt monsters attacked. Stomping at full Triceratops speed, Izuku rammed into one of the large dirt monsters. He initially expected to collide into it and force it back. Instead, he plowed straight through it. Closing his eyes, he skidded to a stop, changing into himself and while spitting out the dirt that somehow got in his mouth. The huge facsimile of a monster collapsed in on itself, changing into a stegosaurus instead, so he did not do that again. Though he could still taste the gritty dirt in his mouth. Swishing his spiked tail, he slammed it into another of the creations, and with the impact it exploded. Glancing over, he saw first Melissa heft up a log from the ground and swing it at one of the dirt monsters like a baseball bat. Looking beyond her was Momo. She had just finished creating a cannon and fired it at one of the others. All in all, his class was kicking butt. An hour and a half later, he lumbered into the camp as an elephant, with Momo, Mina and Toru on his back. At first he had changed into a horse, with just Momo on his back. Then she offered a ride to Mina and Toru. So Izuku had to go with something bigger. Entering the camp, the three girls climbed off him and he reverted to human, slumping to the ground, feeling utterly exhausted. While Momo, Mina and Toru moved off to sit down nearby. Izuku was joined by Shoto and Ida, with Katsuki a few steps away. That is when Pixie Bob descended upon them, fawning over the four boys with admiration, and from what Izuku wondered if she was in heat. Pawing him over, he glanced over at Momo, who glared angrily at Pixie. "Do you mind taking your hands off my boyfriend?" Momo snarled to Pixie, and the older woman smiled over at Momo and stopped touching Izuku. Being able to eat and then take a soothing bath in the hot springs, Momo luxuriated in the hot water. It felt so good and relieved her sore muscles. With her was the other girls from the class, including Melissa, and all of them was stark naked. There was a wooden 14-foot wall between the girls' side and the boys'. All of them heard Mineta climbing the wall and Ida verbally chastising the little pervert. Before Izuku could stop Mineta, the a-hole was halfway up the wall. Stepping out of the water, Izuku started to change into something to drag Mineta down. Then with a curse towards Kota Izumi. Mineta fell, and after a second so did Kota. Changing into a silverback gorilla, Izuku lunged and caught the small boy, taking him to his Aunt Mandalay. Reverting to human once again, he set the boy down on the couch. "You know, with your quirk you would make an excellent pussycat," Mandalay commented as she applied a wet cold washcloth to Kota's head. "Perhaps after you graduate you might consider joining us," she added, and Pixie off to one side smiled broadly, nodding with agreement with a gleam in her eyes. "I will think about it as long as I do not have to wear a dress like Tiger does," Izuku said, and both of the older women chuckled. "Why does Kota hate heroes so much?" Izuku asked, thinking about when he first met the young boy. The kid punched him in the nuts, and for hours after it still hurt some. Mandalay exhaled and then told him. Leaving with that knowledge, Izuku headed back the long way to the boys' camp room, wanting a few minutes to think. On the way he was suddenly pulled into the shadows and someone kissed him roughly. Parting from the unknown person, he immediately frowned. "Momo, we have to be careful or we both could get into trouble." Though for some reason the kiss tasted different, and so was the body he felt pressed against him. "I am not your Momo Yaoyorozu," Pixie Bob said as she maneuvered him slightly into the light, so he could see her. Izuku gently pulled away from the older woman. His eyes grew wider as he looked at her. She smiled seductively. "You like that, didn't you? Me kissing you, I can tell," she told him as she continued to keep her arms around him, holding him close to her. Glancing down at his irked and pushing against the towel at his waist. "Something pleasant is poking against me," she said in a pleasing tone, and Izuku shook his head. "No, I did not," Izuku declared, now somewhat annoyed and angry. He had no intention of cheating on Momo, so he began to think of things to cool and soften his irkton. Closing his eyes, he thought of Recovery Girl, old 92-year-old Miss Chinaki in Apartment 2G, and any other grandmother-type ladies he could think of. Even the old woman on the American television show, Everybody Loves Raymond. Then with relief he felt his manhood begin to reduce. "Oh, you are no fun." Pixie leaned closer. "You could have had me tonight easily." She exhaled and frowned. "Since it seems you are not interested, I think I might find me another kitten to play with." With that she released him, stepping out of the shadows, and left. Izuku almost stumbled back to the boys' cabin, debating whether or not to tell Momo, deciding to wait until they left the camp. He suspected that Momo would be so enraged that she would want to beat the crap out of Pixie for trying to stuck him. Day 2. Discovery. During training, Mandalay suggested that Izuku attempt to combine animals into one type of animal. Try to combine an eagle and a lion. Make a griffin. Mandalay said, and then went to add some advice to others. Izuku stood there a moment and wondered if it was even possible. Well, there is only one way to find out. Izuku whispered mostly to himself as he closed his eyes and focused on an eagle. Then a lion, forming an image of a griffin from his memory. Merging the two into one. At first it began to work, and as he felt his wings grow 20 times larger than normal. Along with him having the body of a lion. Concentrating on finishing, he suddenly felt ill. Stopping, he knew he was not quite there yet, and as he focused on completing, he felt sicker and sicker by the second. You almost have it. Mandalay stated from one side, but Izuku could not continue. Changing back to human, he ran over to the wood line, dropped to his knees and vomited. Squeezing his eyes shut as the world spun around him. Not even noticing when Mandalay approached, kneeling next to him as he puked. Are you all right? She asked, rubbing his back as he hurled, his back jutting upwards as this morning's breakfast exploded out of his mouth. Momo had walked over from the table where she and Rikido Sato were stuffing themselves for different reasons. Izuku! Momo gasped out, watching as Izuku puked almost non-stop for a good 5 minutes. When he was done, he slumped against a tree and breathed heavily and then out. What happened? Momo asked, noticing that they had drawn a crowd. Only a couple of the others were missing. Katsuki, of course, because it was not his concern, and Fumikare Tokoyami. But Fumikare was in a cave, so he did not know what was going on. Mandalay stood, sending a mental message to Tiger to bring a canteen of water. I suggested that he try combining animals into one type. A griffin, for example, is a mythological animal that is supposed to be a lion and eagle. Mandalay replied as Tiger handed Izuku a canteen and he guzzled it for several minutes. Then gargled some and spit the water out. Won't be trying that again. It felt like my whole insides were being twisted and squeezed. Izuku wheezed out, closing his eyes and trying not to remember what it had felt like. He was about to stand up, but Mandalay placed a restraining hand on his right shoulder. No, you stay there and rest. Then with a small smile, Mandalay looked over at Momo. Would you mind keeping an eye on your boyfriend for a while? Make sure that he is okay. Oh, Mandalay knew all about Izuku Midoriya and Momo Yaoyorozu being a couple. Iwaza informed her over the phone last week. Making sure she knew so that the Pussycats could make sure that the two did not break any of the school rules. Though she totally did not agree with enforcing those rules. Thank you. Momo said as she sat down next to Izuku and bit her bottom lip. Completely concerned about him. I will tell Mr. Iwaza about what happened as soon as he returns from making his phone call. Mandalay stated, then shooed away the others that were still watching Izuku with concern. Back at the camp compound, Iwaza was starting to get upset. He had spent the last hour arguing with someone that was what he considered not to be completely rational. Emi Fukukado, aka Ms. Joke of the Shiketsu High School, in Iwaza's estimates was thoroughly insane. Listen, I will repeat myself. I am not about to agree to what you are suggesting. For one, I should tell you that Izuku Midoriya is in a relationship with one of his classmates. Iwaza said over the phone receiver, knowing that Emi was not actually listening completely. I believe that my idea is perfect. If my Kami Atsushimi and your Izuku Midoriya got together, since they both are shapeshifters, then at some point when they have children, imagine the possibilities. Emi stated over the line, and Iwaza exhaled sharply. This is not the past where that is done anymore. Iwaza said forcefully, getting annoyed at Emi, and was about to hang up. All I'm asking is for your Izuku Midoriya to meet Kami Atsushimi. She actually is interested, and I can tell you that she is a very pretty girl. So Izuku Midoriya probably would not mind. Emi said with a small giggle. Perhaps we could make it a double date, you and me and them. Iwaza shook his head. You have not been listening. Izuku Midoriya has a girlfriend, and from what I know of her, she is a very jealous person. Iwaza stated firmly, almost yelling the word girlfriend over the phone, hoping that it somehow got Emi Fukukado's attention. You do not have to shout. I hear you fine. Emi replied, upset that he yelled at her over the phone. Iwaza knew he was getting nowhere trying to talk to Emi Fukukato. She would get an idea in her warped mind and nothing and no one could change that. Then with relief the call ended. That was rude, he hung up on me. Emi stated as she put the receiver down. Back at the camp, Iwaza smiled. He must have truly upset her for her to hang up the phone. Not hearing the dial tone, he shrugged and put the receiver back on the phone. Not realizing someone had cut the phone lines. Closing his eyes, Izuku tried not to think about what had happened when he merged two animals into one. It was not something he would ever try again. Opening his eyes, he looked over to see Momo still watching him carefully. I am alright now. It was just a very disturbing experience. Maybe I will try something else that I have been wanting to attempt. Izuku said as Momo exhaled softly. Well, as long as you are careful. What is this idea you have? Momo asked and Izuku smiled. Have you ever noticed when I change, even though it only takes seconds? If I do it slow enough, you can actually see parts of my body take on the shape of what animal I am changing into. So my thought is to only do one part of the change. Izuku explained and Momo wondered what he was talking about. Seeing her confusion, he decided to just demonstrate. Standing, he concentrated on something simple. A tiger tail. Breathing slowly in and out, he focused all his thoughts on having a tiger tail. Hey, you have a tail. Momo said in shock as Izuku looked behind him to see an orange and black striped tail swishing back and forth. Oh, I understand now. Instead of fully changing into an animal, you just change certain body parts into something that animal has. Smiling, Izuku nodded. It would take practice to fully be able to do it as quickly as when he changed into an animal. That was impressive. Mandalay stated as she walked towards them. Doing that seems to be more effective than trying to merge 2 or 3 animals together. She added and Izuku felt his tail disappear. Yes, but it takes a lot of concentration. I guess I will have to work on it to be able to use it. Izuku informed her and Momo. Good idea. Mandalay said and looked at Momo. I think he is better now, so why don't you go back to your own training? Nodding, Momo left and after giving one more look at Izuku, she went back to eating and creating at the same time. Once the Momo was far enough away. I need to apologize to you about Pixie Bob. I have not realized how much she desires intimacy. Using a polite term instead of stating that Pixie was so horny for SEC that she has lost her mind and common sense. I would like to just forget what happened. Just make sure she does not try that again. Izuku said sternly. He had decided to tell Momo after they were far enough away from the camp that Momo would not want to punch Pixie Bob for trying something with him. I have talked to her and told her that the students are off limits. Again, I am sorry it happened. Mandalay told him, then left so he could practice his new idea. As she moved off to instruct some others, she shook her head. She could blame Pixie for being attracted to Izuku. Sure, he was much younger than them, but there was just something about him that made him desirable. Especially for her teammate who wanted SEC, Izuku was the perfect choice. With a small smile. If I was 12 years younger, I think I might want him too. She thought to herself with some regret. On a nearby cliff, 10 members of the Vanguard Action Squad stood waiting for the signal to begin their operation. Each had a certain job to conduct during the mission. Some of them Dobby did not trust. Most of his team were psychopathic killers or they were insane. In essence, Dobby felt he could not trust any of them to follow their objectives. With an audible exhale, he winced. He had made a huge mistake last night and he hoped it did not come back to bite him in the butt. Hey Dobby, I am bored. How about we go into the bushes and do it again? Himiko Toga asked, smiling at him with that eerie smile she gave everyone, while brandishing her trademark knife. Now is not a good time, Himiko. Dobby replied and tried not to think about last night. Yes, the EC was good, but he dared not take his attention off her. Believing at any time the young psychopath would cut his throat. Sure it is. Himiko tilted her head to one side and then exhaled. Well, if you do not want to. She looked over at the others of the group. How about any of you? You want to go into the bushes and have some fun? She asked and Muscular smiled down at her. Why not? the large murderer Muscular said, then walked towards the bushes and Himiko shrugged and followed him. Once within the somewhat secluded and blocked location, the others easily heard what was occurring a few feet away from them. For one, Himiko was extremely vocal. Dabi shook his head and returned his attention to the pussycat camp that lay a few miles below. With a delighted from Himiko and a grunt from Muscular, they were done. Himiko stepped out of the bushes and was casually adjusting her skirt. She had a satisfied smile on her face. Anyone else want to take a turn? Himiko asked, willing for all of them to take a turn. Unfortunately for her, the others shook their heads, not wanting to take the risk that she might decide to slit their throats during or after. "Shit, you guys are no fun. I guess I will have to get some of those boys down there to satisfy me." She gestured to the camp and smiled broadly, believing any of the would-be heroes to be doable. "Effing you slot," Spinner thought as he leaned on his custom-made sword, not really pleased who he was now associated with. He was a devoted follower of Stain's beliefs, and now he was with a group in his estimates were not as dedicated as they should be. "Get ready, it is almost time to begin," Dabi announced with a small smile, gesturing for the others to go where they were assigned to go. The immediate concern Izuku had was for Momo, but he also was concerned about Koda. Running as fast as he could in as a stallion with Melissa on his white back, he jumped over a log. She also was concerned for Koda and convinced Izuku to come along. "Hold on tight," Izuku said in a neighing voice, jumping over a boulder and landing on the other side at a full gallop. Melissa tightened her grip on his mane. "I see him," Melissa said, pointing with her left hand towards the cliff. "Shit, there is someone else there, and I think he is one of the villains." Her hand returned to the long hair that she had been holding onto. She never had been on a horse before, and as he increased speed, she almost fell off. Standing over the small boy, Muscular smiled broadly. The child was not one of those that he was ordered to capture, so he could kill him without worrying about Tamuro being angry at him. If he cared, which he didn't. Laughing, he raised his fist to bring it down and crush the small brat into a bloody smear. Then bellowed with surprise when something hit him and slammed him into the nearby rock face. Glaring over, he saw some type of reptile, moving around to hit him again. With a small smile. "Ah, the shapeshifter," Muscular stated with glee. "Someone worth killing." Arriving, Izuku changed immediately into a stegosaurus and spun around, ramming his spiked tail into the large brute right before whoever it was brought his fist down to strike Koda. "Melissa, get Koda out of here," Izuku ordered, raising his tail again to hit the large man, hoping to be able to hold the villain at bay until Melissa could pick Koda up and depart. As he swung his tail, the villain grabbed it and hoisted Izuku around, throwing him off the cliff. In midair, Izuku changed into a hawk and soared back, then above, changing in flight into a brontosaurus, coming down on the brute with his front 2 feet, but missed as Muscular dodged to the left and laughed. "Nice try, kid. At best, all you are doing is delaying the inevitable." Muscular gloated until someone else hit him. The girl. The punch actually hurt as his head rocked back from the blow. "Ouch, that hurt, beach," he declared angrily, glaring at Melissa. Then he smiled evilly. "Now I am going to have some real fun with you, that is after I punish you for hitting me." Looking her up and down with appreciation. Yes, he had enjoyed screwing Himiko, but from what he could see, he would thoroughly enjoying doing the same to her. "Izuku, get Koda out of here, I will handle this a-hole," Melissa ordered, and with some reluctance, Izuku changed into a condor and grabbed Koda by the back of his shirt, flying off. Watching briefly as the huge bird of prey departed, Melissa exhaled, concentrating on 1% power, and when Muscular lunged at her, she ducked. Then with a broad smile, punched with all her might at what she knew was one of his weakest points, ramming her right fist straight into his ball. Hearing a crunching sound, he immediately doubled over and grabbed his now damaged crotch with both hands. His one eye bulged and he began to gasp in pain. Only a girl could rightfully do that, Melissa thought as she stood back up. That was a low blow. Muscular grunted and groaned, attempting to breathe in without feeling intense pain. Melissa smiled broadly, stepping forward and placing her left hand under the villain's chin, raising it up. He stared at her wide-eyed. I believe in whatever works," Melissa stated, then reared back and punched the brute square in the jaw with all of her might, knocking him unconscious. She dropped the villain onto the ground. "You cannot leave her to face him alone. He is the one that killed my parents." Kota wailed up at Izuku the condor, his eyes wet with tears and anger. "You are in the way there, and I am going back as soon as I get help," Izuku told the boy, soaring towards the main compound, hoping to at least find Mr. Iwaza or anyone to help. Arriving, Izuku barely landed, setting Kota down. "Go inside and tell anyone you find where I am going and who is there," he said to Kota, then took back into the air, changing into a peregrine falcon. Starting back towards the cliff. As he approached, he immediately feared that Melissa had been taken down and now was at the mercy of that psychopath. He was surprised to see the huge brute laying on the ground unconscious. Melissa was leaning against the cliff wall, shaking her right hand. "Oh, that JRK has a hard chin. I think I broke my hand," Melissa stated as Izuku changed back into human and landed beside her. "Are you okay otherwise?" Izuku asked, and Melissa nodded. "Good. We better get back to the others." Changing into the stallion again, and Melissa shook her head. "No way am I riding you as a horse again. I almost fell off a dozen times. Can you go with something that I can really hold on to?" Melissa asked, and the horse changed into a 8-foot grizzly bear. "Much better." She mounted the huge bear and he lumbered towards the trail back to camp. "Do me a favor, Melissa. Do not tell Momo that I let you ride me as a horse or as this bear. She was really upset the last time I let someone ride me," Izuku said in a growling voice. "Sure, no problem," Melissa replied with a smile. Knowing why Momo had a jealous streak, just about every girl in Class 1A and even a couple in 1B had a thing for Izuku Midoriya. Even she did. Returning to the camp, they discovered that Katsuki Bakugo had been captured. Izuku also found out that Momo had been injured, but thankfully it was not serious. Stepping into the makeshift infirmary, he saw her lying on a cot with a bandage on her forehead. He stared at it with deep concern. "This is nothing, just a scratch," Momo stated with a small smile. Noticing his concerned expression, taking his hand in hers and holding it tightly. "Are you sure? I mean, it is a big bandage?" Izuku asked, biting his bottom lip. "I am sorry, Momo, I screwed up," he said in a low tone. "How so?" Momo asked, and he exhaled sharply, shaking his head back and forth. "I should have made sure you were safe, instead of running off with Melissa to ensure that Kota was not in any danger," Izuku explained, and Momo chuckled, then frowned. "Hey, getting injured is something we all risk if we want to be heroes. Now if you had come looking for me instead of Kota, then I would be thoroughly sad at you. Right now I am extremely proud," Momo stated, then her eyes narrowed. "Any word about Katsuki Bakugo?" she asked, and Izuku shook his head negatively. Momo could almost see Izuku's mind thinking about a way to save Katsuki from the League of Villains. She decided not to tell him at the moment that she had created a tracking device and it now was attached to the Nomu that had chased her and Yosetsu away. Knowing him the way she did, if she told him, he would rush off and place himself in danger. Not something that she was willing to let happen. At that moment 2 paramedics entered. "Excuse us, but we need to get her to the hospital to be checked out," the female paramedic said, and Izuku reluctantly released Momo's hand. As the 2 medics placed Momo on a gurney. "I will come by later at the hospital," Izuku told her, and Momo smiled at him. She still needed to tell one of the heroes what she had done and that she could create a device to pinpoint the tracking device that Yosetsu had fused onto the Nomu. Before she could, the medics put her into a helicopter and it flew off, saving a frenemy and confrontation with the League. It required a lot for Izuku to convince Momo to create him another tracking device. She was adamant about him placing himself in danger to rescue Katsuki, mainly since she did not even like that a-hole, reminding him that Katsuki had tormented him for years and did not deserve such loyalty. Of course she lost the argument, and to her shock Ida, Shoto and Ijiro wanted to come along. So she decided to come as well, with the understanding that none of them would confront the villains no matter what. Now near the location, I think we need disguises. Momo suggested, pointing towards the outlet mall. That sounds like a good idea. Shoto admitted, noticing that they all were getting a lot of attention from the crowds of people. Entering, she selected a number of outfits for the boys to wear, plus a nice one for herself. Izuku refused. I hate to do it, but what is more natural than a pretty girl having a small Shih Tzu dog? Izuku commented, and Momo smiled broadly, donning a pair of sunglasses and rearranging her hair, while Izuku changed into his disguise. Leaving the dressing room, she now held a small brown and white Shih Tzu in her arms. The others stared at her and the dog with shocked expressions on their faces. Realizing that Izuku had just went in with Momo and she changed her clothes right there in front of him, she smiled at them. What? He has seen me naked before, so what is the big deal? Momo stated, and when the boys finally blinked, she fell in with them. Once on the street, she still drew attention. But not because they recognized her from the sports festival. When one young man smiled at her and began to approach, the small dog growled at him. Be a good boy. She whispered to the dog, and it growled again at the young man, who immediately turned and walked off. It took another half an hour to find the location of the tracking device. On the way, several others tried to approach Momo, and each time Izuku growled at them. Out of view, Izuku changed back into human. Next time, instead of a Shih Tzu, I think I will go as a German Shepherd. Izuku stated, still not pleased that Momo had attracted several young men and one woman towards her. Momo shrugged. She was used to that, even though she did not like it. I found a place we can look in. Eijiro Kirishima said, pointing down an alley next to the warehouse. It would be a tight fit, and from what Momo could tell, it would also be dirty. You all go ahead, I will fly around and see if I can find another place to look into the building. Izuku said, then glanced at Momo, touching her arm as she began to follow the others down the confined alley. Be careful, okay? He whispered to her, and she wrinkled her nose. No heroics, I mean it. Momo ordered him, and he nodded, then changed into a small white owl and flew around the outside of the warehouse, searching for a clean window to peer into. When the police and several heroes arrived, the students from UA decided to stay out of sight. Sitting high on the warehouse, Izuku watched as MD Lady and Best Genist took up position outside the warehouse. Izuku had already discovered that Katsuki Bakugo was not here. But something more deadly was. Nomus, dozens of them. All the five could do was watch as All Might fought against One for All. None of them had the power to aid All Might. All that would happen is they would get in the way, or worse, get killed. But Izuku did come up with an idea to rescue Katsuki while he was surrounded by the League of Villains. Having Shoto make a ice ramp, with Ida providing the move, and Izuku then turned into a pterodactyl. The idea was simple. Once they lifted off, Izuku would keep them gliding above. Ida would continue to send burst of engine move, and Eijiro would reach out and grab Katsuki after he joined them. At the same moment they began, Momo and Shoto would leave as fast as possible. It basically worked, and thanks to MT Lady they were able to effectively escape unharmed. The dorms. Packing was not easy, especially for someone with a lot of clothes, shoes and other necessities that Momo believed that she could not do without. Please tell me that this is the last box? Izuku asked as he hefted another box of her packed items. I know I can turn into a pack mule, but this is getting ridiculous. He commented, and Momo wrinkled her nose at him. Very funny. Now take that down with the rest. Momo ordered, pointing out the door. Later movers would come and take her bed and two of her dressers. She hoped that she had measured correctly, otherwise she might not have too much room to spare. Earlier she helped Izuku pack up his stuff, and it only took 5 boxes. She, on the other hand, have used 12 boxes, and 3 more empties sat in the middle of her floor. Pawing through her closet one more time, she nodded. 1/5 of her clothes were now effectively packed into the boxes. Izuku returned and wiped his forehead. I do not know if you will have room for all of those clothes. Izuku stated, and Momo smiled broadly. That is no problem. If I do not have the room, I will just store some of it in my boyfriend's closet. Momo replied, and Izuku groaned with despair, knowing she was not kidding. He swallowed. It was now that he decided to tell her the bad news. Momo, Tenya told me that he had heard that the school wants to enforce the same rules at the dorms. Izuku stammered, seeing that she tensed up some as she continued to paw through her closet. Yes, I heard the same thing. Momo said, finding another outfit that she decided to bring along. Turning, she smiled. I asked, and Mr. Iwaza told me that as long as we do not misbehave in the open and not be in each other's room after lights out, then the school will not complain too much. She told him, and Izuku exhaled. So I guess no more sleepovers and no more section. Izuku stated, partially relieved but also partially unsure what to feel. Momo simply shook her head. I do not think so. I have plans for you to sneak into my room on certain nights. After all, you can easily do it. I am thinking that all it would take is for you to change into a small bird, fly out your window and then fly into my room. I doubt that anyone will do a bed check. Especially since none of the teachers will be staying at the dorms. Momo said firmly, then placed the outfit into another box. Sitting down next to him. I like sleeping in the same bed with you. I sleep so much better cuddled up with you. Packing the last box, she handed it him and he simply carried it downstairs with the rest. 14 identical boxes sat waiting for the movers to collect them, the bed and dressers. She wanted the large bed for one reason: it was easier to sleep with Izuku in something that did not resemble a cot. It would also be easier to have a CC, and now that they were NTMT, she wanted to continue being NTMT. Arriving at the dorms, they both selected rooms basically on top of one another. Momo on the third floor while Izuku was on the second, towards the back of the dormitory. Finding their rooms, Izuku exhaled. This was going to be hard. He felt like he was abandoning his mother who now had no one at home. He knew that in 3 years he probably would have moved out to live at one of the hero agencies. But that was 3 years from now. Not so soon as this. Momo noticed his expression and she gently squeezed his hand. Do not worry, we will both go visit her every weekend and my parents too. She added, and he grimaced. Okay, maybe you won't visit my parents. Izuku then smiled again. Hey guys, what ya doin'? Mina's voice said from behind them, and both turned to see their bubbly friends skipping down the hallway. You two want to hear the gossip for today? She asked, and Momo rolled her eyes. Sure, why not? Izuku replied, and Mina smiled broadly. Rumor has it, well actually Toru said she heard it. Shoto just asked Melissa out on a date. Mina said, and both were a little taken back. Since Mina and Shoto have been an on and off again couple for months, I would think that you would not be so thrilled about that. Momo commented, and Mina shrugged, still smiling. But, oh sure, me and Shoto have tried to be like you too. But it would never work out. Remember, I am still hoping that you two break up and I can get my chance with you, Izuku. Mina stated, and Momo shook her head. Until then I think I will just play the field a bit. There are a number of boys in our class and some in 1B. There should be one that is not a total bummer among all of those. Izuku smirked and decided to tease Mina a little. There is always Mineta Minoru. Izuku suggested, and both Momo and Mina glared at him evilly. That is not even funny. I think I'd rather be alone than date Mineta. Mina stated, frowning, then smiled. Hey, I am thinking of later having everyone get together in the main living room. You know, all of us can hang out. Momo looked over at Izuku, who nodded. Count us in, we will be there. That is if our stuff arrives in time. We both will need to unpack. Momo said in reply, though Izuku doubted that she would be completely unpacked. Not with 14 boxes of miscellaneous items to be put away. More like sometime next week. When Mina suggested that the girls judge the boys' room for their different type of personalities, Momo knew at some point they might do the same for the girls' rooms. So not wanting anyone to know, she excused herself briefly, rushing to her room to ensure that the box of condoms was well hidden. Not that she expected anyone to open any of her drawers, she just wanted to make sure. Hanging on her closet door was her hero uniform, the original with none of the alterations that Mei Hatsum had suggested. Momo actually asked Mei to forget making any changes, mainly due to that she herself had designed and suggested how her uniform was made. Making a show of making changes so that Izuku would not know, laying the blame onto some unknown designers. She was going under the premise that generally any man when facing an attractive barely clad woman would be hesitate to harm that woman. Midnight had proposed that years ago and it actually seemed to work. In several of her encounters with villains, they would be focused on her barely clad body then focusing on attacking her. Later though the government censors had made Midnight change her uniform. So the elder heroine simply made changes, but kept her sexuality intact. Making the uniform tight in the right areas and flaunting her assets whenever possible. Closing her door, she found the group on the second floor. Now just leaving Hentasiro's room. At the completion, the girls headed up to their floors. Momo paused to say goodnight to Izuku, leaning closer so no one else could hear her. Give it an hour and then sneak into my room. I will leave the window open. Momo whispered, winking at him and then joined the other girls. Shoto put a restraining hand on Izuku before he could head towards his own room. I still do not understand how you and Momo are going to continue having a relationship with all the rules that the school has in effect? Shoto asked Izuku. Which Izuku knew that Shoto was interested for more personal reasons. Now that tomorrow he was taking Melissa out on their first official date. Momo found out that they are not enforcing those rules at the dorms. As long as we do not make a public display of us being together. Izuku told him and Shoto looked somewhat relieved. He had spent several days building up his courage to ask Melissa out and then having to cancel because of the school rules of non-fraternization. That would be a personal tragedy. Shoto sighed with relief and then looked like he was about to panic. What's wrong? Izuku asked. I have my date with Melissa tomorrow and I do not want to have a repeat of what happened with me and Mina. Shoto stated with worry that he would somehow blow it with Melissa. Then he perked up. Hey, I know, how about you and Momo double date with me and Melissa? That way you can warn me if I start to do something wrong. He suggested and Izuku exhaled sharply. I do not know if that is a good idea. Izuku said and Shoto smiled. Sure it is, you two have been together for a long time and know how to remain together. That is what I want with Melissa. Shoto said. Please Izuku, I want to be with Melissa like you are with Momo. He almost begged and Izuku shrugged. Okay, let me ask Momo and if she agrees then we can. Izuku finally answered and Shoto smiled broadly. Thanked him and left. Leaving Izuku wondering how he was going to bring the subject of going on a double date tomorrow afternoon. Later that evening, Izuku changed into a small robin and flew from his room into Momo's. In the morning before sneaking back to his room, Izuku mentioned to Momo the idea Shoto had of going on a double date. She actually thought it was a great idea, since she had tried to do the same thing with Mina and Shoto several times. But every time the two others were no longer a couple. So it never happened. I think a good first date for Shoto and Melissa would be dinner and a movie. Momo told him as he was about to change into a robin again. Can I pick the movie? Izuku asked and Momo smiled warmly. Sure, but no All Might documentaries or All Might-based films. Momo stated and Izuku groaned slightly. There was a new movie out that was based upon one of All Might's adventures. He really wanted to see it. Rats. Izuku responded then with a wink to her, changed into a robin and flew out the window. Dipping upwards and entered his room, changing back to human. Immediately heading to the bathroom to take a shower. If he and Momo were going on a double date with Shoto and Melissa, he would have to get ready. After cleaning up, he headed for the kitchen to get something to eat. Lunch was a good 4 hours away and he did not want to go on the double date hungry. Walking down the hallway. Hey Midoriya, can I ask you something? Mineta Minoru said as he basically jumped out of his room to block Izuku from continuing on. Alright, but make it quick. I have a date with Momo and I have to get ready. Izuku stated with frustration. That is what I wanted to ask. How the F did someone like you get with the hottest girl in school? I mean, there has to be an explanation. Mineta asked with a bit of scorn. Did she lose a bet with some of her friends or something? The shorter boy asked, wanting to understand. She is so far out of your league that it seems impossible. Silently hoping that Izuku had some type of tactic that somehow attracted girls that he could use. I have no idea. She and I sort of just got together. Izuku replied and Mineta scoffed, waving his right hand upwards with frustration. Well, it does not make sense. That and why she is still with you. Mineta turned and went back to his room, leaving Izuku slightly confused. Returning to his own room, Izuku flipped his laptop open and he clicked on his email. Shaking his head, he swallowed. 3 of the girls from Class 1B and 7 from second-year students had sent emails asking him out. Replying that he was not interested, he quickly erased them, not wanting Momo to ever see them, knowing his girlfriend would be extremely angry to learn of the emails. Leaning back, he began to wonder why so many girls were interested in him. His estimates, he was not some well-built hunk. No, at best he was homely and somehow was extremely lucky to be with Momo. That was basically what Mineta wanted to know. How he somehow was with Momo. Then his eyes widened and he thought of his quirk. Could it be that I have some type of animal magnetism that attracts girls? He considered that a possibility. Maybe that is why Momo is with me, when all intents and purposes there is no logical explanation why she loves me. Clicking on various websites and conducting a little research to discover the reason. Focusing on animal pheromones and its effects. Believing that must be it. At that moment he decided to test this newfound notion. Heading for Momo's room to find out. Knocking on her door, he suddenly found that he hoped he was wrong. "I am almost ready," Momo said as she opened the door and smiled at him. He remained in the hallway. This puzzled her as she noticed his expression. "What's wrong?" she asked, and Izuku frowned. "I have been thinking. I just cannot understand why you or any of the other girls are so hung up on me," Izuku said, and Momo stepped closer. "No, keep back a second. What I am thinking is that because of my quirk I perhaps release some type of pheromone that makes girls attracted to me. That is why you are attracted to me," he explained, and Momo started laughing, doubling over as she laughed. "That is ridiculous, Izuku. I am attracted to you because I love you," Momo said between laughs, gasping as she shook her head. "Why are you even thinking about this now?" she asked, and Izuku exhaled sharply. "Well, Minoru Mineta sort of asked me how I am with the hottest girl in school, and I began to wonder that myself. Wondering perhaps it was my quirk," Izuku replied, and Momo stepped closer, putting her arms around his neck. "That is the stupidest thing I ever heard. What? Am I supposed to be with some clod that treats me like shit, or be with someone that loves me so much he is worried that perhaps he has unintentionally attracted me to him by some devious means? Get this straight, Izuku Midoriya. I love you, and it is not because of some mythical pheromone," Momo declared, and kissed him, slightly maneuvering him over to her bed. Believing that they had time to fool around before Shoto and Melissa showed up. Then someone knocked on the door. "Opu. I was hoping to spend a few minutes back in bed with you," Momo said, releasing Izuku and opening the door. "Are you two ready?" Melissa asked, looking over towards Shoto and then back at Momo and Izuku. "We are all set, and this was a great idea to have a double date," she said, smiling broadly. Being older did give her a better perspective on dating. She had been on several, though almost all ended with just after one date. The boys that asked her out mainly believed that because she was blonde and had large BRTs, she was ready and willing to jump into a physical one night of section. That was hardly the case with her. For one, she was intelligent enough to know that those boys were only after one thing. She suspected Momo was going through the same thing, even being in a committed relationship with Izuku. Because Momo had an incredible body, boys and young men sought to have meaningless sex with her. So in time Melissa wanted to talk to Momo privately, in hopes of having someone that understood what she herself was going through. "All set," Momo replied, taking Izuku's right hand in her left hand and interlaced her fingers into his, believing it would be nice to have another couple to do things with. So far none of the others in the class have hooked up together, and even though she and Izuku did things with Mina, she knew their pink friend was feeling like a third wheel. Eating in the diner, Momo leaned closer to Izuku after stealing a couple of his French fries and skinned down the last of his chocolate shake. Both Shoto and Melissa noticed this and had to laugh. "What is so funny?" Momo asked, and Melissa shook her head. "It is not really funny. I think it is kinda cute that you two are comfortable enough for you to steal his French fries and finish off his shake. It is like you are the perfect couple," Melissa stated, and Momo smiled at her. "I guess we are," Momo said as she looked at Izuku with affection. I would like to know, how did you two get together? I hate to point this out, even though Izuku is such a great guy. Melissa began to say and hoped that she did not offend Momo or Izuku. It just seems that he is that I do not how to say it. She looked over at her own date and Shoto had heard Minoru and Denki ask just about everyone in class. That burning question. That Izuku is not who everyone would think that you would be with. Sorry to say that it this way, but I suspect Izuku knows already that he is nowhere in your league. Shoto said and Momo shook her head negatively. Oh, I get it. I am supposed to be with some jackass that has money, looks like a supermodel and has a great physique. But treats me like shit, right? Momo asked and both Shoto and Melissa shifted uncomfortably. No, instead. I'd rather be with someone that loves me and that I love in return. That would do anything to make me happy and he does. She leaned towards them and smiles. That is how it should be. You are way ahead of me in that department. I made a lot of mistakes when I developed at about your age. Going out with those jackasses that you just mentioned. The good-looking, athletic type that had the whole package. Except they were assholes. Only interested in me because I have blonde hair, firm melons and a nice butt. Melissa said with a small smile, then looked over at Shoto. I know you are not like that, Shoto, that is why I accepted when you asked me out. She said to her date and Shoto visibly relaxed. The UA medical department. Casually leaning back in a chair, Katsuki Bakugo waited impatiently for Namuri Kiyama at midnight to arrive for his third therapy session. He personally believed that these sessions were a waste of time. Sure, he had been captured by the League of Villains and sure those morons tried to recruit him. But what was he supposed to say? That he was afraid. That he had no idea if he was going to be rescued or escape from being held by them. That he had to fight all of the League of Villains and he doubted that he had a chance of walking away. Midnight entered the room and sat down across from him. Shall we continue where we left off from our last session? Midnight asked and Katsuki exhaled sharply. But I'm here. I am alive and well. I have no problems. Katsuki stated and Midnight shook her head. Why don't you tell me everything that happened while you were with the League of Villains? Midnight asked and Katsuki winced. He had already told her about Tamura Shigaraki's attempt to sway him in joining them. But what he did not want to tell her about what happened prior to being brought before the head a-hole. Closing his eyes, he tried not to think about it. How he had no control over his body and how helpless he felt. Thinking back, he remembered awakening. His hands were bound behind him and his feet tied to a metal chair. The room he was being held in had no windows and had a small light that hung from the ceiling. When he awoke, he was not sure what was happening. But the deranged beach with blonde hair was on his lap. His pants were pulled down to his knees and he felt that his manhood was inside something wet, warm and tight. He immediately noticed that she was smiling at him with a strange, psychotic smile, and she was miming as she rode him, moving him in and out of her. Swallowing back the bile in his mouth, he remembered what she said after he felt himself release into her and as she gasped with deranged delight. It is a pity that you are not that Izuku Midoriya. I would have liked to have him, but I guess you were a good substitute. Maybe later we can do this again. This was fun. The blonde girl said to him as she kissed him, then climbed off him. First she pulled back up his pants and then skipped happily to the door, blowing him a kiss as she closed the door. At that moment he felt helpless and weak. How was he supposed to deal with that some psychotic slot had SEC with him without his consent? That he had basically been sexually assaulted, and what was worse was that he was nothing but a substitute, a replacement for Deku. That did not exactly please him to learn that even the crazy slot preferred Deku over him. So are you going to tell me, or should we schedule another session? Midnight threatened and Katsuki exhaled sharply. He did not want to have any more of these bullshit sessions. Not with any of the so-called head shrinkers. Like I said, they tried to recruit me and that idiot Tamura thought that he could convince me to join. Nothing else happened. I was not tortured or anything like that. Katsuki declared sternly. I am done with this sheet. He stood and stalked out the door. Midnight remained seated as she watched him leave. She knew there was more, but if she continued to pester him, he would never acknowledge whatever happened to him. Under her file was something she was not supposed to have. After he had been rescued, for some reason he had himself tested for STDs. That made her curious on what really happened during his time with the League of Villains. Though she could not just ask him about the test, it was protected by doctor and patient confidentiality. So she had no choice. If he did not want to talk about it, there was nothing she could do. The movies. Sitting in the back of the theater, Izuku had his right arm over Momo's shoulders. Glancing over, he noticed that Shoto was copying him and that Melissa seemed to like having Shoto's arm around her. Momo snuggled against him, and if it was not for the armrest, Izuku suspected that she would be even closer. They both liked having some time together, even though they were not fully alone. She had her head resting comfortably on his chest as they watched the movie. It was one of the new American flicks, called Men in Black 3. All in all, it really did not catch Izuku's interest, and he suspected that it was the same for Momo. But it was a date, which meant that mostly it was just a place to be together and nothing more. Shoto is copying everything you do. Momo whispered to him as she too looked once or twice over at Shoto and Melissa. Then with a mischievous smile. Oh, Melissa is also copying us. Gesturing over so Izuku could see that Melissa had her head on Shoto's side, watching the movie intently. Perhaps we should see how far they are willing to go. She whispered, moving her face towards his and gently kissing him. It was just a normal kiss, no tongue. Momo breathed heavily in and out of her nose as she pressed her mouth harder against his. Then after a few long seconds she parted and smiled, moving back to put her head where it was before. Shoto had watched Izuku and Momo kiss and wondered if he had the ball to do what they just did. This was his and Melissa's first date. Slowly looking at her, she smiled up at him. Do you want to kiss me, Shoto? Melissa whispered to him and Shoto exhaled sharply. He really wanted to. But he was unsure if she wanted him to or if she just asked to be curious if he was going to be like the others. All in all, he was unsure what to do. Melissa noticed his uncertainty and decided to be a little forward. Moving slightly, she leaned closer and kissed him. At first he seemed a little hesitant, and as the kiss continued, he returned the kiss. Parting, she smiled. That was nice, we should do that again. Maybe not just do it because they did. She whispered and went back with her head nestled on his side. Shoto's was almost panting as he stared at Melissa with a huge smile on his face. I wonder how far they will copy us. Momo whispered and then got a small gleam in her dark eyes. Should we, do it and see if they will go that far to copy us? Izuku was unsure if Momo was kidding or not. Then she giggled and shook her head. What, you think I am serious? I am not a XHBDNST. When we have SEC, I do not want an audience. She whispered and Izuku chuckled. I know that, though you said it so seriously that I was not quite sure. Izuku whispered to her and then gestured to the movie. Maybe we should finish watching this horrible movie and then finish this double date. He said, and Momo nodded her head, focusing on the movie that she decided he was right. The movie was not that good. When it finished, they stood and left commenting just how bad the movie was. Outside the theater, Tamura Shigaraki was in the alley across the street. He had agreed to meet with 3 potential recruits and now was waiting for them to arrive. Each of the recruits that had asked to join the League of Villains were late, and he was beginning to lose his patience. Leaning against the wall, he began to look about and then saw them. Izuku Midoriya, Momo Yaoyorozu, Shoto Todoroki, and Melissa Shields. But he focused on the one that he truly hated, the one that originally made him look like an incompetent fool. He was tempted to confront and perhaps kill them, but feared that Midoriya would do what he had done to him again. He could still subconsciously smell and taste that foul, disgusting scent. So he had no intention of allowing Midoriya to do that to him ever again. It had taken him weeks to ride the smell out of his nose and just as long to forget the taste. To kill or not to kill, that is the question. Tamura mumbled to himself. He would risk it if he was absolutely sure that Midoriya would not change into a skunk again and spray him again. Shaking his head negatively, he was not willing to take the chance. Stepping deeper into the shadow of the alley, he slowly walked away and headed for the League of Villains hideout. Passing the different room doors, he stopped briefly to shut one of the doors. Not wanting to hear or see what was occurring within. Once again Himiko Toga had one of the others within and they were doing something that he noticed that she was noted to do. Effing you slut. Tamura said loudly as he continued on. He somewhat wondered if it was her fault for Katsuki Bakugo refusing to join them. Perhaps the young explosive Quirker did not like having Himiko F him while he was being restrained within the holding cell. Tamura would never know. Even now he was considering to kick the young girl out of the league. She was unpredictable and worse she was too eager to have SEC with anyone that caught her eye. He would have to think about it. Until then he needed to contact the would-be recruits and ask why they had not shown up at the rendezvous. Returning to the dorms, Izuku had been silent on the train. He thought he saw someone outside the theater, but had not had a good look. After several moments Momo leaned closer. "What is wrong? You have been awfully quiet since we left the theater?" Momo asked and Izuku frowned. "I could have sworn that I saw Tamura Shigaraki across the street. I am trying to decide if I should tell the police or perhaps Mr. Iwaza. I could be mistaken," Izuku said to her and Momo exhaled sharply. She knew that Tamura Shigaraki had a vendetta against All Might, but he also hated Izuku with a passion. Mostly for what Izuku had done to him. Even though it was funny, it was also really foolish. Tamura was a psychotic insane killer that would take great pleasure in killing Izuku for humiliating him like Izuku did. "Better safe than sorry, you better tell Mr. Iwaza," Momo stated and then leaned closer to him. Both were thinking that if it was Tamura Shigaraki, then the school might decide that the students could not leave the campus anymore without a teacher or regular hero to protect them. That would really hamper those that now lived in the dorms of having any type of social life. Leaving Shoto and Melissa without an explanation. Izuku and Momo went towards the teachers' housing on campus. Since the restrictions were not fully enforced anymore, they held hands as they walked. Finding Iwaza's small townhouse which had Midnight's right next door. Swallowing, Izuku lightly knocked on Iwaza's door and in seconds the door opened. Noticing his two students' expressions, Iwaza grimaced. "Okay, what is wrong?" he asked and Izuku immediately told him. Even the part that he was unsure if he had seen Tamura Shigaraki or not. "That does not matter, if you believe you saw him. We still have to report this to Naomasa Tsukachi and Principal Nizu," Iwaza said as he stepped back and allowed the two teenagers to enter his house. Reaching over he knocked on Midnight's door and she came out, wearing nothing but a bathrobe. "What is going on?" Midnight asked and after Iwaza told her. "You call Naomasa Tsukachi and Principal Nizu. I will contact the nearest hero agency to the theater. Have them conduct a search, maybe he is still there," Midnight said sternly, going back inside half of the house to make the call and get into her uniform. While Iwaza first made the calls and then had Momo and Izuku sit on a couch in his living room. They then waited for Naomasa Tsukachi and Nizu to arrive. An hour later, Izuku was beginning to feel a little frustrated. He had answered the same questions about 5 times. Each time he did relate that he was not 100% sure that it was Tamura Shigaraki because the psychopathic leader of He League of Villains was not wearing his customary weird uniform. "I think it might be best from this point on that none of the students be allowed to wander about off-campus," Nizu said as he sipped a cup of tea. Both Momo and Izuku wanted to protest, but Iwaza beat them to it. "That might not be a good idea. We cannot confine the students to the campus, even if it is for their safety. At some point the students would feel that they are being unjustly punished. At best I believe that we should just ask the students to be cautious and not go anywhere alone off campus," Iwaza suggested and with some reluctance Nizu agreed. "I will increase the police presence around UA. Have more patrols. That should help with ensuring the students' safety and perhaps deter Tamura Shigaraki and the League of Villains to do anything," Naomasa Tsukachi said as he finished taking notes. "That is a good idea," Midnight said as she checked her watch. "It is late, you two better get back to the dorms and get some rest. Tomorrow some new rules will be posted that dictate that none of you go anywhere off campus alone. I suggest that no one leaves unless they are in groups of at least 3 students," she said to Momo and Izuku. Outside, Momo threw her hands in the air in frustration. "Great. So we are now stuck going on either double dates with others or having a chaperone along. If I ever see that Tamura again, I will kick his butt so badly that he will need to spend a month recovering in intensive care. Momo said angrily, knowing that now she and Izuku could not have times off campus where it was just them and no one else. Fuming, she dragged Izuku back to the dorms and straight to her room, slamming the door shut. "Strip," she ordered sternly, removing her blouse and unzipping her skirt. She is not in a good mood and decided that the only way to relieve her stress over the situation was to have section. Long and satisfying section. Glaring at him, she noticed that he still had not removed any of his clothes. "Get undressed now." She growled angrily and he did as he was told. Before he could protest, she jumped on him and forced him onto her bed, basically ripping his underwear off, and after reaching into the nightstand, she moved a box of condoms at him, while at the same time turned her radio on and up. "This is going to be loud," she stated as the music began to blare from the radio. Moving on top of him and kissed him passionately. Panting for air near dawn, Izuku felt like he just ran a marathon. Momo had turned the radio all the way up and still he swore it did not fully drown her out all 7 times. Used condoms lay all about them and she was lying on him with her arms around his shoulders. That, Momo gasped, inhaling deeply, was outstanding. She exhaled, smiling broadly as she held Izuku tightly to her. "Just what I needed and wanted." She moved slightly and kissed him. "I am glad I could make you feel better," Izuku said, still gasping for air. He could not believe how intense the SEC was. Sure, he could turn into any animal, but the last 5 hours, he swore Momo was more savage than any animal he could turn into. He looked at himself, or what he could see, since a naked Momo was blocking most of his view, which was not really that bad. But he did notice scratch and teeth marks. He could also see that most were bleeding. Momo had become feral after the first time of loud and rambunctious section. The other 6 times was just as intense. "Oh, you did in so many ways." I was feeling a little frustrated that when we go out from now on, we cannot go alone anymore, which SCKS on so many levels. "I want to spend time with you alone when we go out," Momo said, complaining about the new rules that would soon take effect. All because the school administration worried that the League of Villains would once again attack the students. "We will make it work," Izuku stated and held her tighter to him.